Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, where we bring together top SCCA road racers from around the country to compete in the premier amateur road racing series. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest racetracks in North America, showcasing our 27 car classes and packing a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event. And you can now enjoy live streaming coverage of the Hoosier Super Tour events on site or from the comfort of your own home. Find those details and more at scca.com/live. And so welcome everybody to a very damp, a very soggy Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Good morning to my good friend Brian Bielanski. I'm Gregg Ginsberg. Brian, how are you doing this morning?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Oh my gosh. All right. Well, we're a little
really early and there's a time change and I only have 3 sips into my Italian coffee. So give me about a half hour.
Sounds good. Well, hopefully by the time our first feature race, which is 35 minutes or 19 laps for our Touring 2, Super Touring Light, and Super Touring Under drivers, by the time that's finished, Brian, you should be up and ready to go. But let's do this. We've got the cars on their pace lap right now. Let's quickly run down the starting grid, or a portion thereof. We have 2 different groups. We've got our Touring 2 cars behind one pace car. As you can see, they're just now coming into turn number 5, and this is a group that the pole sitter, and we'll see if all these drivers show up. I think we're going to have a little bit lighter field today. James Keown in the number 111 BMW M2 is scheduled to be your pole sitter in T2, with Scotty B. White in his open-top Dodge Viper, starting on the outside of the front row with Aaron Kaplan and John Heinrichsey. Kaplan in a BMW M2, Heinrichsey in his Cadillac CT4 Blackwing, making up row number 2, and then Judson Holt and Todd Clark, both in BMWs, scheduled for the 3rd row. In STU and STL, your pole sitter is Anthony Garachi, driving the number 72 Lotus Exige. He took the win in that class yesterday. Jorge Nazario scheduled to start next to him in the number 165 Mazda Miata. Danny Stain will start on the inside of row number 2, our STL winner from yesterday, in his Mazda MX-5. The number 9 machine, David Brand, in his STU Lotus Exige, will start next to Stain. Then we've got Steve Clemens and Mike Taylor. They'll make up row number 3, starting 5th and 6th. Clemens in a Toyota GR86 Cup car in STU. Mike Taylor in his STL Acura Integra. Anthony Pacelli in the number 66 STU Super Impreza will start in 7th, with Jose Osiris Pena in his STL Honda CRX starting in 8th. Then we've got Chuck Hines in number 57 STL Mazda MX-5, with William Knight in the 147 Mazda MX-5 starting in 10th position. Then we've got Jorge Ortiz starting 11th in his Honda Civic. Salt Ferenczi in his Acura Integra starting in 12th. Then we've got Michael Sperber. We'll see if he appears. He had some mechanical issues yesterday in his Ford Focus STL ZX3. Then we've got John Dean in the STU Mazda MX-5 starting in 14th position. Then Nathan Pring will start 15th, and Michael Reese will start 16th. Pring driving a Ford Mustang, Reese driving a Honda S2000. And then we've got Hannah Zeller. She'll start 17th today in her MX-5 Global Cup car. David Palfinier in his Mazda MX-5 RF will start 18th. And then we've got Austin Hilliard driving his STL Honda S2000, and Edwin Soto driving an STL Honda Civic. Rounding out the top 20 in that second group, Brian, is we've got our first pack of T2 drivers coming into turn 12 now.
Yeah, definitely. And we're getting ready to go here. Obviously, it's raining.
We are underway. Green flag, only 3 drivers taking the field in that T2 group. It's James Keown, Scotty B. White, and I believe Judson Holt. And now on the very start of our Super Touring group, we are green, but we have a waving yellow flag. Both of the Lotus Exiges, both Anthony Garachi and David Brand, both spin the cars just before the green flag, and they are now back underway, but we are now standing yellow at start, and we'll see. It looks like, Brian, we've got a number of yellow flags out around the course, so it's time to wake up. It's getting busy here already.
It is, and it's wet, obviously, and that's usually not too much of a problem at Road Atlanta if you stay between the white lines. The track drains fairly well in most places, and where it used to puddle badly now have mostly pea gravel. But in the areas like here, outside of 3, outside of 7, if you do get off, you'll just go sliding and sliding and sliding and sliding. So. Here you can see our cars here coming through turn 3 and, I'm sorry, turn 6, and it's moving right in through 7 here. As you can see, visibility is going to be quite an issue here if you aren't too far down, or if you're further back in the pack. You're going to see that there are some visibility issues with spray from the cars in front of you. As long as you're not right up on the rear bumper or someone else, like you see that BMW there, that could be really problematic for the drivers here at Road Atlanta. So as you can see, that area there in 10 used to be very, very slick if you went off track, but now there's a gravel trap there. So a lot of what used to become really big, almost ponding off track, has now been replaced with puddle, or with gravel traps. So they've eliminated the ponding problem, but now they've added the idea that if you get into that, you're going to have to get a tow off of that. Right now, Denny Stain is your STL race leader, and James Keown is in second. I think we're still under green flag conditions with just a local yellow here and there. So here comes your first completed lap. Stain, Keown, Holt, Knight, and Pena are your top 5 here. And everything is obviously slower. And you can see they're taking the rain line there through turn 12, which is not anywhere near the apex. So if you're looking at that line and saying these guys don't know where the apex is, that's in the rain here. The faster part about this racetrack is staying off those apexes. You're going to get more grip outside, and it looks like everyone here has pretty much figured that out really early on. This is early on here, obviously, with the weather. We don't have quite as many of our cameras up and running this morning, but we are doing all the work that we can to get them going for you in this weather here. And things are slow on the racetrack as well, so that is kind of the situation that we're dealing with here. Want to give a shout out here to those corner workers we see in the middle of our screen there on the left, and they are thankfully under a little bit of a canopy. It's still pretty miserable out there for them. I can't tell you the number of times I spent standing in a corner here at Road Atlanta with rain gear on, and it's when it rains at Road Atlanta, it is sometimes not very fun. The good news is it's probably a warm rain. I haven't clicked on this morning.
Brian, I guarantee. Yeah, well, it's actually closer to 43 degrees here right now. It is definitely
not a warm
rain at all.
Okay. I missed.
And I'm back. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I'm awake now.
Well, we got a little waterlogged over here at Michelin Raceway, and looks like I was affected just as much.
No,
so,
we're good, Greg. We're good. Nothing exciting going on at the moment. Everybody's kind of minding their P's and Q's here. As you can see on our cameras, the pace is certainly cut down here because of the weather. I was talking about the wet line here is about 10, 12 feet off the apex, and most of the drivers have figured that out. And so other than our little moment there.
Right Brian, we have multiple cars off now going down through the S's. Drivers left, and we just had one driver hit the tire wall over there, and I think there was already a car in the tire wall there just ahead. You'll see another car coming down. So we've got a local caution midway down through the S's, and another car off and impacting the wall. Drivers left, and it looks as though one of those cars now is picking up and able to move. And I am trying to get some numbers, a little as you can imagine, a little hectic up here this morning with all of the weather conditions, but hopefully we'll have that figured out. Currently, of course, your leader is Danny Stain, who was leading our second group. James Keown, who was our pole sitter from the first group, from our Touring 2 group, is currently second overall, with Judson Holt running in third. Both Keown and Holt running M2 Club Sports, as we are going full course caution here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, and there is already one pass under yellow on the front straight. As it looks like one of our Nissans is just past a slower Mazda, and I think that might have been the 75 of James Schlechter passing a car on the front straight after the full course caution, and we're now deploying emergency services vehicles on their way up the hill towards turn 2 to respond to that incident, but not a wonderful start here at Michelin Raceway. And you know, Brian, as you were saying, you know, I think a lot of the drivers here probably don't get a lot of experience in the rain at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, you know, but because of, especially down through the S's there, because of how narrow it is and how quickly the track switches back to from left as you come out of turn 3 to right as you can see those cars coming down the hill, and then back to the left and right again, especially as you come down to that compression at the bottom of the hill. It is very hard to find grip there. I was talking to one of the staff members here at the track, and I think the last time Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta had was paved was actually in the early 2000s, somewhere around 2003, 2004. Certainly when the track was sold to IMSA and Michelin signed on as the title sponsor, you know, the curbing got the updates and got repainted, but the track surface hasn't been touched for years. So you know, a lot of that pavement is very well polished down at this point, and it may be just very hard to find a grippy wet line here.
Yeah. Well, and you could see, I was talking about how most Road Atlanta drains fairly well. The one spot that doesn't is right in the dip there in the S's. That's the one place where you normally get some ponding if you do get it. And you also noticed on that shot when we had it there was we had one car that looked like it was able to continue, except it just couldn't, I think, unless it was damaged and they didn't know until they tried to continue. It's just really hard. That car right there in the middle of our screen closest to us, it looks like they tried to get out, but they couldn't. Now, that could be mechanical, but it also could be they're just stuck in the mud.
Exactly. Now, that was one of the cars that took a hard hit against the tire wall.
Okay.
And so, yeah, it could be either one. My guess, because he is now trying to come uphill in the mud.
Still trying.
Yeah, it looks like he's still moving there, and now he's getting closer to the pavement.
Oh.
And there you go.
Yep. No, looks like he's figured out a way. If there's a will, there's a way. Now let's see how much mud he kicks onto the racetrack when he gets back on there. So,
well, you can see he's trying to stay offline as well, but then again, offline here in the wet, maybe online here. And I'm trying to track who some of these drivers are that may have fallen back, because right now I have, and here's the interesting thing, I have the following drivers that have only completed 2 laps and showing as a lap down currently. Danny Stain, who was our overall leader, is showing having completed just 2 laps. William Knight in the 147 MX-5, and I think that's the orange and black car that had an issue showing down a couple of laps. Then Greg Sorg in his Mazda Miata, and Pedro Colon in the Integra. And I think the Integra is up against the wall over there. There's Danny Stain right now. I think he may have been the driver that had been trying to get his car back out on the course.
Greg, let's take our break while we're under full course here, and then we'll come back and talk everybody through this and what we got going on for the rest of the day.
Sounds good. Let's do that. And actually, Brian, before we take that break, let me quickly make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. That's Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please start heading to the grid. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please head to the grid. And so we'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with you in just a few moments from a now black flagged condition here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
All right, and we're back here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski. And Brian, we are now, just as we are going to break, under black flag conditions here, as we've brought most of our cars down the pit lane. There are still a few that are working their way, circulating around the track. They'll be coming in just a few moments as well as we try to get some of this cleanup underway. And might want to point out for our viewers at home, it looks, certainly pretty miserable out compared to yesterday. No blue sky. But let me just tell you that our camera equipment and the great folks at DriversEye Live, when they put these cameras out, the exposure systems on them are really brightening up these views considerably. What you are seeing on your camera is much brighter than what the drivers behind the wheel of the cars are seeing right now. The visibility here is it's a little difficult. We didn't have sunrise here, not that there's any sun to rise that you could see, Brian, until 7:50 a.m. until about a half hour ago. So it's still pretty dark around here.
Zach, can you, unfortunately, can you give us that radar view? Yeah, that's what we're seeing here, folks. And sadly, there's a lot of rain coming this way. So I understand that as we get deeper into the afternoon, it might lessen up a little bit. So certainly these two races this morning are going to be in the wet. The good news is, I guess this is one of the times where the break that we have to take from 10 until 2 for quiet hours, or church hours, as I like to call them, might give us a chance to dry out, or at least get the track a little drier as we get to our afternoon races. So that's what we got going on here. But it's just one of those situations, Greg. And, Atlanta is known for its prolific rainstorms.
Yes.
And I will keep the names out to remain to protect the innocent here. But back in the day, I was crewing for a couple and newlyweds, and it was one of those days where I was soaked to the bone, but I had these amazing shoes, and the only thing on me that were dry were my feet. And we did the whole trick where you put 2 rain tires and 2 dry tires on, so that at the last minute when you make a decision which way to go, you only have to change 2 tires.
Right.
So whatever the decision, no, we decided to go to rain, and I'm out there doing my crewman duties, changing the 2 tires, and I am soaked to the bone. The only thing that's dry are my feet, and the wife, the newlywed wife, trying to be as helpful as possible, is standing over me with an umbrella, which seemingly is a nice thing to do.
Sure.
Except that the umbrella was draining into my shoes.
In your shoes.
Which were dry before the umbrella showed up.
Oh my. Hey, Brian, real quick for those of you that are here at the paddock, and I just wanted to hopefully if people can hear this, for those of you that wish to stay in your motorhomes or in your rigs or in your trailers or huddled in your cars, I don't know, and you maybe are having some trouble hearing the PA system. Besides being able to pick up the stream, and we've got very good Wi-Fi here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. We do have Road Atlanta radio as well. That you can listen to. If you listen to 98.1 on your FM dial, you'll be able to pick up our broadcast and all the announcements and calls to Grid as well. Again, that is 98.1 on your FM dial.
There you go.
But yeah, I mean, there have been, Brian, over the years, so many huge rainstorms here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta that have just wreaked havoc. I think it was both 2009 and also either 2012 or 2013, where Petit Le Mans was just completely underwater where it just rained for a week straight, and they were practically.
Well, so if we can get the turn 6 entry shot up for a second, this reminds me back in 1983. I was
just going to mention this at the runoffs.
GT1 race at the runoffs. The whole track was dry except for this area here. There was no beach here. There was no pea gravel, and there were 7, 8, maybe even 12 cars all went off here. One of them ended over the wall on fire, and it collected almost all of the front runners in the GT1 field, including Paul Newman and a couple of others. And it was just like mass carnage, and there was no gravel to stop them, so they went all the way to the wall. One of them went over, started on fire. Thankfully, none of the drivers had any serious injuries. Everybody got out just fine. But it's kind of like, thankfully, it's not raining like that right now. It's just a nice steady rain that's causing problems all over the racetrack.
Yeah, it's and thankfully, we've been able to get certainly the safety. We talked yesterday about when we opened the show about how close some of the walls are to the track, and as opposed to when we were at Butwillow a couple of weeks ago,
where there are no walls.
Right, where there are no walls, or when we were at Circuit of the Americas a few weeks before that with a Grade A F1 track with walls so far away. But they within the confines. The folks here over the last 30 years or so have constantly improved the safety around this track. And a lot of it is, for example, taking into account what happened back in the 80s.
Absolutely, yeah.
To have that gravel trap there, and you normally, because of the speeds you normally go in there, you wouldn't think that you need it. But on a day like today, quite possibly so, as we just had a shot there. Looks like they're hopefully getting ready to complete the cleanup there. Now, I might also mention that we are under black flag conditions. We are not under red flag conditions, which means the clock continues to run here in this race. So let's quickly, Brian.
Real quick, yeah. I find that interesting because we have so much time this morning. We have 2 hours to get 2 races in. I'm a little surprised that they haven't stopped the clock. Now, they can always add time here, I guess. Right. But I'm a little surprised that we didn't go red here. Because, like I said, we literally have 2 hours to get in 2 35-minute races. Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on how that worked out, and keep an eye on that as well. I interrupted you, Greg.
No, that's okay. I was gonna, because I know we don't have the timing tower up and running. I wanted to give everybody an update on where we stand now with 4 laps complete. and that fourth lap was completed as the drivers drove down the pit lane.
Right.
James Keown, and we'll give you like the top 10 overall, and then we'll try and break it down.
Sure.
I think we only have just about 23 drivers that actually took the green flag. But James Keown is your overall leader right now in his T2 BMW. With Judson Holt running in second in his M2 Club Sport, also T2 car. Jose Osiris Pena currently running third overall. He is your STL leader in his Honda CRX, taking over the lead in STL from Danny Stain, who again I believe was one of those cars that went off down in the S's. Running in fourth position right now, the 66 car of Anthony Pacelli. He is your STU leader in his Subaru Impreza. Then we've got Salt Ferenczi running fifth. Second in STL, John Dean running sixth. Second in STU. Then we've got Thomas Paulino seventh. He's in an STL Miata, so he's currently running third in class. Grant Janish in his STL Mazda Miata, eighth overall. Then Scotty B. White, who was another one of our I think the third of our T2 drivers, and you got to hand it to Scotty. Never mind the fact that he's driving all around the country, and he brought a number of. Actually, there's a great write-up last night with the recap from yesterday's action on Scotty B. White and him bringing a number of drivers from the West Coast here this weekend for this race. But Scotty B. White. Driving the number 0 open-top Dodge Viper, currently sitting ninth overall, third in T2. David Brand, good recovery for David. He was one of our two spinners when the green flag came out in his Lotus Exige, as we had both Brand as well as Anthony Garacci spin those bright yellow Exiges to driver's right just as the green flag came out.
Right.
And so if we break things down here by class, again in T2, Keown, Holt, Scotty B. White, those are the only three drivers that took the green flag today. In STL, Pena, Ferenczi, and I didn't mention, but in his Honda CRX, so two front-wheel drive cars right now at the front of the STL field. Thomas Paulino, Grant Janish, Chris Clark, rounding out the top five, all in Mazda Miatas.
Right.
Randall Joe 6, Austin Hilliard in a Honda S2000, and that's got to be a difficult car to run in the wet here. And then in STU, Pacelli in the Super Impreza, and I think that is an all-wheel drive car. Brian, I don't believe that is front-wheel drive. John Dean in his Mazda MX-5, as we mentioned, Brand in the Exige. Hannah Zellers in her Global MX-5 Cup car, currently running fourth. Jorge Nazario in a Mazda Miata, running in fifth. And then Weber, Schlechter, Sorg.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was and Sorg, and those are your 8 runners in STU. Garacci never completed that first lap. I think he may have impacted the wall drivers right again when the green flag came out, and then we had a number of drivers not take the green flag. Kaplan, Heinrichs, Todd Clark in T2, Steve Clemens in STU, Jorge Ortiz in STU, Michael Reese in STU as well, and then in STL, Chuck Hines, Michael Sperber, who had the mechanical issues, as well as David Palpinier. And so, Brian, see now we've got the safety car bringing the field back out onto the track, and we've just received word from race control that we are going to run a green-white checker here. So going to have an early completion to this race, as there's about 10 minutes remaining on the clock. Actually, it may not end all that early.
As I say, it might not be early.
Yeah, as we've got the out lap here, and then 2 laps, and as drivers had been running, I think close to 2-minute laps. Yeah, we're probably going to end right around the 35-minute mark.
Definitely. And as I was going to say, a couple things. I would say, well, I wouldn't say, it's not a guess. Nearly half the field from yesterday chose not to take the green flag today. And also word from our producer that, and here's a quote, Stain's car is junk. It's apparently he hit that wall pretty hard down there in the S's. Maybe that's why half the field didn't take the green flag today. And the stoppage wasn't for the weather as much as it was to fix the tire walls.
Yes.
So we got that going here, and we're gonna get this thing started up here one more time, and hopefully the drivers have kind of now realized, okay, this is what I got to do to tiptoe through here, and we can get the 2 laps that they're hoping for in under green, and we'll put some winners out there.
All right, Brian, real quick, as we've got the safety car bringing the field onto the back straight here, let's make a quick call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 2. That's Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. If you could please start heading to the grid. Race group number 2, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, to the grid, please.
Okay. The field should now be heading down towards turn 10, and once they get through that, the pace car will pull off at just after the bridge. And we will see what happens here for the final 2 laps. Here they come down that hill, Greg.
Well,
I don't even know what to say anymore.
Yeah, I don't either. I remember you can see the big river running across the track coming out of turn 10A.
Yeah.
I mean, there are large portions of standing water everywhere here. On the original pace lap, we had all of our corner workers displaying debris flags to let them know, because there are, and wow, you can see that huge puddle coming into the huge splash coming into the braking zone there as one of our Acura Integras went through there. It's just, oh wow. Here, but the safety car now bringing the field underneath the Fox Factory Bridge, Brian, and on the pit lane. Back to you.
Yeah, I always, as a corner worker, I always used to laugh when they would want us to put a debris flag out. Like for some reason, any of the drivers don't know it's wet, you know. All right, we are back to green flag action here as our field now heads down to turn 1 here for the second to last time, it looks like, and here they go as they tiptoe through here, and it is wet, but they know it now. They've had a couple of laps here to kind of figure out where to go. There's actually a pass being made there going into, with a big wiggle there as they tried to get out. And that's what happens when you go on the actual race line to make that pass.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that was David Brand in the Lotus Exige trying to make up ground on certainly not Scotty B. White. I think that was Grant Janish in the STL Mazda Miata.
Yeah, you know, Scotty B. White out there, you know, he's from Washington State. They know how to race in the rain up there, so.
Well, you better tell Scotty that. He's off the driver's right, letting cars by left and right. He is definitely off pace.
Here we go.
Oh, and it looks like our leader, Brian, James Keown, the 111 car, spun going into turn number 5, or almost spun the car going into 5, and he's given up a number of positions. Again, he was your T2 leader, and I think that will likely give the T2 lead to Judson Holt in his BMW Club Sport. We'll see how it plays out when they come through, but I think our new leader maybe, we'll take a look here if it's the CRX or not. I think it's the CRX of Pena.
Yeah, it does look like that, although that could be that yellow lights on the front could be that BMW. We're going to know more when they cross the line. You know, it's sometimes hard to see the car numbers on our cameras. It's even harder when there's the spray, and it's just, you know, we rely a lot in these situations on the timing and scoring loops here. So we'll catch more here as they come across the line. But so far, everyone's really kind of trying to do what they can here. That orange and white car, which I think is Pena, in second place, really interested in getting around to the front here.
Yeah, that's actually Danny Stain with, and Stain's trying to unlap himself currently.
Right.
There. So our leader right now with a tremendous advantage on the rest of the STL field and frankly the rest of the field is Jose Osiris Pena, as white flag is now in the air. Brian Keown, who had that near off at turn 5, He is now running in second with the number 34 Miata of Paulino right behind him. Judson Holt in the all-white BMW M2 Club Sport running back behind that Mazda Miata of Paulino. Holt running second in T2 currently.
All right, here they go, and Staines actually found a little bit of pace here, it looks like, as he tries to come back around here and get caught up to the back of the field. Obviously, that's not going to happen, but is he out later today also? Maybe he's trying to get some knowledge here. Is that maybe what's going on, Greg?
Well, it would certainly help. He'll be out once again, our fifth race of the day for Spec Miata. He will be running, and he is scheduled. I'll tell you that Spec Miata race, he finished second yesterday to Chuck McTudis. He is scheduled to start on the outside of the front row for our fifth race of the day.
Well, and I will also tell you, Greg, that a lot of the cars that didn't start are Mazda Miatas, so maybe they've decided that's their real race of the day, and they're waiting until the Group 4 Spec Miatas, and that could be a little bit about what's going on here as far as the cars that didn't start. So, all right, our field now should be coming towards our last few corners here as they come to the end. There's Danny Stain coming down, and yeah, definitely a lot of pace here at the end. Sadly, because he went off early, he's not vying for the lead here. Our leader is actually the second car in this group with the yellow lights here, and that's Jose Osiris Pena. No one really giving him any issues. James Keown is going to be the car now getting into turn 10. And then you have a small gaggle of cars, even one making a pass there, it looks like, going into 10 as well.
Yeah, and I'm fairly certain that was, I think that's Grant Janish. We'll take a look here as we now have the checkered flag out, and Pena takes the win with Keown coming home in second. Wow, with a big giant wiggle.
A big old tank snack slapper.
Yeah, that was the 178 of Janish, and Brian, when we saw that big gaggle of cars coming to the 10A, that was Janish late on the brakes, gets around Chris Clark to take second in STL. Pretty amazing there, but he almost lost it coming out of 12, almost didn't make it to the checkered flag.
And I don't know if you were able to see it, Greg, on this camera here that we're on. When Jose Osiris Pena came across the line, I saw 3 sets of fists come out, shaking at him. His crew obviously ecstatic for the win. And you could just see just a little bit how much they were excited out here in the rain, rooting on their driver.
All right, so let's take a look at, so we know in T2, James Keown takes the win. Judson Holt fell back to 6th overall, finishes second in T2, and Scotty B. White on that last lap finds himself falling back to 12th overall. He finishes 3rd in T2. Those are the only 3 drivers in the class taking the win in STL and that overall win. Jose Osiris Pena, Grant Janish finishing in second. Then we've got Chris Clark with the last step on the podium. Thomas Paulino, who I believe was running second in STL as the green flag came back out for this green-white checker. He finishes 4th in class. Austin Hilliard 5th. Randall Joe, Mike Taylor, who had started second in class, finishes in 7th. And then I believe Danny Stain, the last running driver there in class. And then if we take a look at STU, Anthony Pacelli in his Subaru Impreza takes the win with Jorge Nazario finishing in 2nd. David Brand, who started on the front row, finishes in 3rd. Steve Weber, Jim Schlecka, John Dean, Hannah Zellers, Greg Sorg. The remainder of the field, John Dean, Hannah Zellers, Greg Sorg, did not come back out after that black flag. And so that is going to wrap things up for our first of 2 races before we take a break for quiet hours. Brian, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a little break. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 2. That's Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. If you could please start making your way to the grid. You're scheduled to be on track for your feature race in just a few moments. Race group number 2, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid now. All right, so Brian, why don't we take a little break? We'll go and dry ourselves off. And we'll come back to you here from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta in just a few moments with our second race of the morning. By the way, again, what the schedule here, because of mandated quiet hours at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, we are going to have our second race of the morning here in just a few moments. We do need to then shut down by 10 a.m. this morning, and we are scheduled to then come back at 12 o'clock noon, 12:05 actually, but about noontime Eastern, for the remaining 6 races of the day. So that's noon Eastern Daylight Time here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. And we'll take that quick break. You're listening to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And we're back here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And Brian, as we get ready for our final race of the morning here, and cars are starting to roll off very quickly, we have the in-car video from James Keown, who was our winner in T2. Let's take a look. We said he had some issues at turn 5. Let's take a look as he ran down the hill this last race.
And also, when you see his issues, then watch the issues that came as he came back on the racetrack. So here he is coming through the S's. There's the moment. And then there's the splashdown. Now he's going to come back on the track here and take a look out the left here. That car's sideways. The white car's darn near that. What a great catch by the black car that came through afterwards. That was what you would call a moment, Greg.
Yes, a big moment. All right. So, Brian, we've got our Spec Racer Ford racers on the pace lap right now. Let's take a look. We have 36 drivers that qualified. I have a feeling that probably will not be the number of drivers that take the green flag. But let's take a look. We're going to start off with our pole sitter with a qualifying time of 1:34.195. He set that fast time during yesterday's qualifying session, or actually Friday's second qualifying session. It's Russ Turner. Mark Eaton, driver of the number 92 machine out of Ocala, Florida. He's going to start on the outside of the front row, scheduled to start next to Russ Turner. Brian Schofield in the number 61 machine out of Lakeland, Florida, scheduled to start third, with Clay Russell driving the number 31 machine from Spartanburg, scheduled to start fourth. Our third row should be made up of Bobby Sack, driver of the number 19 machine out of Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, with Richard Baldwin starting sixth in the number 2 machine. He's out of Covington, Louisiana. Then we've got David Dickerson scheduled to start seventh in the 38 car, with James Goffrey starting in eighth. Then our fifth row, Joe Colasaco, driver of the number 30 machine, will start right next to Cliff White. Starting in 10th, Cliff's driving the number 58 machine. He's from Huntsville, Alabama. Then we've got John Green and Gary Glanger, the 49 car and the 187 car. They're going to start 11th and 12th today, with Connor Roberts and Derek Schofield starting 13th and 14th. Connor is in the 146 machine, Derek Schofield the number 60. Then starting in row number 8, it's Matt Horst. He's driving the 41 car. He's from Roswell, Georgia, and Gianluca Verrato from Atlanta will start 16th in the number 8 machine. Starting 17th will be Todd Vanacore from Ormond Beach, Florida. He's in the number 119 car, while we've got Thomas Weir starting 18th, driving the number 10 car. And then finally, your 10th row this morning, Brian, driving the number 1 machine from Pittsboro, North Carolina, it's Charlie Rogers, and Brian Cates from Gainesville, Virginia, driving the number 21 car. He'll start 20th.
Charlie Rogers is no longer in the 10th row. He is the white car there at the back of the field. He let the whole field go past him. One of two things happening there. He's decided he doesn't want to get collected in turn 1, and he's just going to see what happens and then work his way back up, or he might be having some sort of problem. So, but yeah, that's him right at the top of the hill there. That's the 1 car. So here comes our pace car up the hill. Greg, why don't you take us through the start here?
All right, Brian, here we go with the pace car now going to the pit lane, and our pole sitter, Russ Turner, leading the field down. Actually, I don't think that's Russ Turner, but we'll take a look here. It is the number 31 machine, Clay Russell, your pole sitter, as they head down towards turn number 1. As he moved up from the second row, we have a car slow coming down through turn 5. The number 25 machine having some issues getting rolling here early on. That's Joe Reppert, as the field now making their way up the hill. And looks as though things have straightened out there almost immediately. So it was on the front row, Clay Russell and Bobby Sack. So we didn't have Russ Turner. We didn't have Mark Eaton. Richard Baldwin is your third place runner with David Dickerson, Joe Goffrey, and Colasaco. We've got cars going off in that exact same place that we saw in the first race.
There's another one, Greg,
going off, coming out of turn number 4, going down through the S's, Brian, and that obviously is turning out to be a big pain point here 2 races in a row.
Yeah, and there's a second car, Greg, that went off into the And now a third one now into the wall on what will be driver's right, our left side of the screen. Here comes the whole field now down towards turn 6, which can be problematic as well, Greg.
Yeah, that was Richard Baldwin in the multicolored number 2 car going in with Bobby Sack side by side into turn number 6. Somehow they made it all work, and I believe Baldwin now finds himself back in 4th position as we've got more cars encountering issues there. Actually, they're now just getting back underway, Brian. We saw it, and I think that was the 25 machine, a Reppert that had gone off driver's right, the last car to go down. He has gotten back underway, and we'll see here. But at the moment, Clay Russell opening up a commanding, looks like almost 10, maybe 15 car length advantage over the rest of the field as they come out of 10B, and still challenging for positions. They're coming out of 10B. And some of these drivers, certainly even under these conditions, not afraid to go side by side.
Good wiggle there on the second place car.
Yeah, as they come across, and that was James Goffrey. Goffrey, who was originally scheduled to start in 8th position, finds himself up in 2nd, and Connor Roberts, who was originally scheduled to start 13th, now your 3rd place runner in the 146 car. As I imagine, Richard Baldwin has fallen back, as is David Dickerson. And I believe, Brian, one of the cars that went off in the S's was Bobby Sack, 2-time national champion, the number 19 machine. Ooh. And looks like the 111 car going around. Now that's Steve Zamatis spins the car coming onto the front straight. You can see him just now getting back underway.
And there's 2 more cars off. Really big impacts, a 3rd car and almost a 4th car off there. And the problem is with that section of the S's there, Greg, is once you get offline, it goes off camber and literally wants to push you towards that wall. You wouldn't normally be there when it was in the drive, but that's the problem that's going on right there.
Yeah, exactly. You're trying one. There are some very large pockets of water there on the racing line, but typically in most race courses, when it is wet in a corner like that, you would want to go at least a couple of feet offline, because it's a portion of the track surface that isn't polished down, that can actually absorb some of the water. And we have another car now going around. If I was a Chevrolet dealer, I'd be very happy, because we have a lot of cars going off right by that Chevrolet billboard right there. But what's happening is, even though there may actually be more theoretical grip on the outside of the track there because of the camber changes, it just doesn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, it literally wants you to, the gravity and the camber is pushing you towards that wall. And it makes sense from a wet line standpoint, but you get caught out there, and once you're gone, you're gone. You're just sliding.
All right, so with 2 laps in the books now, Brian, Clay Russell continues to lead, and we are going, and this should not be a surprise, we are now going to a full course caution, Brian, here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Clay Russell, your leader, Connor Roberts running 2nd, James Goffrey, Richard Baldwin, Jean-Luc Liverato, David Dickerson, and we're already down. We can see a big split in the field here now as these drivers have picked up this full course caution. I think we'll have... we've got gray and pigeon and green. Now, I would think that this would be perfect weather for Charles Pigeon, who owns a boat company. I bet you he's got the only spec racer Ford in the bunch with a built-in bilge pump.
Could be, yeah. I used to race with a guy named Don Mallard, and he did not like racing in the rain. I didn't understand that. Anyway. Hopefully our drivers in the rest of the day are going to look at these first 2 races and watch the cars going through the S's here, and maybe take some notes about how getting offline there, while it makes sense, doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
This would be a good opportunity to get the drivers coach that's working with the drivers this weekend to say, everybody, hey, pull up the live stream. Oh, there's another car spinning. Oh no, I was lying. It just looked like they were spinning in the mist. Sorry. But yeah, this would be a good opportunity to go back and look at this video so people can understand what's going on here. And if they stay online, I think they'll be fine. It's just that their natural inclination is to not stay online.
Right.
So.
Anyway. Yeah, Yeah, and look, I think also with these Spec Racer Fords, with all the weight in the back, with the engines in the rear, you have to be able to be very gentle with that throttle and make sure that you don't have the rear end step out on you.
Right.
I mean, we saw that some of the racers, and we're now already seeing one of our drivers, and I think this is one of our drivers who may have had that off over in the S's, come down the pit lane, missing the rear clip on that, the rear fiberglass clip on his car. Looks a little shorter. We've got another driver coming down the pit lane as well. So it looks like a couple of drivers have now decided they're done.
Yeah.
And I think it's the 41 machine, it looks like, has just come down the pit lane. Matt Horst, and is heading back to the paddock.
Right. All right, Greg, we should take this opportunity under full course yellow to do our break in this race.
Sounds
good. Let's get that going.
All right, we'll be back here in just a few moments. You're listening to and watching the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from a very damp Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. We'll be right back.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Summit Racing Equipment, the official high-performance source and proud sponsor of the SCCA Road Racing Program, is celebrating its 55th anniversary as the world's speed shop.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the doors to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession. Along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends, ask someone at Trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information. Greg, if you ask someone Trackside how to get involved today, they might tell you not to.
that is, no. As we know, a number of the corner marshals that are out on stations right now, they might say, "Hey, we always need help here for timing and scoring, and and there are a number of different specialties in the Sports Car Club of America that don't require you to stand out and get rained on here."
All right, they're bringing the field now. Last time this happened, Greg, we went black flag all here, and I think did I hear the producers tell me that, or were we?
Well, yeah. Matter of fact, we are now showing black flag at the start finish line. So I would suspect now, and I'm actually seeing the hand signals from the folks in the safety car that they're going to get the field, and here they come underneath the Fox Factory Bridge, and they are coming down the pit lane as well. So it looks like we are now under black flag conditions here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, and with 3 laps in the books. It'll actually show 4 laps in just a moment here at our timing and scoring software as the drivers come down the pit lane across where the start-finish line is. But Clay Russell, your leader, Connor Roberts, running in second. Russell out of Spartanburg, South Carolina, a two-time national champion. Connor Roberts out of LaGrange, Georgia, and he is running second. James Goffrey out of Jupiter, Florida, running third. Richard Baldwin from Louisiana, Covington, Louisiana, running in fourth. Jean-Luc Liverato from Atlanta, Georgia. Jean-Luc running in Spec Racer Ford and also in our prototypes this weekend, as is one of our other drivers who we'll get to in a few moments here. David Dickerson in the number 38 machine. He's out of Wall, New Jersey. He is now sixth. Matt Gray, seventh, out of Shakso, Minnesota. Charles Pigeon, we talked about him a little bit earlier, from Abilene, Texas. John Green, if I were Charles, I'd Brian, because he was at Buttonwillow a couple weeks ago also. I think the weather might be following that man around. So
oh, there you go.
We'll have to check to see if he's registered for Virginia International Raceway in a couple of weeks.
Right.
John Green currently running ninth. Brian Cates, who was scheduled to start 21st, or probably start 20th in the 21 car, he is now up to 10th with Johnny Moreggi, Greg Miller, Connor Grant, Judson Holt. 13th to 14th, Craig Wheatley, Joe Colasacco. 16th, Bobby Sack, now down in 17th position. Sack had started off in the front row this morning. Steve Zamitis, 18th. Joe Reppert, 19th. Charlie Rogers, 20th. And as I think we've got all of the cars, they've all come down the front straight here on the pit lane. We'll have to see if we've got any stragglers out on track other than the ones that may be disabled, but I believe that Joe Reppert in 19th position in that 25 car is the last driver on the lead lap. We'll have to see if Rogers, DeCold, Horst, Glanger have their cars back up and running. Todd Vanacore, the 119 machine, who is also, again, scheduled to run a little bit later in a prototype car, showing his only having completed a single lap. And Rogers, DeCold, Horst, and Glanger showing either 2 or 1 lap down.
Yeah. So we've got our little meeting of the minds there with our course trucks, and they'll get everything pulled together here. There was the last car that went straight into that upper tire wall there. That was what looked like to me to be the hardest hit.
Yeah.
And he went in pretty much nose first. And then a couple of the other cars slid sideways into those tire walls. Spec Racer Fords are really, really hardy things.
Yes.
They can come back from a lot of front end damage, though, is the one thing that they're really not so good in. That under tray that I talked about yesterday gets crumpled up, and the fiberglass gets bent up. Now, I will tell you that I have done a race with no front hood because it was damaged so badly. They just yanked it off and pushed down my under tray with a foot or two and sent me on my merry way. But that was a pretty stout hit into those tires there for whichever car that was. The rest of them, though, if they get them onto the racetrack, my suspicion is that they can come back around, and if they'd like to continue, they probably will be able to. A lot of questions in our chat. By the way, thank you, everyone. Ignatius, Jordy, Endurance Media, Melissa Miller, Brennan Huron, and I like Trappin' Diablo. I don't know who that is, but that's a fantastic name. Thank you all for being here. Some chat about, corner workers in the rain. Our corner workers kind of pride themselves of being kind of like the Postal Service and being out there in all weather. The only time we really stop for weather as far as corner workers go is if there's lightning. We'll bring everybody in if there's lightning in the area, and I don't believe that is what's going on. I don't know if Zach's got that radar still up. We can show it at some point here because we've got plenty of time to talk about it. That's what we're dealing with at the moment, and it does look like once this band pushes through, there might be some clearing there on the to the west of Rome, Georgia, which is right up in the Georgia mountains there. And then So yeah, so that's but if you look back Gadsden, Alabama, there it looks like it's starting to clear up. So we could probably see that clear up through the afternoon. I don't know if we can widen out on that at some point, Zach, just to see what might be behind that band. That's pretty much it. So good. The technology we've got is great, guys. I'm being told that behind this band of showers, there's not much there. So that bodes pretty well maybe for our afternoon of racing, Greg.
Yeah, lucky Group 3.
Exactly. And
yeah, and a matter of fact, Brian, here at the track, it for the last 15 minutes or so, it had started to lessen here, and as I look down at some of the puddles, I think the rain has possibly stopped. It's still a little breezy, a little windy here, which actually would help evacuate some of the water off the track here.
Yes.
But hopefully we've gotten the worst of it already, and things can only get better from here.
Erwin's on the chat from the Netherlands says there's some rivers flowing across. Yes, there are rivers flowing across the track in a couple of positions. I think one of them right there is at the bottom of the S's, and then going in between 10A and 10B, there looked like there was a pretty significant flow of water there. With the stoppage and rain, even if there's a little window here to get the rest of this in before that next bit of showers comes, that would be great. And I can see they've got the heavy forklift out there. That's what they use to pluck up the tire walls. Usually they band them in 4 sets of 4 tires, and they can just get the forklift in there and pull them right back into place. So they got a lot of experience doing this during the Petite Le Mans and all of that type of stuff. The problem is there's 10 hours in those races, and going full course for a while to fix this stuff isn't a big deal. For us, unfortunately, they're 35-minute races, and that makes life a little bit difficult as well. So we're trying to get them in here and get some more on-track action here. Although I'm sad to say that this looks like a lot more work than what we had in the previous session to get this cleaned up. So,
all right, Brian. So,
yeah,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say.
I was just going to say.
Yeah, go ahead.
We were both going to say something. We just had Doug Nickel, who's our race director, come on down. And with the rain letting up here and knowing what the weather patterns are like, they are race control is expecting that when we come back from quiet hours, again around 12 noon today, that we should be right on schedule. They don't see any issues with any of these races. So, yeah, again, that's the word from race control. Very optimistic so far, but I think a good reason to show some optimism.
Yeah, no question. It's racing in the rain is part of what we do, and I know that yes, we have some cars go off and we have some carnage that happens in these kinds of situations, but it is kind of what sets us apart from a lot of other series, obviously especially circle track stuff, but we like coming out and doing this and testing ourselves in different types of driving conditions, and some people are clearly better at it than others because they get more practice at it, is my guess, and sometimes you're just lucky. There were some really good race car drivers that slid off there. Bobby Sack, he's a multiple national champion, and it's not a skill level issue there. You just hit a puddle the wrong way.
Race.
Yeah. We've been talking about a weekend track night in America, Greg.
Yes.
If you want to drive this racetrack in your street car, May 31st, we've got a track night in America scheduled here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. If you're, it's an opportunity for you to go out there, not wheel to wheel, so it's relatively safe. But you get to go out and stretch your legs here legally. Don't have to worry about the Georgia State Patrol coming after you. Don't ask me how I know about the Georgia State Patrol. But you can come out there, do your thing, and it's May 31st here is our race at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. And if you want to get information about that, go to tracknightinamerica.com/events. And they're all there. And, if you like this, and even if you don't live near Road Atlanta, New Jersey Motorsports Park, Thompson Speedway in Connecticut, Heartland Park, Topeka, Sebring, Pocono Raceway, Thunder Hill, NOLA, New Orleans Raceway Park. One of my home tracks, Blackhawk Farms. I mean, there's just some great racetracks, New Hampshire, Nashville. Lots of opportunities to go and get your street car out there and get involved with Sports Car Club of America. You can find out how to do that by going to tracknightinamerica.com.
All right, Brian. It sounds like the 5-minute warning now has just been given on the pit lane, if I heard race control correctly. So hopefully we'll be sending cars back out here in just a few moments. And I suspect we're going to be in a very similar situation as we were in our first races. We're now at about 13 minutes remaining on the clock in this 35-minute timed race. And yeah, as I look down the pit lane, that is the information that has been given to the drivers and their crew. So hopefully we'll be back underway here yet. And so Andrew Gilland is asking if the Miatas have gone out yet. And
yes and no.
credit to Mazda. There are many different classes and that Mazda Miatas can run in the Sports Car Club of America and their road race program, but specifically. If you're asking about Spec Miata, they are scheduled to go out today. They are race group number 5, scheduled to roll off at 1:35 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So definitely stick around. But again, everybody, because of mandated quiet hours here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, this is going to be the last race that we have before we do break for an extended lunch period. We will be coming back at 12 noon for the remainder of our racing schedule today, and scheduled for 6 more races, 35 minutes in length. As we can see now that a lot of our emergency services and track maintenance teams are now leaving the scene of, I hate to say the scene of the crime, Brian, but I think those tire walls may have stolen a few race cars from us here this weekend.
Yeah,
so I guess that's like Grand Theft Auto or larceny or something. See here, we're hopefully getting back underway soon.
Yeah, definitely. Coupons Dude asks if we're going to get the full 35 minutes in. No, the clock has still rolled through this entire time. So there's 11 minutes and 40 seconds left in the race. And it looks like we're going to get going here in just a moment. Kelton Jago, rain, the great equalizer. Yep. And ask him how he knows. I have a good idea how he knows. Yeah, it is. You're absolutely right. You know, I've seen cars that don't normally run up front drive right to the front during the rain. So it is, and especially if half the front of the field crashes.
You know, I'll tell you, Brian, my first year of road racing back in 2003. I was, as a rookie, I thought I needed as much track time as possible. As we've got cars rolling off right now for their outlap, and I haven't heard whether or not it's going to be a green-white checker. But you know, again, with about a little bit under 11 minutes on the clock, we're probably going to be pretty close there. But when I went out, every single test day that I ran my rookie year, it absolutely poured down rain. Both at Summit Point and also Virginia International Raceway. And then on race day, it would be glorious until the very last race of the season. And it was teeming for qualifying day. And I qualified on pole against a number of longtime racers by almost 4 seconds at Summit Point. And I chalked it all up to to racing in the rain.
Sure.
And then it was dry the next morning. Actually, it was just a damp track the next morning, and I spun on the pace lap on pole. But that's what kind of happens. You have these different grades of traction, and certainly as drivers come out and they've never raced or never been on a specific racetrack, as these drivers are moving all around the country as part of the Super Tour, a lot of them, I would hasten to believe, probably have not experienced Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta in the wet, and it's quite possible, especially as conditions change, they don't know how each corner handles heavy rain, you know, whether it's just damp, whether there's just a sheen, you know,
Right,
what have
right.
you, and where they need to place the cars, frankly,
Well,
until it's too late.
and some drivers have chosen not to go out today. But you know, if you tow 1,000 miles to get here for a super tour, you want to go race. So you know,
Sure.
I'm sure that there are some folks out here who maybe if this was their home track, they'd sit one out. But you want to go race, and a lot of these drivers are trying to qualify for the runoffs through the Super Tour here, and you need to get your points, you know, and points
Yeah,
in the rain
absolutely.
are the same as the points in the dry. So
Points in the dry, without doubt whatsoever. As a matter of fact, so Brian, as we've got the safety car bringing the field down the back straight, just very quickly, we'll take a look actually at the point standings in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, where Russ Turner was your points leader going into yesterday, with Grant Vogel running second in the points, Stripling, and then Sack. Bobby Sack was fourth in the points, and we had Charles Russell Turner retire early with a mechanical issue yesterday. We thought this was going to be a great weekend for Bobby Sack, as he had the opportunity to move to the top of the order, and you know, with his problems on the opening lap, that may just not happen. So we had Schofield fifth, Caleb Schrader, Scott Monroe, Dave Ogburn, Mike Miserandino, and John Vogel. The majority of the drivers in the top 10 not racing here today.
Right.
So
real quick,
we'll
here's
see
here's a telling shot, Greg. As they come here through 10, you see that patch of water there. It doesn't look as deep as it was earlier, honestly.
Yeah, but Brian, all of the drivers, if you watch all these drivers, they're all moving to drivers left to avoid that big puddle. As the pace car now is on the pit lane, and we hear the engines revving up. It is your leader, Clay Russell, taking him through turn 12 and onto the front straight. He's got Connor Roberts in that white 146 machine right behind him. James Goffrey in the 68, who won here at Road Atlanta 3 years ago. A little bit further back than Baldwin, Liverato, Dickerson, and Matt Gray, as these drivers now, they get bottled up a little bit at turn 1. But it looks like the majority of them safely making their way up the hill towards turn number 3. And I guess, Brian, here as they start to make the run down through the S's for the first time after this black flag, the question is going to be,
I got fingers and toes crossed.
Do we have any keepers?
Well, and look what they're doing, Greg. They're taking the racing line. They're trying not to go off on the left there. You got that one car there who was caught out. But like we were talking earlier, if they stay on the racing line, that's going to be the way to try to get through that without having any issues.
Yeah, and you can see there as they got past the area with that tire wall and start to run down to turn 5, they're starting to turn in a little bit later, starting to square off corners as well, to hopefully not have to go so far out, so far off the apex here, as these drivers now coming into turn 6. And we still see a lot of folks wanting to take advantage of that heavy camber going into turn 6, Brian, and try to make passes going into turn 7. I guess, they realized today with the lower speeds, if you compromise your exit from turn 7, it's not necessarily going to throw your race away here, as Clay Russell and Connor Roberts come down into 10A and 10B. And I think, Brian, we have a new leader, and I think the 146 machine of Connor Roberts has managed to take the lead here from the number 68 machine of James Goffrey, and trying to figure out where Russell is. And Russell now has fallen back to a very distant 4th position. We've got Jean-Luc Liverato, who has now moved up into 3rd, then Russell, then Baldwin, and Dickerson.
Yeah, there were a couple of cars that did go off at turn 10 there coming through the first time. We'll try to pick up the car numbers here as they come. The front of the pack, though, they are fast and furious here, Greg, as they start working their way through this section again. And looks like they've learned their lesson at this point in time. And that little section where it's causing so many problems, they figured out, I got to stay as close as I can to that racing line. So pretty smooth sailing, no pun intended.
As you say that, Brian.
Oh, as we go right there, there's a car going off.
And and now to the point where they're trying to go side by side coming up into turn 5, Brian. And I think we had that one car off. We had to change of position as well. I think Matt Gray getting around Johnny Moreggi for 8th position as our leaders are coming out of turn number 7, and both Roberts and Goffrey have opened up a very large gap back to Jean-Luc Liverato and Robeson Clay Russell. To Clay Russell as we've got the 2 pairs, and then the 3rd pair of Baldwin and Dickerson. And remember, Baldwin was very aggressive in the number 2 machine early on before we went to the full course caution, but he finds himself now back in 5th place as those drivers, and you see again moving all the way to driver's left to avoid that huge puddle that's right in the middle of the braking zone for 10A, and of course still a lot of standing water just outside the apex at 10A as well, as our leaders come down the front straight. And all right. And it sounds like the 171 machine, Brian, might have had some issues on that last lap.
Yep, Charles Pigeon. Yep. So
that was the car, the 171 car at turn 4, Brian.
Correct. Oh, there's another spin there. That's between 10A and 10B. And the good news is that's a spot where everybody can see you, so they should be able to drive around you. And he is continuing the Charles Pigeon car. That car has continued, so we'll be able to stay green here as we come up with the 3 minutes to go mark here, Greg. Oh, a big wiggle there from your leader as they came up through the S's there, and trying to put the power on to get up the hill there. So
same thing with Liverato in the 8 car, also big wiggle as he turns the car in for 8, as these drivers are trying to find more speed and pick up and maybe move up to a higher position on the podium.
Yeah, no question. With just over 2.5 minutes to go here, I think they're going to get in maybe 3 more laps here, Greg.
Yeah,
2 more laps after this one.
Yeah, I'd say probably 2 more laps as our leaders are now coming down the back straight. Again, Connor Roberts in the 146 car. Roberts has now opened up about a 6-car length advantage over the 68 of Goffrey. I would suspect that the next time they come by, given the lap times that we're running in the 152 range, it's going to be pretty close, but they may be getting the white flag. Yeah, they're going to be getting the white flag this time by. We're going to be underneath that 152 range as our leader now, Connor Roberts, comes underneath the Fox Factory Bridge, and indeed the white flag being displayed by our start stand. Wow, big wiggle from Roberts as he comes through turn 12, as he's trying to stay off that apex. I think, certainly with the speeds that you want to carry through 12, Brian, that is a corner that you kind of want to take a rim shot around. And it's still got real loose for him.
Yeah, and it's tough because with the spray behind the cars, if I were in that position in the dry, I would know that the car behind me is 5-6 car lengths, and I wouldn't need to push so hard. But with the spray, it's hard to see in your mirrors how close that car is behind him, and he might not really understand that he's got a little bit of a gap, and he could try to tiptoe through here a little bit and not have too many problems.
Yeah, and I think what we're also seeing in certain portions of the track, and this is what's going to make it so difficult, you can see the big rooster tails coming off the back of Liverato's and Clay Russell's cars as they come through the S's. There are actually some portions of this section of the track which are starting to dry out a little bit and have kind of that sheen of water, which makes it more slippery. And the wet tires that these drivers are running, these Spec Hoosier rain tires, may not have nearly as much grip. So it's got to be very difficult. I always look at rain racing as, a 35 minutes of experimentation, and it in constantly changing conditions, it's got to be difficult. But here we've got Connor Roberts, and Brian, he had that advantage. But James Goffrey now coming back up to Connor Roberts. I don't think he's going to be able to get close enough under braking, as Goffrey definitely let out of the throttle to make sure that he'd be able to woe the car down coming into 10A. Gets a big slide out of 10B, and now coming underneath the Fox Factory Bridge and taking what should be the win. Let's see how he handles turn 12. He gets through, taking the win in Spec Racer Ford. It's going to be Connor Roberts, James Goffrey finishing second. And then that second pair, and Clay Russell all over the back of Jean-Luc Liverato, but cannot quite get to the podium. Jean-Luc Liverato is going to finish in third. Russell is going to finish fourth. David Dickerson crosses the line in that number 38 machine, the blue number 38. He's going to finish 5th. Then Richard Baldwin 6th. Bobby Sack working his way all the way up, back up to 7th, Brian, after that lap 1 off. John Green, Johnny Moreggi, Matt Gray, your top 10.
Well, that was definitely a clinic by the guys up front on how to get it done, and how to kind of adapt to the conditions and figure it out. I know that I'm sure they wanted a lot more laps of racing, but those last 4 laps were pretty spectacular for those front 4 or 5 drivers. And even here you can see the track starting to dry out here. There was a lot of spray coming into 6 and earlier on this morning, and once the rain slows, the track dries here pretty quickly. So I have high hopes for our afternoon of racing.
Yeah, I do as well. Matter of fact, as we were watching that shot on the outside of 6 earlier, when we were talking about the big the big off back in, what was it, 84, there was a huge puddle to the driver's right of that gravel trap, or to our right of that gravel trap, and that puddle is no longer there either. So the ground at least starting to absorb. There's a big difference between the ground off track absorbing water and what is standing on the racetrack.
Right.
But the more we have race cars circulate around, the big advantage with these rain tires is they are, when they throw up that water, they're evacuating that water for the most part off the racetrack and hopefully displacing it off to the sides of the track as well. And maybe if we're lucky, we'll start to see a dry line come up towards the end of the day. But you can see there at turn 12, Brian, we had all of those cars with the big wiggles coming through 12, and you can see now with this view exactly why.
Yep, definitely. So. All right, it is time for Road Atlanta's infamous quiet hours, and they could not come any sooner for our corner marshals. They can come in and get dry and get some warm food and a hot cup of coffee or whatever they want. This is the law in this area, because of on Sundays they have what they call them quiet hours. I call them church hours. It gives the local churches a chance to do their services without having to hear race cars in the background, and that's why we take a break here and we come back at noon to do the rest of the day. So I think I'm good at this point. Greg, you good here?
Yeah, well, Brian, before we take a break, I want to remind everybody that is here at the track that the Paddock Grill is open. If you want to go and head on up and maybe have a late breakfast, go get some warm food and a drink. And so they are there. We think that the merchandise trailer is open as well over by the chalet if you want to get your Road Atlanta swag. But we'll just get ready as we've gone through our 2 races. I'd like to say they went quickly, Brian, but I think it went much more quickly for us than it did for the folks that were in the open top cars just a few moments ago. But we're going to take a break. We're going to come back, scheduled to come back live right around 12 noon Eastern Daylight Time from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Stick around with us. We'll see you in a few hours.
Greg Creamer, joined by Larry McLeod. We will have Hayward Wagner down amongst the cars, down in the grid and on pit lane. Great to have you with us on an absolutely beautiful afternoon here. And it's a stunning day, a fabulous racetrack, and we are looking forward to it. There it is. We're technically in Speedway, Indiana, but not far away is downtown Indianapolis, and it is always an honor to come to this storied venue. And this one should be fun. This is a class that is, I think it's one of the fun classes. It's low-powered GT, and it's a tinkerer's class. People build these cars, and they get to go out and race them, and here they get to do it at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It is truly one of the world's iconic venues. And let's take a look here at a Mazda track map. It is 2.6 miles in length, 14 counted corners. And Larry, it really offers up a variety of challenges.
It definitely does. And as you come down across the world-famous Yard of Bricks down there, down straight into turn 1, you've got to deal with 1, 2, and then all the way out to that turn 4. And hopefully by the time you've come to turn 4, folks have gone from 4 wide down to 2 wide. Then you get to go through the carousel at 6, probably still 2 wide, and then eventually 6A leading you on to the Holman straight, the back straight here at Indy. Come out of that section, you now enter from turn 7 through the S's, 8, 9, and 10. Strong exit off of 10 is key to a strong lap and holding off a fender of a hard charger behind you, because you're going to get into 12 with another opportunity for braking point there to make a pass. Head in through 13. 13 then becomes the most critical corner on this course to get that run down across the bricks and get speed all the way into turn 1. And hopefully, if you're fighting for the lead, hold off whoever might be charging behind you, but it's not going to be easy to hold off this field.
Not at all. You know what? Mazda does a lot more than present just the track map here at the runoffs. Another way Mazda supports the racers and teams is through the Mazda Team Support Program, in which racers are eligible for the largest contingency awards from any of the car makers, as well as parts and technical support. They are a fabulous partner for the runoffs and for the Sports Car Club of America in general. There is our field of GT light cars, 22 strong. And Hayward Wagner has found some stories down there. They always have them on the pre-grid. Hayward?
That they do, guys. I'm right here beside Chris Bovis's car. We're going to take a look inside real quick. There's this little black box right here, the AIM Solo 2 unit. That unit right there belongs to SCCA. SCCA uses these in a number of the cars during the races, be able to figure out what's going on with the cars, be able to really, it's about balancing the rules. This is how they measure how a car is performing so they can write rules so that we have good parity in the racing. Now, Glenn Thielke is the man who kind of invented this program. Unfortunately, Glenn's having some health issues and isn't here this weekend. But in his place, we have an entire team from Purdue University, engineering students working in the motorsports program. They are all here managing the data boxes, getting them plugged in, getting them turned on. A big thank you to them and a great opportunity to connect to the future of motorsports engineering with this year's runoffs.
World training for some very bright young people right there. That's fantastic.
Yeah, it gets them out to the track to be a part of this and to do the job here to help us with that balance of performance that Hayward alluded to, that really in a class like this where you've got a mixed hodgepodge of engines and chassis and cars that are all varying different speeds. This is about as far from spec as you can get, but how do you make sure that this is all equal for all the drivers when they do build and invest in a car like this? It's balance of performance by collecting and analyzing that data to make sure that it all works out, and thanks to the folks there at Purdue University for helping us.
That's the way you make it fair and give everybody a chance to be able to come here and run. I talked about the weather, 80 degrees, low humidity. It's about as nice as it gets for a race day here. And this will be a 19-lap race or 40 minutes, whichever comes first. And, you know, the field, we've had bigger fields here already that have run, but this one's pretty deep. And one of the things that I wanted to point out, on the pole, you have a 3-time champion who just got his 5th straight pole. But starting in 6th and 7th position between those two drivers, 20 gold medals here at the runoffs. There is talent in this field.
They are, and when you see them starting in 6th and 7th, you start to wonder, is, you know, at some point in the race, they're going to make a charge and be coming through. But there's a few others in this field of former champs and strong competitors have been on podiums before, and I suspect this front 7 or 8 is probably going to be fighting for this all the way through.
Yeah, I mean, the times are pretty close, and it's going to be fascinating to watch. A couple of people to keep an eye on here, starting in the 5th spot, and the number 2 is Graham Fuller. He's out of Summit Point, West Virginia. We just want want to mention that Valvoline Koenig and Goodyear Carbotech Honda CRX, he is super sweep eligible. And what that means is if he wins the runoffs, he's already hit some of the marks you have to win, which is a great season in the Hoosier Super Tour Series and the like. So if he wins here, he can go for the super sweep. Another guy that we just want to give a shout out to is Daniel Wold, who'll be starting back in the order just a little bit in the Bellwether Farm Nissan, but he is our Hawk breakthrough performer, which is most improved in positions from Tuesday to Wednesday in those qualifying sessions. So congrats to those guys. Let's take you through the grid, however, as I said, earning his 5th pole, and he is a 3-time champion. It is the number 78 of Christopher Bovis, the Overland Park, Kansas. Now is where he resides, out of Chicago region, in the Hartmarks Advisors Honda CRX. Starting outside of the front row, the number 11 of Scott Toomey from Tacoma, Washington, and the Powellsbo RV and Pat's Autosport Toyota Tercel. Starting in the 45th spot, a former champion, Peter Zeckert out of Maryland Heights, Missouri, in the Goodyear AVP Engines Nissan 200 SX. A similar car starts alongside on the outside of the second row in the 4th spot, 121 Brian Lynn out of Hermosa Beach, California, in the Goodyear Carbotech Nissan 200 SX. Starting in the 5th spot, number 2 is Graham Fuller out of Summit Point, West Virginia, the Washington, D.C. region, in that Valvoline Koenig and Carbotech CRX. Starting in the 6th spot, one of our 10-time champions, the legendary driver 77, Joe Huffaker out of Petaluma, California, San Francisco region, from that legendary Huffaker performance family, the Goodyear G-Lock and Joe's Race Shop, Sentra. Starting in the 7th spot, the other of our 10-time gold medalists, 32, Michael Lewis out of Poway, California, running in the San Diego region in his Goodyear Mazda RX-7. Starting in the 8th spot, the number 9 of James Gregorius out of Lakeville, New York, Florida region, the Livonia Redemption Center RX-7. Starting in the 9th spot, number 15, Paul Mevely out of Treasure Island, Florida, Central Florida region, the Nissan Sentra. Starting in the 10th spot, it will be the number 14 of Charles Leonard out of Palmetto, Florida, also Central Florida region, the JB Racing Goodyear Nissan 200 SX. Starting 11th, the number 18 of Ken Gasson, that's a racer's name, out of Columbus, Ohio, Ohio Valley region, a rookie here at the runoffs in his TRD Axiomotive and Odyssey Battery Toyota Sertel. Starting in the 12th spot, the 0th of Chris Copley out of Easton, Connecticut, Northeastern region, in the AER Mini Cooper. Starting in the 13th spot, the number 98 of Roy Lopshire out of Blue Springs, Missouri, in his TRD Hoosier Toyota Tercel. Here's the field coming to the line. Then it'll be Jamie Buss. Again, 40 minutes or 19 laps to determine the national champion in GTL. Bovis and Toomey on the front row, leading us up to the green flag to get this one underway here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Watching for it, looking for this one to get going. We're green! Even across the front, but look at that move by the 121 of Brian Lynn up and around the outside, Larry.
And talk about getting a great jump. Look at him go right past Toomey. He's right alongside Bovis now as he goes into one. And this is what they want. They don't want to let Bovis get away. He's going to try and shut it down and get through, but look at the sketchy braking for him, able to hold on to it.
Yeah, and the question for Bovis is, it looks like he didn't get off in that grass too much. See if he was able to hang on to it, and he does. Boy, he was determined not to let Lynn get through.
And Lynn was determined to try.
Absolutely. And we have seen that outside move work multiple times here in 2017 and earlier this event. Things settling in a little bit there. Having a look back at the 32 of Michael Lewis. Once again, a driver who's got all those championships. And both of them, he and Huffaker, of course, have got championships in a variety of different classes.
Yep.
And, you know, to have drivers of that caliber say, I want to go play in GT Light, tells you just how fun this class is, as well as competitive.
And for Huffaker there, made a pretty good start. He got himself up to 4th, starting to slip a couple of spots here. As Peter Zeckert just kind of ducked inside of them, going through 7. So they're still kind of fighting for positions back there. And for Chris Bowes, that's exactly what he wants. He wants them fighting, just like you can see there with Lynn and Toomey fighting for those spots coming out of 10, back onto the oval banking here before they get to 12.
Lynn is able to reclaim and hang on to that spot. And now here we go. Down underneath Zeckert comes the 77 of Huffaker. Can he hang on to it? He does. And there is Zeckert in the number 45 as they sweep through turn 13. and complete a lap heading up to the start-finish line here at IMS.
Zeckert's not going anywhere. Started up in third. Doesn't want to be sitting back here where he is in this fifth spot. Right now, Huffaker got a pretty good run there in his new body Sentra. But everybody looking up at Bovis, who just opened up a pretty good gap there, about almost 2 seconds over Lynn before we even got to the Yard of Bricks.
One of the things I love about this class is it's basically, you know, you think about a GT1 car in terms of the tube frame and design, it's that kind of tech, just in a much smaller engine. And it allows you to do lots of modifications to engines and the like. And these guys get in them and they just wheel them. And there's great variety in this class too.
There is. You've got, you know, obviously with the 1300cc that you've got in Peter Zeckert's car, there's a couple of 1600cc's out there. So a little bit of variation in engine side, which means differences, of course, then in weight as well, which means they make speed in different ways. And around the track like this, that's, to me, one of the most fascinating things, because you've got the long straightaway, but some of these twisty bits from turn 1 through turn 6A takes a lot of handling ability, and certainly a lightweight car helps you to that.
Just had a look at the number 5 at Jamie Bluss, started in 18th spot, and Jamie has already worked his way up into the 13th spot. We do have a Sunoco Hard Charger Award. Most places gained during the race. Might be an early candidate there. Ooh, that was, looked like Lynn may have run just a little wide there. Scott Toomey has gone by, and Lynn ran wide, but he was already a bit behind Toomey, so I wonder if Lynn maybe had a moment somewhere else as well, because Toomey suddenly finds himself with a big lead. But Toomey just lights up that right front unloaded tire heading into turn 12. You want to be very careful doing that.
We've seen that quite a bit in some of the other races out here. It's, you know, coming down off the banking makes it a little bit treacherous to try and keep, when you don't have ABS, to keep those front tires from locking up going into there, because one little lock, if you start to push wide, which means you then lose your momentum coming out of 13. Really critical section there for these drivers.
Yeah, you have got to be quick through 13 and up onto the banking, because it is a long run down this straightaway. And, you know, a couple of things we haven't chatted about yet. One, it's a warmish day, but you have to decide where you want to start, what pressure you want to start your car in terms of the tires, because of course as the tires get heat, pressure goes up, and that can drastically affect the setup. And do you want to start with a lower pressure and have it be fast later, or start with a little higher pressure, get out early, and then maybe have the car go off just a little bit? That's all part and parcel of the game.
And it's that compromise, you know, compromise in setups to make a car, whether it's be push or oversteer, make it good for straightaways and corners, or like you say, make a compromise between an early fast car versus a late charging fast car. And, you know, I look at someone like Michael Lewis, he might be one of those kind of late charging guys, tends to play the long game, you know, works to make sure his tires last for quite a while, and he might just be sticking around this field. You can see him back there in that blue second-gen Silhouette body RX-7. But I think one of the guys who got off to the quick start there, of course, was Bovis, but Toomey now extending over Lynn. So Toomey not letting Bovis get away.
Yeah, Toomey just set fast lap of the race. So he is definitely on the move. And Lewis, interesting, he's running GT Light here, and he's also running GT1.
And GT3 in the same car as his GT Light car. They do an engine swap between sessions, so when you see him out here, you know, you'll see that same car running 2 different ways, 2 different power plants, so which means his team is working overtime. The pace right now of Toomey, he picked up 4/10 in Sector 1, picked up another 5/10 in Sector 2. Toomey is closing in on Bovis quickly.
Yeah, he is on it. There's the number 2. He's behind Zeckert, is Graham Fuller, and then there is the 32 of Lewis in that beautiful blue machine. And as you said, he's been here, he's won lots of medals, he knows the game. And just because right now he's sitting back there in the 7th spot doesn't mean that's where he's going to stay. But I think a concern to him is there's a fair amount of distance right now between Bovis and Lewis in terms of time and distance here. You don't want to let it get too far.
There's a fair number of cars between them right now as well, so he can kind of keep an eye on him. He doesn't want to lose sight of Bovis, but he doesn't want to also maybe at some point have to pick off a few of these guys in front of him. It's not going to be easy with the likes of Zeckert and Huffaker and Lynn out in front of him, as well as Graham Fuller. Yep. But I'm really watching Toomey now. Toomey, again, chipping away, picked up another, on that particular lap, was about 1 second he chipped into Bovis's lead as they come towards the end of Sector 1. We'll get another, but you can see it visually on the screen how close Toomey's getting here.
Absolutely, and doing it early here, so you know he can get up close instead of having to work too hard late to get to him now. I mean, he's basically there, and we'll see how this is going to play, what the long game is. Brian Lynn sitting in that 3rd spot in that Nissan 200 SX. Then we've got Huffaker in the Nissan Sentra, and then Zeckert in a Nissan 200 SX, the SER as well. And Toomey, you gotta love the paint on that car too, sort of almost a chrome maroon. It's really
it looks beautiful here in the bright sunshine. Thankfully, today's not one of the rainy days for this weekend, so we can get a really great look at that gloss on that Toyota that he's got. But right now, that's really what's in the mirrors of Bovis is that dark maroon. Shiny car right up on back end. Look how quick he is coming into. He brakes so late going into 12. Look at just a couple of car lengths just right there coming off the banking.
Now in this class, you can, if you want, change the drive line, I believe. And if you've got a front drive, you can reconstitute it into a rear drive. But I don't believe Bovis has done that.
I believe his is a rear drive.
Oh, they did do that. Okay.
I just checked with Hayward. His is a rear drive.
All right, that makes sense then.
But one of the things about Bovis, though, is they did in practice over last weekend lose an engine. So this is, in fact, the backup engine that he did put on pole. In fact, even on Thursday, did set his quickest time. But this is not his preferred engine, which, you know, in that long run, maybe he's thinking, man, I'd love to have an extra half a horsepower or 1 horsepower or something to be able to pull these straightaways. But right now, I don't think that's where the advantage is for Toomey. I think Toomey's right now on that turn-in. He's so crisp. The car is floating very well. He's carrying speed on corner entry. We saw it at 12. Look at him right there through the 4-5 sequence.
Yeah, the car points in really well right now, and you can see it. Anywhere he wants it to go, it just turns and it's there for him. And so, you know, which is a nice thing because then you just get behind the guy and just track him and pressure him. And
just
see
like
if he, run off his tires, make that little mistake, something on that order when your car is working that well. Now, the problem is as you get later in the race and the tires go off, that can either make the car get really loose or you could go pushy. It just all depends on how it happens. Push meaning the car doesn't want to turn. And Huffaker, he opened up a little bit of margin on Zeckert, and Zeckert has just reeled him right back in again.
Something else to take note of, some of these cars you can see right there in Huffaker's a nice big old wing right across the deck lid there, as well as the Sentra right in front of him. Of Lynn, but if you take a look at the car out in front for Bovis, when we get back to him in a minute, you'll notice he's not carrying a wing, which means he might be a little bit more slippery down the straightaway, and that might be helping him right now, but perhaps not with the arrow in the corners like some of these other guys have, and that might be part of the stability of someone like a Toomey, as well as what Huffaker's doing right now, holding off just the spoiler-clad car there behind him in Peter Zeckert.
And those spoilers, they can be a bit effective, but they're also real draggy. And that's an issue, and he's the one running one of the smaller engines.
He is. That was what his concern was in this field. How does he do on the straightaways if he can't be on someone's bumper? And you can see right there down the straightaway, Lynn and Huffaker are pretty clear out in front of him as they pull down this front straight.
No, we got a car with a problem that's just limping down the front straight right now. Couldn't quite get the number. Might be Brad Lewis.
Might have been, yeah.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. At first, I thought it might be crabbing a little bit, like something was broken, but I don't believe it was. But we got a battle for the lead going on right now, folks, as Toomey now absolutely attacking on Bovis. And you wonder if Toomey hasn't said, you know what, I can do better than this pace and not hurt the car and the tires. I need to get around him and see what I can do here, because he is starting to heap that pressure on just a little bit as they exit 6A and onto this long and extremely wide Holman backstretch.
Could be anything. He could be looking for that way by, knowing he's faster, or maybe he's just trying to push Bovis into using his tires up so that later in the race he's got a chance. But look at the battle back here is Lynn and Huffaker.
Huffaker got through.
Zeckert now must be real quick in that first sector to make this kind of room up. Now he's alongside Lynn going into the S's.
It just sweeps the outside of Lynn, so Lynn has gone from 3rd to 5th.
Zeckert, one of the former champions of this class, 2008. He's also been on the podium a couple times. He is the godfather of this class. Some say the grandfather. But he's been around a long time, kind of mentors a lot of the folks. In fact, even today, he actually has the molds for that 200SX body now. So if other people need replacement parts, he can actually help them out a little bit. That's how invested he is in this class.
Yeah, he's been doing this a while, and it's great to have that kind of mentorship and leadership. Another guy who's been doing this for a while, won it last year, but he's not here this weekend, is Peter Shadowin, but he also a long-time competitor, and that's one of the nice things. You know, you get guys like that who are very competitive, certainly, but they have no problem sharing their knowledge with the young drivers coming in and saying, we want this class to be fun and competitive for everybody, and they'll help you out. Now, let's see, Zeckert, this is what he needs to do, is just try and get in the toe with that car that's a little smaller motor and maybe a little bit more draggy. Is just if he can stay right with somebody, he doesn't lose much ground.
Well, you can see how fast he is very quick in this first sector. We'll see what he can do, because last time he had pulled up right alongside Lynn, was able to make a pass. See if he can do the same thing to Huffaker. Huffaker a little bit more the veteran here, obviously with the 10 gold medals. Gonna see if, but look at him. Look at the speed through this sector here for Zeckert.
He really is able to just roll a lot of speed through fast enough that he wants to pop out here and not give it up. And if you look at that, you might think, oh, he blew it, he ran wide. No, he did that on purpose because, one, he had so much speed. If he had stayed behind him, he'd have to lift. And if you go out wide like that, you watched him diamond the corner and get to the throttle a little bit sooner. So sometimes those wide lines that look a little off are intentional.
They definitely are. There's a lot of choice of lines going around that corner. But I'm just watching these two, and look at how much.
He get out of 9 with
Yes,
speed, didn't he?
He did. And Bovis there taking a lot of curb to try and get the run through 10. Got a pretty good run. Again, he's a little more slippery down these longer runs, coming out of 10 all the way up to 12. And that's helping him hold off the charging. And that's that whole philosophy of is once you get qualified and you got a car that's got pretty slippery in the straights, you might be able to kind of hold him through the corners by just being a wide car. I know I never really called a CRX a wide car.
Exactly.
But in this case, he's playing pretty wide. But I think at the same time, too, he's playing pretty patient back there.
Up onto the long straight here at IMS one more time. And this is where Bovis, as you say, you can see it right there with that slipperiness. He just starts to ease away a little bit. And there's Toomey trying everything he possibly can just to try and get any kind of a draft. Then here we go. Look at the margin. The lead duo have opened up right now.
So Zeckert there kind of poking out, not making a move. I wonder if he's just trying to get a little bit of air on the air inlet there. On the underside of the front, kind of looks like the under the bumper there. Obviously, the headlights are just a silhouette across, but you know, maybe trying to get a little bit of air down the front straightaway as opposed to being locked up against the back of Huffaker to keep the car cool.
Well, it is a warmish day here, and these cars, these motors are stressed. When you've got these smaller motors, they really push them.
Yeah, this is about the warmest of runoffs that we've had now in a number of years. So some of these drivers that come here to Indy thinking, well, I could either be in snow jackets or we could be in shorts and sunscreen, and we're a little closer to shorts and sunscreen this week.
That we are. Oh man, look at this. As Toomey, once again, you get, as you said, you get into the twisty stuff, and Toomey's car really comes to life, doesn't it?
He definitely does. The question is, how is he going to be able to make a pass? And I think that's the problem here, is if he's got to figure out a place he can do it and hold it, knowing that the straightaways are not really to his advantage. Look at the corner cut there and how stable the car looks going across the apex at 10 for Bovis.
And what impressed me was Toomey actually ran outside of the curb all the way through the corner, didn't lose a bit.
Yeah.
So in the corners, that car is just glued right now. Really impressive.
But one thing about GT cars that you find is they're relatively high-strung cars. They're strung out pretty tight. And a lot of these drivers don't like to hit curbs too hard, because you start to shake things loose. We've heard in other races, drivers get to the finish line. I started hearing weird noises, and I got it in my head. You don't want to start hearing weird noises. So every time you see Bovis clobbering that curb at 10, you wonder, for Toomey, he's thinking, go ahead, clobber away if you want, but at some point we've still got another, 10 and a half laps to run.
Yeah, I'm staying off of those curbs. You go ahead and hammer him. Jonathan Stalzer in the auto body by Daniels Toyota Corolla right there that they are putting a lap on, but Jonathan doing a nice job and giving it a bit of a go here. And look at Zeckert, swings to the outside. Oh, Huffaker dancing on the brakes going in. He got it woed down and was able to keep it stuck just enough.
Oh, that's a rough place to be stopped there, right at the apex of 12.
Is.
But great brake control there for Huffaker going into 1. The car had just a little bit of a twitch, but he held onto it, didn't have any lockup, was able to get in and hold Zeckert, who clearly had the better line. And Zeckert knows in this part of the track he's faster. He wanted to get by, but great job by the veteran Huffaker to hold him behind him, at least for one more lap.
Yeah. Looked to me like Huffaker missed the apex a little bit in turn 5, but then did the diamond in turn 6 to try and be able to get the power down going out. You've got to have a lot of confidence when you diamond a corner, which means you go in wide and then square it, that the guy behind you isn't close enough. He can just dive down the inside and park you. And so Huffaker very savvy about it. It's really called track awareness. and knows exactly where his competition is. But I'll tell you what, that black number 77, that is starting to get a little bit dancy out there. That center's starting to move around a lot.
It is. Also, you see moving around a lot all the way out to the dirt there, coming off at 10. And Zeckert just kind of following in behind him, being the shadow right now behind the car, colored like a shadow. Just kind of see if he can hide there a little bit. I also want to take note that Michael Lewis has made some strides. We talked earlier, he had dropped behind Fuller and Lynn. Lewis now back to 5th ahead of those guys. Not quite to the pace yet of what Huffaker and Zeckert are doing, but again, we're halfway through the race. A veteran like Lewis just pacing himself.
Absolutely. Right now, the margin between Bovis and Toomey, first to second, back to the Huffaker-Zeckert battle, is on the order of 10 seconds. So they are really flying. Up at the front, two great battles are underway here in the race to the gold in GT Light at the runoffs. And of course, we wouldn't be able to do this without some wonderful partners, in particular Mazda. Let's learn about a few of them.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed?
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land. Where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
It is Hagerty Race Day here at the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship runoffs here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Some fabulous racing unfolding. Also want to say a big thanks to Hawk Performance, the official brake partner of the SCCA. Great contingency work and class move right there. Rusty Bell in the number 80. They're just, he said, we've just got little problems. He said the restrictor package on the car is not quite right. Our gearing is not quite right for the track. And he said, I'm just running at Indy and just relishing in that. You saw a big point buy right there, and that's really class from those competitors. Also a big thanks to Sunoco, the official fuel of the SCCA, who does that Sunoco Hard Charger Award, and keeping an eye on that as well. And we just now watched as Toomey has dropped off a little bit from Bovis. And that last lap time, Bovis was almost, well, the last lap times they were really close, but the previous lap, either Toomey made a little mistake or Bovis just found something. But look at that, Toomey has reeled him right back in again.
I think it might have been just kind of coordinating the turn in at turn 1 there with Rusty turning at the same time. And just kind of give a little bit of room. Again, the race is long from over, and if you're Toomey, you're just thinking biding your time. Maybe again, take a half a lap to kind of cool the tires a little bit more, get a feel for the car, make sure everything's good. We had mentioned earlier about Bovis had a rear-wheel drive conversion that has been confirmed is not true. It is in fact a front-wheel drive car, or a CRX still. So thank you, Hayward, for checking that one out.
Yeah, and that now, well, that then leads me to ask the question about anything front-wheel drive later in a race. You ask so much of of those front tires, braking, turning, acceleration. Yeah, how are they hanging in there? So that's something we're going to be watching. I got to tell you, Bovis eats a lot of curb going through turn 7, which you think would make him really quick up through 8 and into, and the like. But out of 8 and 9, it's Toomey that just rolls huge speed through there.
Yeah, so we got a shot right here. Peter Zeckert, he was up there running in 4th, running up there with Joe Huffaker. He has dropped back significantly, now back to 7th and fading quickly. So we're not quite sure what's going on there with him. I suspect he may have something with that car that's not quite up to snuff.
Well, we talked about how highly stressed these machines are.
Yeah. Also want to keep our eyes on, so Huffaker now up to 3rd. Man currently in 4th, that familiar blue RX-7. We'll get to it a little bit later, but it was kind of, don't forget that name Michael Lewis as we go back to our leaders here with Bovis now and about a car length ahead of Toomey.
Oh, we just get word that Zeckert, you were spot on. Something amiss with the car. He's ducking down into pit lane, and Toomey ducks down underneath Bovis, side by side. Can Bovis hang on to that inside? He does. Can Toomey do the over-under? He's going to try it. Ooh, little wiggle there from Bovis.
I think Toomey caught him sleeping, just like he caught us sleeping. Nobody expected that to go, and I think it's exactly why he tried it. Unfortunately, the outside at 6A wasn't there for him, but he's now back to racy mode.
Yep, and he's flashing back and forth, trying to get into Bovis's mirrors and thus maybe into Bovis's mind. Now watch the speed right there. Look at how much Toomey closes. He just rockets through that section of track.
And this time Toomey takes a ton of curve there at 10. He does not want, maybe sensing that perhaps this is that moment where Bovis's car is starting to slip down just a little bit, and he's going to start pushing.
I almost wonder if he might not just try a dive bomb move down at a 10, because he's got so much more speed. If he's a little bit closer, he might be able to make that work. And look at this. Lewis now around Huffaker, and now in a podium position. Boy, you were right, Larry. Lewis using all that experience a little bit later in the race, and he is now moving up.
Yeah, 10-time champ on 10-time champ there.
Yeah.
These two guys in your shot, 20 gold medals between them. Michael Lewis.
Take a look at this pass here. Watch him here. Just pulls out, almost used Rusty a little bit as a pick. And, you know, I think right there, what do you think? I think Huffaker was really watching what Rusty was doing, and Lewis pounced.
Sure, yeah. If you're Huffaker, you'd like to get all the way to track right and make that nice sweep and get at least a better line when Lewis goes inside. But Lewis had a little bit of help there. I mean, like, Rusty did everything he could. It's nothing against what Rusty did.
Oh,
but, but for Lewis, opportunity certainly came through there for him. Look at the flames coming out of the side of the rotary-powered RX-7. I love seeing that.
I do, too. It is just... It's one of those things that it just screams race car.
Yeah.
You know, to me, that it's fabulous. Yeah, Rusty in the Jegs Toyota, you know, you can't hit the disappear button, and he was over to the right, and that's so wide. There was tons of room. Of course, Rusty works with our fellow booth guy John Phippen at Mid-Ohio as one of their announcers. So we go back to the lead battle here, and Toomey's just staying. Now he gets through there well. But this, watch the run. Look at that. That's where I thought, is he going to try and stuff it down? He does! Gets the rotation, but that car rotated just a little bit too much and scrubbed a little speed as he did it. It's just enough for Bovis to go through. But now the problem is that Bovis knows, oh, I got to cover in 10.
I think Toomey saw the same thing you did in the last couple laps, knowing how quick he was through that sector there at 9, and thought maybe I could pull that off. But wow, pretty good mid-corner speed there for Bovis to hang on to it. But he is definitely, he is pretty much the injured gazelle at this point, the way he's kind of going through this. I do wonder about those tires. Here as we're now entering, finishing lap 13, what are those front tires feeling like for him in that CRX? And is Toomey really in the better seat here? It's always better to be in front than behind, but with you know, 5 laps to go here.
That is, I may have to borrow that. I've never heard that. That's a very accurate graphic description of a car that's struggling at the injured gazelle. and the cheetah that is in pursuit here. Look at that. Bovis responds a little bit, gets that little margin built up, but boy, I tell you, as soon as you get into anything technical and twisty, Toomey's there.
He really is. He's just got great lines through this part of the track. The car is just stuck like glue. He's going to try it again.
Boy, Bovis left the door open more than he may have wanted here. And Toomey can come across. Does. Got it. Toomey now into the lead. New leader in the run for the gold in GT Light.
Game on.
Yeah.
Now, does the straight line speed of Bovis, is he able to get it back? Probably not going to try here, but we've seen how fast he is coming off at 10 as well as getting onto the oval. So this race is going to be hot all the way to the finish.
So Toomey's got to just drive the wheels off this thing in this section where he's so fast, try and get enough of a lead built up before they get onto that straight. And he's doing it. Look at the margin. He's opened up. Wow.
Right up to the dirt edge there. This time he just knows this is that opportunity. Can't take any opportunity for granted. Got to push, got to push, got to push. And don't want to give Bovis any kind of a draft when they get onto the front straight.
The lock up there tells you how hard he is trying to open a gap up. But I think that little bit of lockup that allowed Bovis to take a couple of car lengths back.
Now this is Bovis' strong suit right here.
Yep.
Cutting the distance, trying to get a bead, trying to just get into the slipstream. knowing he doesn't have to pass him here, but, you know, he'll have a couple of more chances, but those chances are going to start dwindling down. Look at the weave already trying to break that draft.
He may have wasted a little bit too much road, though, doing that. Bovis just stayed straight. Now Bovis thought about it, but just doing the late break, couldn't quite get it done. So we have 4 laps to go. Boy, this is turning into a fascinating chess match, isn't it?
The hunter becomes the huntee right now as Toomey now is watching with his mirrors the same way Bovis was. Look at the slide through there.
Exactly, and you start doing too much of that, you start overheating the surface of your tires, and the grip will just go away. But so far, he's making it work as he starts to build that gap again.
I want to see if he starts changing any of his lines now, being the lead car. Was able there to take that wide entry still into 6th, but we'll get back in a minute because this battle is pretty good too.
Yeah, Huffaker hasn't exactly said, well, you got me here. Joe is coming back after it. 20 gold medals between these 2 guys at the run-ups. This is going to be a great scrap. Huffaker running that wide line, but again, trying to diamond it so we can get to the throttle a little bit sooner.
Yeah, these 2 experienced Californians. I'm sure they've raced heads up a couple of times over the years. Look at this though, using every bit of line there for Lewis, taking the tight edge, take wide exit, staying out on that apron here on that back straight, trying to hold Huffaker from making a move.
Yeah. Here's that section of track where Toomey is so quick, because either of these guys have they look pretty even through there, don't they?
They kind of do.
Yeah.
These are pretty evenly matched cars.
And Brian Lynn still sits in, he's back a ways, but he's still right there in that top 5. The number 5 or the number 121 Nissan 200SX SER.
Just watching Lewis.
Different lines for them.
Very different
12.
lines, yeah. Lewis now got a little bit of somebody to draft out in front of them. I think that's the 0 of Ed Nicholson.
Oh, look at this. Bovis gets into Toomey. Toomey able to save it. I really don't think that was intentional by Bovis. He just went to the throttle, thought Toomey was going to accelerate, and tapped him. And the minute he tapped him, you could see him back off. But boy, this is now starting. Well, hey, we're 3 laps to go. There's a gold medal.
Yeah.
The carrot for these guys, it's getting serious.
Yep, little jab, a little head fake, a little bob, a little bit of weave. This fight is on.
Yeah, it is. And Toomey right now, that's about as big a lead as he's had coming onto the Holman back straight.
Almost like a split screen to see both of these battles here. The 1-2 battle and the 3-4 battle.
And there's that line. Look how, well, that time Huffaker sort of went into the same line as Lewis, because I think he realized that he was losing a little bit of ground. See what happens here. There's Lynn just popping into the background.
Looks pretty strong down here. Strong off of 6A.
Yeah.
And that rotary, obviously a very strong power plant in that car. It's usually got a bit of an advantage in trap speed. So any kind of a long run, whether it be the 6A down to 7 or even off of 10 down to 12, some good places he can stretch. But these S's really should be where Huffaker's a little bit faster.
Yeah. He's not making up much ground on him, is he?
He's not. And that goes back to, I think, the strategy that Lewis probably would have had, would have probably saved some tires, and right now he's starting to use those things up.
There's the 03 of Chris Copley in the Mini. He had to work his way up into the top 10, and now finds himself sitting over there. Oh, looks like he's got it moving again. All right, 3 laps to go.
There's that straight line speed of Bovis, able to close up. Now he's got to work real hard to get perfect marks to not lose that, so he can get a little more on that next lap. And the extra, we suspect a little bit more drag coming off of the Toomey Tercel there, maybe as an opportunity to slipstream in behind him.
Oh boy, I'll tell you, you get into these technical sections of the track, that extra grip for the Tercel really comes good there. That combined with the potential for those front tires on that front drive CRX to be starting to feel all of the load they've been subjected to during this race. Bovis, though, that was actually pretty good. He stayed closer than he has.
Yes, he did. It's a very quick sector 1 for him, waiting for the actual time to come up, but he certainly managed to not lose anything, and that's critical for him to not lose gap there through that sector 1. It's a very long, it's almost half the track is sector 1, and to be able to hold that gap tight so he can then maybe close it further along these straight runs.
Well, and that I'm going to ask you a question about that, because we know that the Tercel is probably a little draggy, and we know that Bovis is really good in a straight line. Is he maybe hanging back just a little bit because he'd rather not be out front and let the draggy Tercel draft off him right now and then be able to go after him on that last lap?
You got to be careful because he's going to get 2 more chances down the front straightaway, and my philosophy always is if the first one presents itself, you take it. You start playing that game, that poker game of waiting for that ace to come up. Sometimes that ace never comes. You need to take it when you can, and he's close enough this time, I think.
He is. And you saw another big lockup by Toomey going into 12. Here comes Bovis. He's got the momentum. He is up the inside. It's a braking duel down into turn 1. Bovis noses ahead, but here comes Toomey. Toomey wanted to turn in, and Bovis parked him. That was really good racecraft by Chris Bovis.
It really was, and as we're talking about, you got to take that opportunity there. You don't want to wait for white flag and not get the opportunity. You take it here on the lap 18. Now he's got to go a lap and 3/4, but look at that slide coming around 4.
That rear drive is the rotation there, and that's allowed Toomey. He's going to try and go around the outside. It'll give him the inside here. He's coming right back after him, down into 6A. Toomey is back into the lead. What a dice this is. Great stuff.
It is for Bovis. Now he knows he can definitely do it on the straightaway, but he'd like to, same thing we just talked about a lap ago. Got to hold close here. But if he gets an opportunity going into 12 for somehow, we've seen him do great runs off of 10. He might stick his nose down into there and try to lead down the front straight, or he could just play that chess match now and say, let's throw it all down the front straightaway and see what happens.
The problem is the yard of bricks in the finish line is not that far off 14.
Right.
So unless you're right behind somebody already getting a pull, it's tough. And that pass he made for the lead, that was well down the straight. So that's not going to do you any good here.
Toomey got pretty wide there coming out of 10. A good run here for Bovis. He might stick his nose inside.
He's got the speed, but I'll tell you, Toomey is so good on the brakes. Even with that lockup, he's still just able to get in a little deeper than Chris.
Those tires are more diamond shaped at this point.
Exactly. Yeah, he's probably got a pretty good vibration through that steering wheel from the flat spot on that right front. You know, that's the other part of this we haven't talked about. You look at the layout of this track. As the white flag comes out, Bovis gets to move a little bit sooner, but you've got lots of long duration right-handers here. Those left fronts in particular can take a bit of a pasting, and here we go. Bovis got that done early enough. He's got his nose completely ahead. Now, Toomey, see what he could do. Bovis made it work. Here comes Toomey. He's got a really good run. Wants to cut underneath. Bovis, I thought, was going to protect. Toomey knifes down to the inside once again into turn 4. Bovis going to swing the outside. Toomey inside line through 5. Bovis is there. Toomey exits just far enough. Now Bovis going to try and pull a Toomey and get down the inside, but Toomey is able to roll a lot of. Oh, and a touch!
That's a section where Toomey's been quick, and he had to go to the outside. He likes the inside line, but he had to go outside. And now down to straightaway here. Bovis again, always strong.
And when Bovis touched him, it actually slowed Bovis up just a little bit, gave Toomey a little bit of breathing room, but then Bovis able to close it down. Right here is where Toomey has been wicked quick. He has got to drive the run of his race through this section of track. Looks like he may have done it just enough. Oh, he had to check up right there. He's running too wide though, Larry.
Yeah, he's got an opportunity here. See if Bovis protects, or see if Toomey protects on the inside, makes Bovis go around the long way. He is.
Has to. He had to. He floated just a little wide at the exit of 10. Huge lockup. Floats wider than he has. This is going to be it. Bovis sweeps around, or does he? Bovis now off track. Toomey comes back. Bovis not going to lift. Rockets back on. Drops the hammer. Here we are. Exit of 13 into 14. Not going to be close enough. Toomey is going to get it done and get the gold medal here at the runoffs in GT Light. But Bovis gave it his all.
Oh, that was spectacular stuff. Bovis just thought he had an opportunity right there, and he was kind of pushed wide, unable to hold it. But let's take a look at the finish here for third.
And Lewis pretty much all by himself as Huffager just on that last lap not able to match the times of Lewis. Lewis finds himself on his own, and with that, Lewis is going to come up. This will be a 21st medal for Michael Lewis at the runoffs. He has been doing this for a long time and has been doing it incredibly well. Medal number 21 for Michael Lewis, with Huffager just out of the medal position in 4th. And then Brian Lynn hanging there in the back. And just to give you a little perspective, folks, this is Scott Toomey's 3rd runoff. His previous best finish was in 2018 out at Sonoma Raceway, and he was 8th. So this was the venue. He had the package, and he extracted absolutely everything out of it. Just a great drive. Watching here the number 14 of Charles Leonard running in the 8th spot, doing a really nice job as well. The Nissan 200SX SER out of Palmetto, Florida. Leonard having a strong run, started in the 10th spot. Putting a good one together here. But I'll tell you what, a nice and easy, really savvy, sportsmanlike drive by Rusty Bell has him up in 13th. He started 20th. He might be a great candidate for the Sunoco Hard Charger Award. That's really good.
What a race, though. What a race for the front as well as for the last spot on that podium.
Absolutely.
Bovis and Toomey put on one heck of a show. Clean racing, but just no holds barred. It was just these two guys just neck and neck the whole way. Neither one of them wanted to give an inch on that last lap.
What impressed me was when Toomey ran wide with that huge lockup in 12.
Yeah.
I thought it was over. I thought Bovis was going to come by. And then Toomey carried still enough speed to keep Bovis from being able to turn in where he wanted. And it was just fascinating. That's that chess match we're talking about.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
They each at that point knew each other's strengths and weaknesses, and you saw them all play out in that last lap, with Toomey able to use the handling strength to tuck inside at 4, and Bovis able to kind of run him back down, and Toomey able to hold him off just enough.
What a treat that race was. GTL doing it once again, putting together a great package, and there is Mr. Lewis. Busy man, this 58th running of the runoffs. Wow, good stuff. As I said, Bovis, he won here in 17, Bovis did. So, you know, he's sharing the wealth, letting Toomey have his moment. Zeckert qualified 3rd here in 17. So, I mean, you know, we got guys that have had pretty solid runs here, but Toomey didn't run here in 17, and this may have just become his favorite track.
It definitely was. Can't wait to hear what he's got to say.
Yeah, what a scrap that was. That absolutely beautiful paint job on that car. And his drive matched it. Absolutely beautiful. And savoring that moment. And Hayward is ready. And as you said, cannot wait to hear his discussion about how this race unfolded and that absolutely superb duel with the pole sitter and defending national champion, Chris Bovis. Wow, what a run. All right, Hayward is ready. Let's hear from our gold medalist.
Scott, the first thing Scott said when he pulled in was, I don't know, I've never done this before. Could you imagine it any better than it was?
No way. You know, you go into these things with all kinds of hope and expectations and all the hard work and dedication that goes into it, and you know, you just kind of go out there and pray for the best, especially when you're dealing with a master class like Chris. I mean, and what a joy to drive nose to tail with for so long. Very respectful. He's an awesome driver. My hat's off to him. I said this once before this year. I hadn't had a better time in a race car than the Hoosier Super Tour at Portland. Well, I haven't had a better time in a race car this here. So yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Well, congratulations to you. It looked like you had the advantage in the really twisty stuff. He had a little bit more on the straights. How important were those first couple of corners once you got around him to set a gap?
Well, it looked like the places from 3 and on back weren't able to kind of hold pace with us. So the plan was, let's make sure that we can get out, and then that way we can have our race without having to worry about duking it up too much with everybody else.
Now I got to ask you, last corner, last lap, he went 4 off in the grass. Did he have room? What was going on there?
I couldn't hold it any lower than I held it. I mean, we can watch the camera, but hands are twisted all the way over. That's a really tight corner, and we've been struggling with that all week. But, you know, I've watched so many guys go off in the grass there with nobody else on the inside, and it's just one of those deals. I mean, when you're coming down to the last corner of the last lap of the race, I mean, you got to do what you got to do, and Chris was trying to get a good run on the outside, and I was trying to hold my line on the inside. So no disrespect to him, that was definitely not intentional.
I think he just ran wide, but wasn't sure if you were where you were with it. So congratulations, you get one more lap around the Speedway, your first-time national champion.
Thank you so much. Awesome.
Awesome. That's I just love that. And you know what's 13 in a low horsepower car versus a high horsepower car is driven so differently. If you're in a lower horsepower car with grip, you can track all the way out and then just stay to the inside through 14. If you're in a big horsepower car, we're going to see some of that later on during this event. You got to exit mid-track, because that's the only way you can get this speed. And that's what makes it so fun with these little cars, is just being able to run that edge all the way through it. And it was fantastic. Let's check in now with our second and third place finishers, and both of them medalists many times over in this class. Hayward?
Chris, I suspect we've had happier conversations. You look a little bit frustrated right now.
Yeah, you know, I ended up losing the race. I was trying to get him to make the last mistake, and that was second to last corner, and unfortunately it was one more to go, and that was my mistake. So it's just my mistake.
Let me ask you about the last corner. It looked like you ran wide completely independently of what he was doing. Was that the case?
Yeah, so I couldn't quite see him, and so I didn't know how far I could go over, if I could cut back across and get a good run out, and I just thought, well, it's kind of the last lap, and ended up lighting up the front tires and driving right off the track. But then you're like, well, do I back out of it and try to save it and kill my run, or do I just keep going and hope maybe he goes off? So, yeah, it was just super frustrating. Excuse me, because I mean, we definitely had, certainly from the last corner to start finish, we definitely had him, and I was really honest. I was so proud of myself that I got him to make that mistake in the right-hander, and then I'm like, oh, and then I screwed it all up. So.
Well, congratulations on what was an incredibly entertaining race to watch. You guys did such a good job staying off of each other. One of the best run-ups, one of the best races we've seen in a while. So congratulations to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I unfortunately hit him in the back, and I didn't mean to, coming up on a lap car. So, but it was it was a fun race. I'll feel a little better about it in about an hour.
Congratulations to you on another runoffs medal. And we're gonna grab Mike Lewis. Speaking of runoffs medals, Mike Lewis, how many medals is this for you, sir?
You always keep track of that
30.
for me.
I think we're at 30. Does that sound right?
I don't know, to tell you the truth. I keep track of the golds, and that's it. But I know I was looking at one of these today. So
what we see a lot at the runoffs is a really happy winner, a kind of bum second place, and a third place that's just glad to make the podium. Where's your head today?
Absolutely. That's a win for us. I mean, we brought a knife to a gunfight. To some degree, we're looking at the trap speeds. So we learned a lot about how guys pick up their game for the runoffs. Guys that we beat during the year suddenly were way fast. So all credit to them. They did a great job. They just disappeared, so it was just to me and that group. And I had a ton of fun there, and everybody drove well, drove fairly, and it was a lot of fun. Yeah.
Well, the stats keepers in my ear tell me it's 21 medals, so congratulations to you on your 21st medal, a podium here at Indy.
This one's probably in the top 10 for effort, man. I worked hard today. So
congratulations.
All right, thank you, man.
Yeah, he's been at this a while, and everything he drives is fast. You know, I mean, he drives that GT1 car to championships. He enters Trans Am races on occasion and is right up at the front. He's just good. But there's a new sheriff in town here in GT Light, and his name is Toomey.
Yeah, speaking of good, that guy right now, he was the best driver today. Yeah, even as Bovis said right there, he thought maybe he could force him into a mistake that would cost him, and Toomey, just a little bit of lockup, didn't let it cost him, was able to come through across the bricks first, take that checker flag.
And it was so refreshing, you know, to hear Bovis say, it was me. No, it had nothing to do with him. I just drove it off. So that is just really refreshing and great sportsmanship. Toomey, Bovis, and Lewis, your medalists. Huffaker and Lynn rounding out the top 5. Fuller, Mavoli, Leonard, I love that name, Ken Gasson for a race car driver, and Jamie Blust. Good stuff. Jamie came from 18th to 10th, so another candidate for the Sunoco Hard Charge Award. That will be announced a little bit later. So, wow, what a show those guys put on. Absolutely fabulous. And I can't wait to see it a little bit of again, so let's look at some highlights.
I think it's best time right now, and I'll probably be watching it again later. But
absolutely.
Look at this. This battle went right from the green flag. A little bit of help there from Mr. Brian Lynn on this front straight, but that didn't stop this battle from waging on for 19 laps.
Not at all. And there you can see Toomey, that car just sticking everywhere. This was his first move, and going for the lead. got out in front. It was by no means done. Down at the end of one, Bovis making the move, getting down and taking the lead away, but Toomey able to float speed. Here was that mistake by Toomey, and he thought, oh no, Bovis said I had it, but Toomey was just close enough. Bovis had to miss the apex. As he said, lit the fronts up, drove off. He kept it pinned and came right back on, but the momentum was just lost enough, and Toomey able to drive it home and grab the gold medal with, again, Lewis here coming home in third, nabbing that 21st medal here at the runoffs. And there is one happy guy who got to throw a couple of crew members and a checkered flag in that car and go out for the lap of honor. Well, that wraps up our coverage here of the Run for the Gold in GT Light here at the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Thanks again to Mazda, who are presenting our broadcast of this absolutely legendary event. For Haywood Wagner down in pit lane and Larry McLeod alongside, I'm Greg Creamer. Thank you so much for joining us here from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Take care, everyone.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land. Where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed?
Snaking its way through the countryside of Southern Virginia, this beautiful 3.2-mile strip of asphalt has been around since 1957. But now, for the second time in 3 years, the Virginia International Raceway is home to the SCCA National Championship Runoffs.
Welcome, everybody, to what has become, once again, a fairly treacherously wet and sodden Virginia International Raceway, but the racing here at the 59th running of SCCA's National Championship Runoffs has been nonetheless very exciting. Our broadcast brought to you for this race by Mazda, and it is the Run for the Gold in FE2, or Formula Enterprises 2. And before we go any deeper into the coverage, I just want to take a moment to recognize a man by the name of Scott Redditch, who set a record in this category, one for number of wins, but also broke one of the longest standing records in SCCA history of consecutive poles, setting 8 consecutive poles in this category. And Scott Redditch, through his team, had done so much to promote this class. It is a class that, as a result, in large part for a lot of work that he had done, is a class that is on the grow, being recognized by a lot of competitors. And unfortunately, in April of this year, Scott Redditch suddenly passed away at the age of 37. And we just wanted to acknowledge, one, his skills, two, his contribution to this class, and three, just his character as an absolutely great guy. He is definitely missed. So thank you so much. There you see in memory of Scott Redditch being acknowledged here in so many of the cars in this class. So, and with that, let's get down to Haywood Wagner.
Well, Greg, that was my entire build-up as well. So touche, well done, sir. We are here on the FE2 grid. It is damp. We actually appear to have a couple of cars missing. I don't know if they're super late to grid or if they're not going to be here, but either our front row, one of our front row or second row cars. But yeah, to your point where this all started, Scott Redditch being honored here on grid. You'll see several of the cars carrying this sticker right here in memory of Scott, and of course Adam Jennerjohn down there is driving Scott's car, is going to try to do it proud today. But definitely a lot of people here on grid thinking about Scott.
Yeah, absolutely. Hayward, thank you for that. And, worth, mentioning it multiple times. He was such a contributor to this category, no question about it. And I have a feeling this is a race that he would have liked to have been in, just because this is one of the ultimate challenges. Open wheel cars, open cockpit. You're driving this 3 1/4 essentially mile 17 turn track. It is completely awash. This is going to be a massive test, and Scott absolutely relished that.
It's been a lot of fun to watch these open wheel cars, especially on VIR in the wet, which we do have it fully damp and properly wet at this point. We're going to have sector 1 being our slowest speed sector, and a lot of rain line involved here, as there is plenty of options for line working your way through turns 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it becomes to get a little more single file in the lower S's there at 5 and 6 into the upper S's for sector 2. Very high speed. The downforce on these cars may not be super significant, pretty small modest wings on them, but they are enough to make the downforce work through those uphill S's into South Bend, a very risky corner, and then a key exit off turn 12 at Oak Tree. Before we get into sector 3, drafting is absolutely a factor, but even more so today, the spray down that big back straightaway into the roller coaster at turn 14 through Hog Pen. It is important to note Hog Pen at turn 17 and turn 1 here that we're looking at now have been the highest risk places in the wet so far this event. A lot of drivers are going to need to be careful on these first couple laps.
Yeah, absolutely, and those open exposed tires throw up a lot of spray. It's going to be fascinating. Let's take you through the starting lineup. A good field, 25 cars strong. The number 10, starting 25th, is Keith McDonald out of Ransom, West Virginia, the Washington, D.C. region. Then starting in the 24th spot, 111, Roy Hillenberg in the Hillenberg Motorsports entry and running for Houston region. Starting 23rd, the number 80 of Colin Rackley from Clinton, North Carolina, running for the North Carolina region, as is the driver, the number 22, the number 38, starting 22nd, Alistair McEwen from Miami, Florida. He, though, runs for North Carolina region. Then starting 21st, in the number 0 is James Regan, and he runs in the New England region. Then starting in the 20th spot will be the number 145, Brian Yates out of Kemersville, North Carolina, in the NCR region, North Carolina region. Starting in the 19th spot, number 33, Sam Harrington out of Vicksburg, Maryland, running in Washington, D.C. region, is his home region, in the Harper Home Services FE2. Starting in the 18th spot, number 27, Dean Opperman out of Plainfield, Illinois, runs out of Chicago region. Starting in the 17th spot, the number 86, Eric Cruz out of Barhamsville, Virginia, runs for the North Carolina region. Starting in the 16th spot, number 45, Tom Burt out of Woodway, Washington, and he is running the Bulldog Motorsports entry. Starting in the 15th spot, number 29, Kelton Yago out of Alexandria, Virginia, runs in the Washington, D.C. region. Starting in the 14th spot, number 83 is Thomas Green out of Sorrento, Florida. Central Florida is his region. Starting in the 13th spot, number 79, Lee Rackley out of Clinton, North Carolina, runs out of NCR. Then in the 12th starting spot, the 09, Sterling Hamilton out of Seneca, South Carolina, and drives for the Central Carolina region. Starting in the 11th spot, number 22, John Yeatman out of Cave Creek, Arizona. His home region, though, is San Francisco region. Starting in the 10th spot, the number 19 of Todd Vanacore out of Ormond Beach, Florida, runs out of the Central Florida region. Starting in the 9th spot, the number 39, Owen McAllister out of Mooresville, North Carolina, runs for the Texas region, however. Starting in the 8th spot, number 73, Paul Schneider, a veteran of this category. This is his home track, Charlotte, North Carolina. His home, he runs for the Central Carolina region. Starting in the 7th spot, number 17 is Adam Jennerjohn out of Valencia, California. And as we heard, he is running Scott Reddick's car in a bit of an honorary move for the legendary Scott Reddick. Starting in the 6th spot, 08, Whitney Strickland from League City, Texas, running out of the Houston region. Starting in the 5th spot, the 99, Caleb Schrader out of Teagard, Oregon, running out of Oregon region. And then our top 2 rows, starting in the 4th spot, is the 04 of Jason Conzo out of Great River, New York, runs out of the New England region. Starting in the 3rd spot, number 5, Bailey Manette out of Milton, Georgia, runs out of Atlanta region. In your front row, on the outside, the number 62 is TJ Acker out of Saugus, California, and he is obviously a driver with a lot of talent, and looking forward to that. And then on the pole, and it's his first pole ever, the number 32 of Charles Russell Turner out of Montpelier, Virginia, runs out of the Washington, D.C. region, and that is your starting field. They are starting to pair up. Important to point out here, this is one of those what they call a spec category. All these cars are identical with the exception of the setups on the car. Otherwise, everything is the same. And here we go. The Mazda pace car is in. C. Russell Turner and TJ Acker bringing us to the line as we are getting ready to go for the run to the gold in FE2, Formula Enterprises 2. here at VIR for the SCCA National Championship runoffs. You'll see a green cone. There it is. Now, anywhere in here when the green flag flies, the drivers will unleash. And here we go. We're green. Charles Russell getting a pretty good start there. TJ not able to get much of a jump. But look at the spray. Cars fanning out as much for visibility as anything else here. And it is Russell Turner leading down and into the first turn. Big move, though, up and around the outside.
Wow, Jason Conzo is that black 04 that made a move. We have a spin in the background, but there's only a couple cars back there. Looks like everyone's going to file through. Conzo, a big power mover on the outside of Russ Turner to take the lead. He's going to challenge it, but Russ Turner raced in these conditions in Spec Racer Ford. He knows where he's going.
And Turner there had that little bit of a wiggle, and I think that gave Conzo just enough momentum to clear him. And one of the things we've been talking about off air here when we've been watching some of the races is how few guys are running the rain line here. Conzo paid off. He went right to the lead.
It does, and the challenge at VIR is there's so many changes in direction, so a rain line is hard to get to, but in those corners where it is, turn 1, turn 3, it is a very useful thing to employ. It looks like TJ Acker continued to drop back to maybe 5th position as Conzo started to check out, and a lot of pressure on the back of Russ Turner from what I think is that Whitney Strickland.
I think it is, yeah. And then seeing Paul Schneider was side by side almost all the way through the snake, having a really, really good run. Could not pick out the car that he was there with. Look at this beautiful move. Late move up the inside. Oh, and then a big lurid slide. And that may give Russell Turner the momentum to sneak back around. This is that long launch. Hugely important corner here, isn't it? Getting out of Oak Tree leads onto that longest straight.
That long straight with absolutely no visibility at this point with the amount of spray. You can see a number of cars as Russ Turner was able to come back after that slide from the 08. And now they're side by side up into the roller coaster. They're going to lock wheels and both go around. They're completely attached to each other and into the tires.
Oh, man. Yep, and broken, as you would expect, for Whitney Strickland. That left side suspension broken, and for TJ Acker, problems for him as well. And neither of those cars are going to go very far, although a nice job here, but let's watch it again, Tom.
Well, the visibility is really tough in these cars. It almost looks like Russ Turner just had no idea that Whitney Strickland had poked back to the inside and challenged him on that braking zone. Whitney Strickland had earned the position alongside that car, but again, with the spray and with the mirrors in these cars being, well, you see right there, they're real small, smaller than the size of your palm, rattling around in the rain, it's very easy to miss something like that, and it seems like our pole sitter did just that.
Yeah, that's really, really frustrating, obviously, and trying to see if he can get going, but neither of them are going to be able to move far, and not unexpected. Here comes the double yellow. So let's go back and take a look. And the key move here was Jason Conzo as we go back from the start. Popped to the outside there, Tomo, and he just made that work.
And that's the dry braking zone. Really surprised to see a driver so confident in using that around the outside, but it was so good. Right up against the edge of the track is where the grip is, and then he was able to kind of accomplish an over-under as the 29 car goes around in the background. Rest of the field dodging to the outside, which is where they want to be anyway. Now that car of Jason Conzo to the outside using the painted curbs. This was really scary for both drivers, but he almost grinds like a skateboard down the curb and takes the position.
Yeah, I don't think Conzo would have been able to complete that pass were it not for Turner having that car step out for just a second. And then the battling up behind them, Caleb Schrader right there in that 99. And then this aggressive move and got the pass done by the 08. Now, however, then you can see right here, he lit the rears up, and that allowed Turner to come back, and then they just literally locked tires here, and you're not going to get out of that one. Frustration to be sure. And from your pole sitter, on his first pole position, and sadly last year he didn't finish the race either, so he's going to be a bit frustrated. He's one of those drivers that has really embraced this class after having run Spec Racer Ford and its variants for a lot of years. He likes this class, still does SRF3 racing, but he really is I've been enjoying this category.
Brought home a podium a couple of days ago in these very similar conditions as we mentioned, so he was going to be one of our favorites to watch because he just kind of knew where the grip was going to be. But so far, Jason Conzo and up until that incident, Whitney Strickland had really shown they were ready to race. Going back to Russ Turner, though, having already picked up that podium, again, you said it's kind of tough to watch that happen.
Yeah, it surely is. And you know what? Sports Car Magazine picked Turner to win. Well, he's out. Their second pick, Bailey Manette. And Bailey right now is running in the second spot to Jason Conzo. So as we are under a full course caution, we're going to step away for just a moment as we have a good look there at Bailey. And we're going to thank some of the sponsors and wonderful partners that help make this coverage possible.
Introducing the first ever Mazda CX-50.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed?
We continue under full course caution here at Virginia International Raceway in this run to the gold in the Formula Enterprises 2 category at the 59th running of SCCA's National Championship runoffs. Our coverage brought to you by Mazda, and our top second and third essentially at the time had it coming together heading into the roller coaster, and had some contact and then got into the barriers, and that's affected a little bit of cleanup here. So we continue under full course caution. Hopefully we'll be able to get back and get racing here. These races are scheduled for 15 laps or 40 minutes, so there is a time limit. We'll see what happens. These are fairly quick cars. They get around here well, and if we get back to going, we might still be able to get that full 15 laps in. But at this stage, everybody's just sort of trundling around. This is an opportunity, if you have to be under full course caution, I would think, Tomo, explore different spots on that track, see where there might be a little grip, because, you know, with these cars, if you can surprise somebody and come up somewhere where they just didn't have any idea there might be some grip, that could pay big dividends.
Hugely valuable reconnaissance for sure, and also getting some tire heat. These are a spec tire and also on a spec car, so if you can kind of accelerate, brake, weave around mostly that acceleration and braking, trying to force some heat from the brakes out through the wheel and tire, that could give you an advantage going to that green flag, as basically everyone is dealing with the same conditions. But if you're doing your research, doing that homework, then when the test comes, you know what you need to do.
Exactly. And, you know, one of the real shames here is this is an absolutely stunning place. When you see it on a beautiful fall afternoon or a fall morning, it just makes you smile when you walk into this place. And obviously, we've got a rainy day here, one of many we've been experiencing here as the remnants of Hurricane Ian are around. But even in these conditions, it doesn't take away. The track is phenomenal. And we've talked about the treacherous spots on the track. But no matter where we are, when it's raining, there are going to be treacherous spots. So it's not like we're singling anything out here. This track itself is absolutely phenomenal.
It is, and what I like to say is there's actually twice as many racetracks in the world as everyone lists. It's It's just only some of them pop up, only half of them pop up when it rains. And getting to drive these racetracks in the rain is a really special thing. So if you can kind of put that lens on instead of get nervous or get scared of the rain, and you can be confident like we saw, Jason Conzo went out there, went swinging from 4th to 1st. He looked confident. We're looking at Bailey Manette sitting in 2nd, had slipped back quite a bit. Not so much confidence out of the number 5 car right off, but a couple of laps of recon coming to the green flag might help.
Absolutely, and that is about to happen. We are about to go green. And this is just a great place and a great challenge in the dry, a greater challenge in the wet. Real drivers relish that, and we are about to see a group of them heading down into turn 1 once again in anger as the Mazda, the official pace car here for this running of the runoffs, makes its way into pit lane. And leading him up, Jason Conzo, who had a brilliant start to the race. See if he can do it again on the restart, but Bailey Manette is ready. Right there is Bailey. And now the green flag flies. We're back to racing here at VIR. And Conzo really did a nice job again. Brought him up slow, timed it, and Bailey just had no opportunity to really go with him. Now we'll see if Bailey's going to try anything a little bit extra aggressive. Not there, but that battle for 3rd, side by side. 17 is Adam Jennerjohn. I think that's TJ Ackert. Is that Adam going around?
It is.
Oh, no.
He was making a good move up the inside, but on the dry line, there's not a lot of grip to put that power down. Also keep an eye out for the blue and orange of Paul Schneider moving up from 8th to 4th on the first lap. This incident will put him up to 4th. It didn't have the qualifying week that he wanted, but that's a big move for a driver that's certainly a factor. And now Bailey Manette is looking much more comfortable.
Very much so, and you're right about Paul Schneider. As I said, this is home track, and Paul, the last time they ran here, he didn't have a great race, and he said it's really frustrating because I always run well here, but then the runoffs show up and I struggle. And he said it's just not right. So we'll see. Maybe they call rain the great equalizer. Whatever he was fighting, maybe he can drive through it and overcome it here in the rain. But we have another full course yellow, and that is because Jennerjohn high-sided, trying to get back on track. You can see that left front tire up in the air. These cars run so close down to the track, and he just tried. And normally, if it would have been dry, he could have probably just popped right over that, but he can't get any grip in those rear tires. High sides, and it just sits there. Meanwhile, Eric Cruz had a quick little spin as well. Looked like over exiting 5-5A as they start to make their way into the snake. He's continued, but they're going to have to get the yellow out one more time. And it's going to be a quick cleanup for Adam here. Just getting him leveled out. Should be able to drive away.
Yeah, the hand movements just say, hey, just push me, just push me. And we have a couple of safety cars dispatched around the circuit here, so they're actually going to pick up the pace car here at the South Paddock pit lane, which means only, hopefully, 1 lap under this full course caution. Take a look back at that restart and take a look at Paul Schneider. I think that's a car to watch. Again, the blue and orange car, he gets very racy on the back of Adam Jennerjohn right here.
Looks to the inside, comes down. Adam covers it a little bit, but for Adam, he got pinched just a little bit here. Goes to the throttle, right there, it just snaps. There's nothing he can do about it. And for Schneider, he could have easily got collected there, couldn't he?
Definitely could have, and actually this was potentially escapable for the 17. Looks like he actually got some power down, but then just got stuck. It's a quick pull out, and he will maybe not lose a lap. Can he join the back?
Boy, that would be phenomenal if he can get going here quick enough. And if it's running, there he goes. He just accelerates away. And he might have got away with it. He may not have gone down a lap. He'll be at the very back of the pack. But we've seen some pretty good speed out of Mr. Jennerjohn here. And so hopefully he'll be able to bring that back up once again. As it looks like they just couldn't get that cleanup. There's a certain commitment point, and obviously they got him moving, but the wreckers were still on track. And at that point, they just had to say, "Now we've got to stay yellow one more lap here." So, but the laps count. The clock continues to tick. So right now, it's Jason Conzo leading, Bailey Manette 2nd, TJ Ackert in 3rd. Paul Schneider will be up into 4th, and Caleb Schrader will find himself in the 5th spot here. And we would certainly expect to see Adam Jennerjohn falling down the order just a little bit. But we get to go through the routine once again here.
We sure do. And Caleb Schrader was also looking really racy there in the number 99 car. That's the red, white, and black car in 5th. But there's something kind of poetic about having a shark livery on our leader's car, huh?
Yeah, in this weather, it absolutely is. And Jason has been driving it like he's in full attack and chow mode here, really putting down some laps when we've had those brief spurts of green here. And Bailey Manette, will be interesting to see what that car in those hands is going to be capable of here, because there's certainly pace there, no question.
One of the most fun races to watch from last year's championships at Indianapolis, and Monette appearing on the cover of Sports Car Magazine around that time as well. It seems to be a Mercedes reference livery on that car. It's a really cool looking open wheel machine. And as you mentioned, these are basically a spec race. They're the open wheel formula version of Spec Racer Ford, or Spec Miata, if you will. Maybe not Spec Miata, but a very cool kind of entry formula class to get used to racing low downforce, really quick kind of spec racing formula cars for a lot of these drivers who are aspiring race car drivers to higher levels.
And like the SRF categories, the Enterprises in the Formula Enterprises name, it's one of the two cars that is designed, built, and produced by the SCCA Enterprises department to try and attract new talent in. But it's become a really popular class, and it's become kind of a destination class as well, and that's great. It's the size of the fields are really growing, and I love to see that.
Definitely. And you ask where's FE? There's a 2. What's FE1? It actually grew from the exact same chassis, but they moved engines from the Mazda 2.3 liter to the 2 liter and a better sequential transmission. And those cars took an update phased to FE2. And now you're watching all of these cars basically at that exact same spec line. A really cool package.
And we should maybe explain, you just said they went from a 2.3 liter to a 2 liter. And it's like, well, if you're upgrading, why do you put in a smaller motor? Because it's a lot more racing performance oriented. A lot more snappy, a lot more to it here, and that makes and drivers. We've talked about it how many times? Drivers, you guys, Tom, are just greedy, and an opportunity for a little bit more power in the back, you're going to take it.
And don't forget whiners. We're good whiners too.
Oh yeah. Well, that's part of the racer's handbook, isn't it?
Yes.
I would have had pole, except those. But obviously, you don't get to the front of anything if you don't pursue any possible advancement you can get, whether it's in speed, in terms of horsepower, whether it's tires, whether it's, chassis improvements. That's what it's all about. That's why you actually have practice sessions, is to be able to tweak, make the car better. So, all right, I think we're going to be going back to green this time. Looks like the lights are out on the Mazda, the MX-5 safety car. So bringing them around again, Jason Conzo with Bailey Monette right there behind. Then TJ Acker, Schneider, Caleb Schrader, and Sterling Hamilton, Todd Vanacore, John Yeatman. We are getting ready to go green one more time. And again, Conzo bringing him up. Now drops the hammer. We are back to green. And look at the move by TJ Acker. He may be able to do something with Monette. He really timed that beautifully.
Goes to the outside, checks back up to the inside as we come back down to the braking zone, and it's Paul Schneider, the first one to kind of pop out towards that inside line. Now everyone knows the grip has to be on the outside now. They're all kind of working their way out that way.
All right, now let's see if everybody can get through this lap and starting to put some stuff down. But look at this, 3 abreast for just an instant. Down to the inside is Schneider, and Schneider trying to counter that move, couldn't quite get it done. I think that might be Caleb Schrader.
Schrader's through, and that was Sterling Hamilton.
That was Sterling Hamilton,
the black car that also went through. So we were watching Schneider, and he actually loses 2 positions on this restart. Jason Conzo started to check out a bit.
Here is Schneider, and now I think that's Vanacore right behind him. So everybody working through that technical first few corners, now into the snake. And once again here, that visibility, not just the wings, but also the tires throwing huge volumes of water up into the air here. Just look at the spray.
Closest battle on the track is TJ Acker in the white with black, and then Caleb Schrader looking pretty racy in the white with red and black right behind. The field is stringing out pretty nicely, and I wonder if that's is that the spray that's maybe losing some confidence for each driver to stay close to the car in front?
I think it might well be. I mean, it's pretty pervasive right now, and you get down onto this long straight, and of course the faster you go, the greater the spray. And this is where you'll start to see guys fanning out just a little bit. And, obviously it's not trying to get air to the radiators or any of that. It's just literally trying to be able to see. And the guy in these conditions who always has the greatest benefit by far is the leader.
Wouldn't put it past anybody to pull in front of the car that's right behind them to make sure they get as much spray as possible. A couple drivers have said that they absolutely think about that kind of stuff, but TJ Acker leaps off of the roller coaster down the hill, trying to be in pursuit of Bailey Monette, who is losing a bit of touch with Jason Conzo.
One of the guys in my home region, which we used to race at Brainerd International Raceway, and that was back on the old full 3-mile layout. and there was a seam right down the middle of that track, all the way down that 5,000-foot straight. And when it rained, he said he would always make sure he put a tire right on top of that seam because it would fill with water and it would just throw huge spray. And he said that's just one of the tools in the toolbox. You know, you do what you can to win. That's the whole idea here.
Funny till you're hydroplaning yourself off the track. Ooh, fast hands for TJ Acker,
Nice
trying to get to the rain line across the braking zone for turn 1.
And that's part of the thing when you're running the rain line eventually, and it allows you to run quicker. At some point, you're going to have to cross the normal line where you get that, you know, the rubber's embedded and the oils and the stuff, and the rubber can be slick, and you've got to be prepared for that.
And the faster you go, the more high risk that becomes because you're obviously carrying more speed on the rain line around the dry. Woo. But then you have to cross that rain line or that dry line still very carefully, so it's a careful balance.
Do I say it? That was Sterling car control.
Out of Sterling Hamilton.
Exactly. And again, you can see just these little margins here. Everybody given, for the most part, everybody a little bit of space here. And I really think, you know, I think Jason Conzo's got a really good car right now, and he is wheeling it beautifully. But right now, visibility is just such a huge factor, and I really think that is really impeding these guys, and it's just difficult to deal with it. Wow, he went right to the outside edge there, so that's the other part of it. He is using all the track and just dropping the hammer right now. I think he understands I've got such an advantage right now. Make good on it.
It's just at a next level. He was about 3 seconds a lap faster than Bailey Monette and the rest of the field last time through, but Monette has certainly picked it up, actually faster than Jason Conzo this time through Sector 2, which confirms our theory that maybe visibility is the biggest hindrance right now. Taking a great look at that shark livery on Jason Conzo's car, fast hands through the apex, but then gets the power down, and he is continuing to pull out just a tiny little bit, but Monette is responding.
And here's a little factoid for you about how impressive this drive is. First time at the runoffs. He's a rookie.
Wow.
Doing a heck of a job.
Had a bit of a hiccup in qualifying day 2, put the car in the wall, but they got it repaired, light damage to it, and then back out for day 3 of qualifying as we look at some battles back further in the field.
Yeah, Dean Opperman, James Regan having a good battle there. There's the, I think that's the 38 of Alistair McEwen, that green car. So anywhere you look on the track here, this is a nice sized field, and there's some serious racing going on. And just to let you know, even though this is Conzo's first ever time at the runoffs, this season in the Hoosier Super Tour, which is sort of the top tier of SCCA national racing, a couple of wins, 4 podiums, but check this out. In the Majors Tour, which is for his division and everything, 6 wins, 4 poles. So he has shown his speed. He's just never before made it to the runoffs, and he's letting everybody know, keep an eye on him. There's that battle with the number 38 of Alistair McEwen, right behind him, James Regan. And it's a good, solid battle, and it's in 13th right now. Dean Opperman had just managed to sneak through on both of these guys. But this is, you know, part of what racing is all about. You're not always going to be out there up front for the win, but you generally will find somebody on track that's running near your pace, and you can get into great scraps, and it may be outside of the top 10. You get done with the race, the helmet comes off, you get a grin ear to ear because you really had a fun battle with somebody, and that's very special.
I would pick a good race that's close with another car overlapping by myself every single day. And I have to wonder, Alistair McEwen flying the Scottish flag on the side of this car. This is looking fairly Scottish in weather out here. He's doing a good job holding off James Regan up the uphill S's. Alistair in the green car and James Regan right behind in the red, applying the pressure.
Yeah, he really is, and you're right. This is British Isles and especially Scottish weather to a T. And look, coming up behind here, there's McEwen Regan, and that's the recovering Adam Jennerjohn, and he is putting in a drive.
And he matched almost all the leaders' lap times last time through at a 2:16 flat. The only couple of cars that are quicker are the top 4, running a 2:14 last time through. But Adam Jennerjohn doing that passing cars. That is one of the fastest cars on track.
That is impressive, no question about that. And he has now cracked the top 15 with that recovery, as we're watching Sam Harrington and Lee Rackley having a nice little scrap here for the 9th spot. And you can see Rackley, that green sort of red and white machine, and the all black car right up in front of him of Sam Harrington, battle for 9th and 10th.
Harrington with a little wiggle at the apex of the top of roller coaster, but makes it down the hill starts to pull down the front straightaway, but Rackley is very much close. And again, these cars do have enough aero for drafting to take effect, but I think you'd rather be out of the spray. Pulls out a little bit wide.
Yeah, it's kind of, you know, we've been talking about risk versus reward this entire event because of the weather we've been dealing with. And at a certain point, you know, the reward, yeah, that might be getting into the draft and be, you know, getting a nice tow. But when you're doing it completely blind, that may be just a little bit too much risk. So you use it till you can't handle it anymore, and then you shift out, just get kind of a read on what's happening, and hope you're in a position to make a pass. And that's the tough thing when you get into these conditions in open wheel cars, is if you're going to make a pass, eventually you got to get up close and get into the spray. And in a moment here, Sterling Hamilton just had to get away from him, and gee, guess where? Outside of turn 1, it looks like.
Turn 1 so treacherous, and there's a lot more terrain there than the camera shows. You go downhill through the braking zone, and then uphill through the turn-in, and then downhill once more through the exit of that corner. So the corner is actually highest at about the midpoint, which means it puddles on either the entry and exit. And it looks like the entry has definitely been kind of the bugaboo for most classes, most drivers who have that catch them out.
So what you're saying is this track not only has pretty good elevation change, it also has texture.
Texture is big, yep, absolutely, especially in conditions like these. Got to look out for those little puddles. They can catch you out. We were seeing a lot of hydroplaning issues, in fact, in weather not too much worse than this. In some of the other races, we'll have to keep an eye out for that.
Absolutely, and here's Manette and TJ Acker, and that margin is just 3, 4, 5 car lengths as they're working their way down. And these guys are, you know, obviously this is second and third. That is the silver and bronze medals here. And Bailey being out in front of TJ Acker. You know, TJ can reference off of Bailey here a bit. And, you know, at that point you can go, all right, well, they're braking right there. I can maybe go just a little bit deeper. Their car looks pretty stable. And that can be, you know, you can use that as a reference tool, can't you?
Yeah, it's a great spot to be when you have that maybe 10 car length buffer to the car in front. So if they make the mistake, you have time to regain the control that you maybe were following them. But if they are just kind of showing you where the grip is, it's great. Whoa, who was that off? Was it the leader?
That's Conzo. That sure looks like Conzo. See if we can pick him up in front of these two cars.
Yeah.
I think our leader, yeah, there he is. He has slipped back now into third, so Conzo running it wide.
Wow, and he was going faster and faster. It was actually almost 3 seconds a lap faster than the next car on track last time through, but the risk versus reward does not pay off. A lot of mud on the belly of that shark, and he's going to start to run down TJ Acker now with a lot of pressure behind.
Yeah, and the question is, you know, when you have an off like that, you know, does that sap your confidence a little bit, or do you just say, all right, I made a mistake, but I know I'm quick. I've just got to rein that in just that little bit, and I got to get right back into attack mode right now, and we'll see what he could do. So right now it's Manette, TJ Acker, and the race-long leader, Jason Conzo. That's your medal positions right there.
The mentality you want is to forget and just move on. He knows exactly where the limit was when he was doing 2:13s, and now he knows, okay, I don't need to do 2:12s. I can still win this race running those 2:13s. So now he knows the line. The other guys haven't found the line yet, so now Bailey Monette finds himself in the risky position of teaching everyone else behind what's going on.
And when you're leading, yeah, I mean, you're the first one to arrive at the corner, and you know, is there a puddle that's formed that wasn't there before? All kinds of things you're going to be thinking about here. And look at Conzo. This is the first time that he's had to deal with bad visibility, and he is staying way wide of TJ Acker in a lot of spots here. He's just not had to deal with it, and it's probably coming as a bit of a shock to him.
Probably, and it's actively raining still. I mean, the rain is coming down pretty good. It's a light droplets, but it is kind of sleeting that rain down on the surface. It's probably deteriorating the track conditions pretty significantly since we started this race about 27 minutes ago. So it's a bit of a mystery, changing conditions every single time you go into the same corner every 3.5 miles or so.
Absolutely, and not too far behind Conzo here is Caleb Schrader. He is putting in a good one. Then there's a big gap back to Paul Schneider. So right now, it's the lead four are off in their own little world right now. It's these guys that might be settling it. There is a look at Caleb Schrader, and he has just driven a really consistent, smooth, mistake-free run thus far, and it's literally brought him right up onto the back of this lead trio.
It has. He's had a little more up and down race than the grid to current running order would say. Started fifth. only running 4th right now, but he's certainly been a big factor in the top 5 battle for this entire race. Conzo seems to still be obviously the fastest car. He knows he has turned the fastest laps, but he can't figure out what to do with it quite yet.
Well, and just to give everybody a little perspective, we had talked about Conzo had turned to 212, and you fight for a 1/10 of a second on the track like mad, right? That one off, that lap, he turned to 222. That was 10 seconds. He lost right there alone, and that's where mistakes can be so costly when you're fighting for tenths and and hundredths on the track. Something like that, it can really be gut-wrenching. And like you said, you've just got to just put that aside. Don't let the red mist here control me. Just really focus it and let's get going here. And Conzo trying to really open up the run through that oak tree turn to try and get a good drive here. And the biggest thing is, obviously when it's this wet, side loads are difficult. So you want to get the car straightened out as soon as you can, because then that means you can get the power sooner and not have input into the front tires, right?
Exactly. Just kind of point and shoot everything up as you see Jason Conzo still weaving everywhere he can to get some visibility. And I bet they can't even pick up braking points. They're probably driving more blind than they've ever driven before in these conditions. But saying that, TJ Acker and Jason Conzo were much closer to Bailey Monette this lap through Oak Tree than any other lap before. So if they can just get, it kind of reminds me of drifting. You have to get used to driving through the car in front of you smoke, which is terrifying. But you have to get used to it, and if you can get used to it over the next couple of laps or 10 minutes, whichever comes first, like Jason Conzo looks to be doing, then that's the driver that's going to make the pass.
You can see they do have a rain light that flashes in the back, but the spray right now is so heavy, it's almost tough to see that. Conzo, this is the closest he's been to TJ Acker since he regathered and got back on the track, and so he's chipping away at it. And the good news for him is that up front, Monette is not exactly driving away right now. And Conzo's last lap a little bit quicker by about a half a second, and that's what's brought him up to the back of TJ Acker. But they're, Monette's not dropping him right now. And the problem is that if he gets up into a battle with TJ like he is here, that could happen. He needs, if he's going to make the pass when he makes it, we got that curve pretty good. He's got to make it decisively so they're not battling each other and letting Monette get away.
He does. Needs to make quick work of that job to get by, and this is the section of track that is slowest and therefore the least amount of spray. It looks like where he's the most confident to get close. And again, it's very easy, especially with the mirrors in these cars. I have to emphasize, hold your palm out. It's smaller than that, and they're vibrating at 120 miles an hour at certain places on this track. It's very, very difficult to know where cars are around you in a car like this.
Well, and the thing is, think about where that mirror sits. You look at it, even, if you would normally see it clearly, you've got spray off of that rear tire on that side that could completely disguise that car. This is the number 27 of Dean Opperman, who was on the door, knocking on the door of a top 10, and he has come to a stop right now. Let's take a look and see what happens here. He's the third car. They're the lighter teal machine. And, tried to turn down underneath a little bit, tighten that radius up, it looked like, and it just wouldn't stand for it.
Mirror incident to Adam Jennerjohn's spin there at the restart, which, real quick, Adam Jennerjohn, fastest car on the track last time through by well over a second. So he's still charging forward, sitting 8th, but this is the battle for second, essentially the battle for first. The podium still up for contention here.
Yeah, it's been a great charge through the field. When you consider the visibility he's dealing with, Adam Jennerjohn is doing a superb drive right now. As we look at Jason Conzo, close again to TJ Acker, but is he close enough to be able to do anything? And when he gets right up there, he's dealing with all that spray. And the smart thing at that point for Acker is pretty much what he's doing. Just go down the middle of the track, and that's going to send spray out everywhere. And where does Conzo decide to go? This time, looks to the outside, and if he doesn't go off there, then maybe he could ramp it around. Oh, and look at this. He tried to get down the inside. Exact same thing we've been seeing. Back end stepped around, but he may have been able to control it. Let's see, he did. Wow, that was a great piece of car control. Look at him sawing at the wheel.
He drove all the way through turn 2. His head turned as far left as possible. Where is he? Where is he? Can I turn in? That's how bad the visibility is right now. But now he can set his sights, and he's figured out a passing opportunity. That's even more important than getting the position away from TJ Acker, is now he knows how to make a pass happen.
It's almost like when you're on the highway and you get suddenly surprised by some fog, and you're literally driving by the white stripe looking out of your window, and he's not going to be able to go anywhere. He's going to have to back up and then try and just drive on the flatter parts, and I can't get that out. It's the 83, and problem there for Thomas Green, the driver out of Sorrento, Florida. And yeah, he's either got to back it up or we're going to probably have to go full course caution.
Well, it looks like we are going full course caution. The biggest problem with that is I believe the SADEF transmissions in these cars don't have a reverse gear. So that's why we see these drivers stuck high side and you're like, yeah, throw it in reverse. Come on, get out of there. I'm not 100% sure, but a lot of these sequential transmissions or transmissions in Formula cars, they don't have a reverse gear.
Well, and there's the issue with, and the SADEF, that's a sequential box, right?
Exactly.
Is what you're talking about. So you pull it back to go faster, down to get down through the gears, and then when you have a moment like this, that's what happens here. And on the one side here, the guy who's going to be loving this is Adam Jennerjohn, because he's been so fast, and this is going to pack him up. Because from Caleb Schrader, we talked about, who was running in fourth behind Manette, Acker, and Konzo, there was a gap of some 17 to 18 seconds back to Paul Schneider, Vanacore, Yeatman, and Jennerjohn. That evaporates, and with the speed he's been going, he might yet be in it with a chance at the medals. And there is the number 83, got it going. Good for him.
Sure did. So we're going to collect the pace car up here, and we've been told from race control and in our pre-event briefings, they'll do everything they can, even excluding the 40-minute rule, to give every class a 2-lap run. They get a green-white checker. The problem is we're starting that second to last lap right now. So coming to the green flag next time would mean a green and white. I don't know if they're going to give them 1 lap or 2, but I assume with that car clear, we should get, fingers crossed, knock on wood, we should hopefully get at least that last lap.
And the nice thing about the way this track is laid out, there are all kinds of circuit variations, and what that record or that flatbed that is now no longer needed, it can just turn into what they call the Patriot course here. And then that next time around, the Mazda safety car can duck in, and at that point, we'll see if they are going to let them go. Because they are just loath, and I understand it, especially in these conditions, to do essentially a green and white at the same time, which is 1 lap. Because what those generally produce is, yes, excitement, but also carnage. And that's not what club racing is all about. The last thing you want to do after you come to a great event is be stacking a bunch of parts instead of a complete car and at the end of it here. So they always try and give them, as you said, at least 2 laps to sort things out a little bit.
Exactly, but again, the reality is we have 4 minutes remaining in the race and 1 lap theoretically on the board. So we'll wait to see what race control decides to do with that, but they should have plenty of time to get back to the start-finish straight away with the slightly under 4 minutes remaining on the clock, and a lot of the field still kind of catching up. The thing I'm seeing, they're doing 50 miles an hour. Look at how high the spray is flying off those tires.
Yeah.
It's just these tires pick it up and fling it.
They do, and then, that's at 50 miles an hour, and like Todd Vanacore, he's had the fastest trap speed I've seen thus far at about 128, and so just imagine that's so multiplied when you're at speed like that. Here comes the rest of the field starting to catch up here, but when we go back to green, obviously we're going to be looking at this front group, but the car that sits 8th, or now 7th in line, is the guy that we're gonna want to have our eyes on. And I see Jason Konzo shows now that he's in 2nd, and the question is, did he get by before that caution came out?
Oh, I think he did. We saw that really awesome move where it was basically a kind of over-under through.
That's right, where he was sideways all the way and made that move. Yeah. We just got a report, folks, from race control, checkered flag this time by. Checkered flag this time by. And part of it is, and you have to keep this in mind as well, folks, because obviously you get frustrated. Come on, we can go. Well, why can't we go? Some of these cars may not have enough fuel. You run enough fuel for the race plus a pace lap if you're really on your game. And so you want to be a little, I would think in club racing, you might have a little bit of a margin there. But there are just a lot of factors that race control has to consider here. And, safety is always paramount, but then fairness and equity also comes into it as well. So it looks as though Bailey Manette, picked by Sports Car to be 2nd here, is going to come home with a trophy, and it's going to be the gold. Best previous finish last year in this class at Indianapolis, 4th. So not too bad a weekend.
Not bad at all. And a very clean, well-run race.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, I think he just heard.
Yeah, they just told him, and he is lit right now. The sad part is with the speed we were seeing, he would only have had a couple of laps to do anything. But boy, Adam Jennerjohn was going so quickly. He may have been able to take a crack at the top 5. But we'll save that for another year. And for Jason Conzo, coulda, woulda, shoulda, had that one moment. But what a race! And as you said, Bailey Manette, he never threw it off the track, drove a very, very solid race, minimized the risk, and what does it do? It gets you the best reward.
He was the one that never crossed the line and did the best job doing so. Big waves out of the cockpit of that FE2, fist pumps in the air, double checkered flags for Bailey Manette.
Absolutely. Comes from a racing-oriented family. The Manettes, they are based, Atlanta region, and every member of that family races something from big booming GT1 cars all the way down to Formula cars, and they just love it, and they're going to love this. An impressive run by Conzo was a rookie. We talked about that, his first ever runoffs, and he gets thrown in, and the pun here being, the pool reference in these conditions, but in the deep end, and comes through with a silver medal. That's not too shabby as a rookie.
He really made his mark. I mean,
Yeah.
from the very drop, that was the car that popped out and looked the strongest. And of course, he did cross that risk-reward line once, put himself back in second. He's really also one of the only cars that accomplished a pass in this race. It proved to be just very much a difficult visibility problem and grip problem to make a pass happen, and he figured that puzzle out. I think if he had a couple more attempts, he would have been very, very racy on the back.
Yep. I'll tell you what, that celebration from Bailey in the car here, anybody who wonders as we take a look at the unofficial results, what a win at the runoffs when you are a dedicated Sports Car Club of America member, and that is your national championship. That says so much. You're seeing the intensity of that celebration. It's special. And I think as we've got this long cool-down lap here, very quickly here, I want to give a shout-out to the corner workers and all the volunteers. There's a lot of, this is a club, so everybody here for the most part is volunteering, but you've got grid workers, paddock workers, all that. But also those corner workers out in harm's way, out in the elements all day long, in a hurricane on Friday, in cool temperatures yesterday, and now cool and wet today. Just kudos to all of them, no question about it. Let's take a look at some highlights. And there you go. It is Russell Turner at the blue car up front, and there's Conzo coming from 4th, ramping around the outside, almost getting it done there, and then completing it, goes to the lead. There was that spin by Adam Jennerjohn, and now that made Adam now in full pursuit mode. And then this moment here, as Russell Turner and the 08, that was a car that was also in good form. Whitney Strickland get caught up and end up in the barriers after they lock wheels. And some great racing in multiple places around this track. And here comes Conzo once again on TJ Acker.
This is that over-under, got to the rain line on the outside, squared it up, and then was able to put the power down nicely. Looking left, looking left, looking left. Okay, I'm clear. Gonna shut the door.
Yeah, you have to have a little bit of an eyeball on what's unfolding here. And that put him up into that second spot. And then the issue for the number 83, having a moment there, Thomas Green did clear himself fairly quickly, but the caution still had to come out, and they finished under the full course caution. Bailey Manette getting the gold. Jason Conzo, after a stunning drive, ends up in second. And TJ Acker, who's a driver who's been running an SCCA competition at the runoffs for a long time, lots of experience. This is TJ's 15th start and brings it home in these conditions with a very solid third. And they're going to be working their way around. And I want to take a moment while we're calling out all of the corner workers here. I think it's a right moment looking at these conditions to thank the Apex production camera people. Yeah. They're not just out in the elements, they're out elevated in the elements, up on platforms and scaffolds, and just doing an absolutely superb job in these conditions, bringing you the coverage here. So lucky to have such a good group working for us here. And everybody now making their way down into pit lane. Cannot wait to hear, watching that celebration from Bailey on that cool down lap. I can't wait to hear the interview. This is going to be just choice, I think.
Oh yeah, good luck, Hayward.
Yeah.
But to your point, I think it's so cool to have this TV package, because this happens at so many racetracks across the country almost every weekend, and to showcase it at the biggest one is really spectacular. Here we go.
Yeah, look at this. Look at this. Oh, man, I love seeing this is what SCCA club racing is all about. You know what this is? Fun with cars, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Right there. That is fun with cars. Look at that. Just going crazy here. Oh, man, you got to love that. Celebrations coming from, and this is the other part of it, celebrations coming from the guy that he just beat. You know, that says so much. Let's get down to Hayward here, as Hayward's just sort of eavesdropping on one hell of a celebration there, Hayward.
Bailey's doing his best to get, the hardest thing you've had to do all day is get this helmet off.
The first thing I had to do was congratulate these guys. Absolutely, SCCA, confident in everybody. To stand out in this rain and be in this weather and still do it unconditionally and to succeed is insane. We came with the goal to win the runoffs this year.
Last year you came to the runoffs with all the pressure, the cover of Sports Car, the pick, all of that. How was this year different for you?
Well, first of all, that was probably the toughest race I've ever been in. I mean, the conditions were treacherous, but I mean, we left Indy last year with a goal to come back even harder this year, and man, has it fallen together. Man, I tell you what, we did it.
And you are a part of a huge SCCA family, a lot of support. What does that mean to this family? What does it mean to your family to do this?
Honestly, my mom and my dad are my biggest supporters. They told me they were going to watch. They never miss a race. And to you, thank you. I love you guys. But it's huge. I mean, this is not a cheap ordeal. But he believes, they both believe, they both love, and they both support. And it came together.
A huge congratulations to you. You get to take one more lap on this track, this time with a checkered flag.
I'm not going to turn that down.
As wet and as drenched as he is, you don't miss this lap of honor when you win gold at the runoffs. And Mom and Dad, I bet you are as proud as can be right now. That was one absolutely solid drive.
And a 2-year story. I mean, it doesn't often get to expand past this week or this season, and to have that through line even through last year is so cool.
Yep, and you know, and I'll tell you what, you know, to do it in these conditions on a track of this reputation and magnitude, you know, it's going to sink in even more. And you know, you just beat the best in FE2, and you did it in these conditions. That's pretty special. Hayward.
Bronze finisher here. You had the lead. There was a little mistake. How motivated were you coming back onto the track?
Oh, well, we saw forever. I mean, people were going off into the grass, and the only thing me and my dad were talking about, just keep the thing going. Whatever happened, just keep the throttle on, keep it going through the grass, and just decided to stay calm, and that's what helped me get past TJ.
So, Silver, you're chasing down Bailey. The double yellows come out, and you had a couple more laps to get him there, but still, your instinct was, I'm going to go congratulate him. Talk to me about that.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Bailey's been huge. I mean, obviously, this is my first year in the car, so it's a bit new. I was that new kid on the block. So Bailey was huge and helped me take me under his wing, showing me everyone. He gave me a little secret, but it's not enough, I guess.
Well, congratulations on the silver. Runoffs podium is always a huge accomplishment. We're going to get TJ. We're going to get TJ, our third place finisher. Jason getting some hugs over the car. TJ, you're running with these kids. You're holding your own. How's it feel to be on the podium?
Not too bad for an old man, especially from the West Coast. And we don't get to drive in this kind of stuff very often. Hardly ever at all. So it feels good.
The guys in the booth were talking about the visibility. How hard was it to see when you were following somebody?
Extremely, and then the visor just kept getting a little more foggy each lap. And then when we were green for however many laps it was, and you couldn't open it to clear it, just before that full course caution, I was practically blind. And I even radioed in and said, I can't see, anything.
There's a blind squirrel nut analogy here. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but it's a bronze medal for you, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, and that visibility, absolutely atrocious to be sure. And these guys, once again, you had to survive it first of all, then go racing. And I think we're going to see a lot from Jason Conzo in the future. He just really showed us something, didn't he?
Yeah, I like that. He gave me some secrets, but I guess not all of them.
Yeah,
but I didn't even think about that. Think about getting heavy breathing in the car, fogging up your windshield. I mean, these guys all just put on a show.
Yeah, they sure did. And as Bailey Manette enjoys that special lap of honor, sans helmet, man, he's just letting the rain pound down right now, having as much fun as he can. Look at that. I love to see it. Fantastic. That's going to wrap up our coverage of FE2, Formula Enterprises 2, here at the 59th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Thanks so much for joining us here. I'm Greg Creamer, and for Tom O'Gorman and Hayward Wagner down in the pits, it's been a treat having you join us here for the coverage of this very difficult race, and what a great one it was. More to come here at the Runoffs. We look forward to seeing you again somewhere, and until then, take care, everybody.
grid now. You're scheduled to be on track at 12:05. And such in the paddock video report a little bit earlier today of a driver who misplaced their keys, their car keys, and their auto lanyard. If you happen to find these car keys, we ask that you please take them to the little security shack when you come into the property over at the front gate. Again, if you found those drivers, please bring them to the security shack over by the front gate. Thank you. And welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And after an extended quiet hour period here, quiet 2 hours actually here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, Brian Bielanski along with Gregg Ginsberg. And Brian, we're ready to go back racing.
We are. It looks drier than it was earlier. I see that the radar, there may be a little more rain coming, but it doesn't look like anything heavy. So I am hopeful for a little better afternoon of racing here, Greg.
Indeed, and so we have our first of two open wheel groups going out, and what better group, Brian, to determine whether or not it's raining or not, and whether or not there's really horrible conditions waiting to meet them over at Turn 4 than our Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600 group here. Let's run down the starting order as they are on their pace lap now. We're going to start off with the front pack. We've got two different packs. First one is going to be made up of the Formula Fs and Formula 600s, and then the Formula Vs will be starting at the rear. On pole today, scheduled to appear, is your winner from yesterday's race, driving the number 21 Piper from Alpharetta, Georgia, Porter Aiken. John Robinson driving the number 19 Formula F Swift, scheduled to start on the outside of row number 1. Chris Smith in his Formula F Van Diemen, scheduled to start third, with Mateo Naranjo in his Miguel SJ13, scheduled to start fourth. Then we've got Joe Colasaco and Callum Baxter both in Formula F. They're going to make up row number 3, with Dylan DeForce, who finished on the podium in his very first road race ever, driving the number 81 machine. He's going to start 7th, with Eli Navarro, who finished 2nd yesterday, starting in 8th. Trevor Russell will start 9th, with David Livingston starting in 10th. Those are your top 5 rows. I'm going to shift back just a little bit and tell you about the Formula 600 field, where Corey McLeod is scheduled to be your pole sitter in the Red Devil Arrow. And that machine is scheduled to start 17th overall, with George Bugg scheduled to start 18th. So row number 9, 2 Formula 600s, and then we've got starting 20th, Jack Walburn is 3rd in Formula 600 with Calvin Stewart, who did not race yesterday, doesn't race on the Sabbath, driving the 07 machine, the 07 Nova car, scheduled to start 4th in Formula 600. Calvin, a former national champion. And then we have Russell Straight and Jeff DeLong. In our Formula V field here, we've got 6 drivers that put in times over the course of the last 2 days. Mitchell Ferguson is your pole sitter in the class, driving the number 52 Porsche, starting 2nd in Formula V. And by the way, Mitchell was your winner in yesterday's race. Stephen Davis driving the number 80 Vortec. He'll start 2nd in the number 80 machine. Then we've got Donnie Isley driving the 30, with Trevor Carmody starting 4th, driving the number 7 machine. And then Jonathan Weisheit will start 5th, with Russell Fredericks 6th. Brian, as the pace car is now on the pit lane, and our pole sitter, and it looks to be Porter Aiken, bringing the field down through turn number 12. And green flag is in the air, and they are making their way down to Road Atlanta here for the 2023 Super Tour. And look at this, is the Formula V's already stretching out, going down into turn number 1. They were 3 wide, I think, before they ever got to the green flag, Brian.
Yeah, definitely. They heard green, and green means go. So this will be the telling point, though, here. What we see coming down the hill, still really wet on the outside of turn 4 there through the S's. We'll see if anybody has looked at the video to keep an eye on what our plan is here, to stay away from the outside there. And so far, I don't want to say it. I did that last time when we put someone in a wall.
And so, as you can see there, looking at our ticker here on the very first lap, these are scheduled all through the rest of the day. 35 minutes or 19 laps, whichever comes first. So very different strategies, Brian, than what we saw yesterday during the 25-minute races, the sprint races. Then again, given the weather conditions, I think the strategy is going to be very different to begin with.
Get to the front.
Here, I think, a lot of knowns become unknowns here, as we've got a breakaway at the front of the field, and I believe that is Porter Aiken
And then in, I believe that may be Sebastian, probably Mateo Naranjo in the 08 machine. They're kind of breaking away from the rest of the field, first and second, with Joe Kawasaki, Callum Baxter side by side going through turn 10A. Actually, Kawasaki slightly ahead. Kawasaki currently in third in that red number 3 machine as they now come down through turn number 12 to complete lap number 1. And indeed, it's Aiken, Naranjo, Kawasaki, Eli Navarro, and Caleb Baxter that were side by side. Michael Bolsicelli. And Bolsicelli yesterday finished 10th in the field. He is now up into 6th position. He's got Dylan DeFonts, who finished on the podium yesterday in his very first race, now sitting back in 7th position with Chris Smith and David Livingston, 8th and 9th, Robert Albani 10th. Good to see David Livingston out. He had had an issue, I think had broken his car coming out of turn 7 yesterday. He pulled off early during the race, and he's gotten that repaired, and he's back on his way.
So these cars, Greg, may not have an option for an intermediate tire. They definitely have rain tire options, and obviously there's slick tire options. Some of the teams will cut their own kind of tread patterns into some of these tires to give them an intermediate option. And it feels like to me that right now would be intermediate time, right?
I would think so, given that there is very little standing water on the track here. I mean, there are certain known areas. We saw that large amount of standing water still in the S's as you come down to turn number 4. And we know that likely that large puddle in the braking zone, driver's right, going into turn 10A, is likely a trouble spot as well. And we'll see how our drivers do. Not seeing any big splashes there under braking, Brian, but you can see also that big puddle right at the entrance to 10A still exists.
Yeah.
But,
and if it doesn't rain, that puddle will get splashed around pretty quickly, and it, to get to other parts of the track as they go through it. So this is the battle here for the second place here going into turn 1 here. And now they're starting to get a little bit racy here, and we will see how that goes. Jump in on me if you see anything going on, Greg. I just want to let people know yesterday's official results came in really late for this group. The podium in Formula Ford was Porter Aiken, Eli Navarro, and Dylan DeFonts. In Formula 600, it was Corey McLeod, Greg Bug, and Jack Walbrand was your podium. And then in Formula V, Mitchell Ferguson, Stephen Davis, and Donnie Isley. So that's how the stewards worked it out yesterday. And that was what the official results came in after all was said and done.
Yeah, and so, Brian, what we're seeing now, as you mentioned, drivers getting a little racy as Eli Navarro, who started off in 4th position, he gets around Sebastian Naranjo, that light blue Rice Racing number 01 machine, gets around the yellow number 08 of Naranjo. But all the while, our winner from yesterday, Porter Aiken, has opened up a bit of an advantage. It looks like Joe Kawasaki, though, under a little bit of pressure from Caleb Baxter out of Hammonds Plains, I think that Nova Scotia. So coming down from north of the border, and he is definitely pushing the issues. They're now side by side under braking going into turn at number 1, and Colin Baxter, the 65 machine, he takes over 4th place now. And so Joe Kawasaki, who just a few moments ago had been up in the 3rd, now finds himself in 5th position as our leaders coming through turn 12. And you could see there, Brian, we know when the Spec Racer Fords were racing prior to our quiet hours, before 10 o'clock this morning, they were having a lot of issues with grip around the outside of turn number 12. And we just saw Porter Aiken with probably a good 25-degree slip angle there with the rear end of his machine stepping out. So still an issue there as you carry that speed down the hill.
That's right. And Callum Baxter, he's a 3-time Canadian karting national champion before we got into cars, and he did Formula 1600 and sedans in Canada. So he's got some experience out there despite being only 16 years old.
All right, let's do this, Brian. Let's pick up our Formula V race,
right?
As we have them now coming underneath the Fox Factory Bridge, and we actually have one of our, I think one of our Formula 600s pulling off track, pulling into the pit lane as we're starting to watch that V race. It is Jonathan Weisheit in that dark blue JK Technologies number 61 machine. He's your leader. And he's got, I'd say, about 10. He's got about 10 car lengths on Donnie Isley, but a great battle right now for third position in Formula V. Stephen Davis in the black and yellow number 80 machine, with Trevor Carmody in the white number 7. We still see them here coming up over the crest of the hill in just a moment. Those are first and second place runners in Formula V. And here comes that battle for third, and they've got a couple of friends along with them for the ride here as they're sitting back behind one of our Formula 600 competitors. It's actually, so it's Stephen Davis, Trevor Carmody, also the red number 23 of Russell Fredericks, working for that last podium position. We had 6 starters in Formula V, we had 6 qualifiers in Formula V. Looks like Mitchell Ferguson, our winner from yesterday, did not come out and start this race.
All right, and as we see coming down the hill here right now, this is your lead battle for Formula 4, Greg, and this would be the, as I pull up my thing again, Porter Aiken, Eli Navarro, and Matteo Naranjo as they come through. Some of those cars. Navarro looks like he's made a move to the lead here, going into turn 5, and he'll be coming straight at us right now. That's that first car right there.
All right, here we go, coming around the corner right now. So a great fight that we're seeing here happen, not only for second place in Formula F, but we're also looking at that battle right now, the battle just off the podium for 4th with Baxter Colasaco and Mike Bolsicelli as well, as they are all locked nose to tail now as they come out of turn 7 and make their way down the back straight. We've got our Formula 600 leader a little bit further back in the pack. I think they're actually starting to come up on these Formula 600 cars. It must be very tough, Brian, I would imagine, and I don't want to get myself in trouble with our Formula 600 fans. But given the amount of suspension travel that you have on those Formula 600 cars, having a very damp track like this, it must be, especially for drivers who've never raced them in the rain, must be very difficult.
Yeah, you talk about the vast amount of suspension travel, right?
Yes.
Sarcasm alert, people. I'm just waiting for the Formula 600 community to light me up on the chat. So, yeah, there's absolutely, I mean, it's not quite a kart, but it's very close to a kart. Not a lot there.
And Brian, I was just checking in with the chat with Erwin, who of course is joining us from across the large pond. Yes, we definitely have issues with quiet hours. For those of us who like to continue to talk nonstop and not take a breath, to do so for 2 hours becomes very problematic. So keep that in mind if we seem a little exuberant here for our first race after the break. As we see here, one of our Formula 600 drivers, he is definitely a little bit, as we mentioned, how difficult it must be to race these cars in the wet, a little bit off the pace, and I think our Formula F drivers have gone and lapped that car already along.
Ooh, look at that little
600 machines. Yeah, look at that field here now. Our top 3 drivers trying to go 3 wide, going over the crest of the hill down into turn 10A. That's Porter Aiken, it's Matteo Naranjo, and Eli Navarro.
What could go wrong?
3 wide. No, nothing at all. Who's the last of the late breakers here into a very damp track? Porter Aiken. He's got the position, but he runs wide coming out of 10B. And look at Naranjo, who turned in very late, tried to do the over-under on our leader. And as they come across the front straight, Brian, we do have a new leader in Formula F. It is Matteo Naranjo, as we do have a driver that goes around now over at 10A, and I believe that is the 81 of Dylan DeFonts. And we'll check that out in just a moment here, but I'm fairly certain it is. Yeah, it's the 57 machine of Chris Smith that goes around as he now just recovers and comes across the start-finish line. But this battle for the lead, Brian, it looks no different in the wet than it did yesterday in the dry, where it was fairly close to a photo finish yesterday with maybe 3 feet at most separating Porter Aiken from Eli Navarro at the line.
Well, and what a nifty little bit of racecraft there from Mateo Naranjo going into turn 10 with those 3 cars. He saw that he kind of had that what could go wrong moment, decided to back out, took the proper line through 10A, set himself up perfectly for 10B. Remember I told you you're supposed to throw away 10A? He threw away 10A, let those 2 guys go forward. He went into 10 in 3rd. He came out of 10B in 1st. Perfectly done.
Yeah, it was a great move, classic maneuver there to take over the lead. We'll see if it happens again as our leaders are coming up on some slower traffic as well. And I think given the opportunity as they try to scoot past some of our Formula V drivers and our Formula V leaders, Naranjo had a little bit of coverage there, but they are, Brian, coming down the front straight, coming down into turn 1, 3 wide. Our leaders now coming in the one, here it is, and with Naranjo to the outside driver's left, with Navarro to driver's right, and splitting the difference, and your new leader, Porter Aiken, driver of the number 21 machine, takes the lead. That was absolutely amazing, Brian, immediately after they came out of turn 12 as they fanned out 3 wide all the way down the front straight.
Yep, absolutely. And this is the point now with 12 to go here where these 3 cars up front are really trying to measure each other, trying to figure out which driver does what and where, so that when it comes down to 2 to go, they know where they want to make it their move. And that's the kind of what they're doing here in this middle section of the race, trying to figure out when it is that they can go and pounce right at the end. And it's really fun to watch them do this.
All right, well, Brian, as they come out of turn number 7, all in a line with only, I don't know, about a foot and a half between each one of our top 3 drivers there, let me quickly make a call to the grid, first call to the grid for our next race. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for Big Bore. That is race group number 4, GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, and T1. Please start heading to the grid. Race group 4, GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, and T1. Please start heading to the grid.
And there you see.
All right, and
I was just going to say, there you see Navarro try to make the move to the lead again and accomplish it coming out of 12. I don't know about you, Greg, but I have a feeling these guys are having some fun.
It looks like it, and and we see this so many times in Formula F, Brian. This is, again, typically in open wheel racing, the first step in the ladder when drivers get out of karts. You're talking in most cases younger drivers, either no fear or very little fear, and always somewhat aggressive. And maybe they don't plan out moves 3 laps ahead of time. They see a gap, they go for it. They're thinking in the moment, and it always makes for some great racing. And maybe the strategy is, we said maybe the strategy is going to be different today for the longer format races than for a 25-minute race. The strategy is keep leading. No matter what lap it is, as it I would say real quick, having some trouble coming out of turn number 7. Porter Aiken runs a little bit wide, or pardon me, that was not Porter Aiken, but that was Navarro, our leader, ran a little bit wide, had to get out of the throttle coming through turn 7, and it really opened things up for both Aiken and Naranjo, and so we'll see what happens when they come down in the 10A.
Yeah, you were mentioning, Formula F for young drivers. That's the way it works in Europe, and every young driver that ends up in Formula 1, almost all of them go karts to Formula Ford or Formula Vauxhall, which is kind of the same thing. And they spend some time in there. In America, the younger drivers tend to try to get into the wing cars because, they're cooler and faster, but it's much more expensive to run the wing cars. And you can run out of money so much faster doing that, and they haven't learned their racecraft yet. So if they were to come and spend a couple of seasons in Formula F, learn their racecraft before they get into some of these wing cars, it's really a much better step up for drivers. And I really wish that was a more useful ladder in North American motorsports. It used to be back in the day. It's not so much now.
No, yeah, and actually, producer Brendan and I were talking about the FRP series and Formula 1600 and ways to get drivers maybe a little bit more notoriety here in the States. But, I think for the most part, until obviously in the last couple of years, thank you, Netflix, Formula One has taken on.
Oh, there's a big spin there coming out of there. Keeping it off the wall, it looks like. Good job.
Yeah, very good job. And I believe that was sitting right back behind David Livingston. I think that was Chris Smith, the 57 machine, who we had seen go around at turn 10 previously. We'll see if he can get that car recovered. But he's pretty deep in the grass there, Brian. And with the fairly narrow tires in these Formula Fs, he may have a challenge there climbing up the hill and climbing back to the pavement.
Right. So what he needs to do is let himself roll back down the hill, so that he can get to a spot where he's not trying to get uphill with those slick. Even the rain tires are pretty slick. If he lets himself roll back down the hill, if he can, then he can get himself a little bit of a run to get himself back on the racetrack.
All right, well, Brian, as we're watching this, we're just about halfway through this 35-minute or 19-lap race. Why don't we do this? Why don't we take a quick little break? We'll thank some of our partners and sponsors, and when we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag here in this combined Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600 Formula 600 race. We'll be right back.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more.
Want to get out on track but not quite ready to dive into wheel-to-wheel action you're seeing this weekend? Check out Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack. The one-day, low-pressure, fun with your street car events at more than 30 racetracks across the country. It's where you can go as fast as you want, learn from stellar coaches, and leave with a big old smile. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more. All right, so we are here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski, and we are, Brian, here now under full course caution at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. I thought perhaps it would be for the 57 car that was over by turn 4. And I'm trying to see if he has rolled that car back behind the wall or if he is back, if he's managed to get that car underway.
Yeah, I see something white behind the Chevrolet sign there. Not sure if that's a race car or not.
All right, well, I'm taking a look through the order to see if we have, if he managed to stay at least one lap up. Let's see here. The 57 car, I'm showing for the moment as one lap down. We'll see if he goes another lap down. Yeah, they're driving by here, emergency services vehicles trying to respond, and off they go. So looks like we'll have to try and find where the Mr. 57 is, but he is not over where we expected to see him. All right, and here we go, and here's something amazing, Brian. Coming down the hill through turn 12, as we are full course caution, I think we had our leader, who was Eli Navarro, waiting to just basically see where the safety car was to get picked up. He slowed down probably to about 20 miles an hour. And then, just then, the green flag came out right at about the apex of 12. And Porter Aiken got on the throttle as soon as that green flag came out. And as we have them coming up over the crest of the hill now, Porter Aiken with almost a 12-car length advantage over our former leader, Eli Navarro, Mateo Naranjo, sitting in third. But great vision and great execution by Porter Aiken to take advantage. And I can't tell if Navarro was just trying to slow things down, hoping they'd go back to green, but he got it wrong.
Well, he did, and it's possible that Aiken's car has a radio in it when his crew was able to tell him that green flag was out. Could have been any of a number of things that led to that, but regardless, they're going, and now there's some catching up that needs to be done. Navarro and Naranjo really got to get it together to try to get back to the rear tailpipe there of that number 21 car.
Well, they were side by side coming over the crest of the hill, Brian. I don't know if getting it together, as they are still wheel to wheel going into turn 10A. I don't know if they've got it together. Now, the only saving grace that they have right now, as Navarro gets ahead of the yellow number 83, is that he has Porter Aiken got held up just a little bit by one of our Formula 600s and one of our Formula Vs here. As looks like we've got one of the yellow Pelfrey cars is just pulled down the pit lane, not Naranjo, who's sitting in third position right now.
Right, and with 11 minutes to go, that is kind of must be kind of, or is actually an eternity. A lot of time left.
It is.
To get going here. That's half of yesterday's race still to go. So plenty of action here and time to get caught back up. And a lot of also back marker traffic that they're going to have to go through at some point in time. So all of that could play into this.
Yeah, as both Naranjo and Navarro coming up on some Formula V traffic, as our leader Porter Aiken decided to go wide, go drivers right around them coming through turn number 4. He lost a lot of time there, and both Navarro and Naranjo making up for lost time as they come out of turn number 7, only now about 3 car lengths back from our leader Porter Aiken. And I think we're jumping over and taking a look here at some of our Formula V racers as we've got the Formula Fs here. We were just looking at the Formula Vs. I just saw as we had Stephen Davis trying to make up some ground on Trevor Carmody in what is the battle for third in Formula V. And they are coming down now into turn 10A. So far, Jonathan Weisheit has opened up now almost Weisheit, who's running second in V, to Donnie Isley, about 2.6 seconds back, as we have another car that is retired. Looks like the number 2 is taking it back behind the wall, calling it a day. That's Brian Graham. His day is now done. We'll try and catch up with that Formula V race. It's actually starting to get a little bit closer.
Yeah, and it does. I don't know. I don't see a dry line forming as quickly as I expected. There's a little bit there now that I'm looking at it. That's good news. A little bit on the outside there, you can see it starting to form. So
yes.
Hopefully there won't be too much rain, and this will keep going and getting drier and drier as we go. Still a lot of water there.
Brian, real quick, let me jump in here. We have two cars that have gone off coming out of turn 12 onto the front straight, are in the grass, drivers left just past the start-finish line. We also had they are exactly 2 Formula. We've got at least 1 Formula 6 machine, and I think the other one is a Formula F machine. It is orange, and I don't have the number on it, unfortunately.
I think
and
one is
we're trying to get
82,
car numbers right now.
82 or 62. That's the white one.
It would be the 82 machine. Yeah, that is the 82 Brian, of, and I'm sorry here, Karsten DeFonts. These are both Formula F machines.
Yeah, they are.
That is Karsten DeFonts, and I believe we'll try and get the number on the other car. I think, as DeFonts was going through, I think that might be Cameron Reed in the number 09 machine. Knowing the orange and black livery of her machine, the only other orange car I think that was on the track at one point was that number 2 of Graham that pulled off. But I think those are the two, as we do have for the moment a local caution down, of course, at the start-finish line, and we are going full course caution, as you would expect now with those two cars just off the track, drivers left.
Now, I'm not sure if you saw that develop, because I didn't, Greg. Did that develop coming out at 12, and then it all ended up where it did?
Yeah, we had one of the two cars, Brian, go over the exit curbing, started to lose the rear end, and I believe as the other car tried to avoid, we're starting to see touches of dry line in some places on a track, but you can wander just a couple of inches. Well, certainly if you go over the curbing, the painted curbing here, there isn't going to be a lot of grip, but it doesn't take much to wander off what little dry line there is and have very, very little grip. So, yeah, and so we're getting a little more information from the starter stand, and the Formula 600, Brian, that was here had spun the car and not lost control, but had lost control of the car, and the two Formula Fs, in trying to avoid, were moving as far driver's right as they could, and again, one caught the curbing. And the other one didn't, but they both ended up going around. So we'll try and get the number on that 600 car at some point here. But we are under full course caution. Currently, your leader in Formula F is Porter Aiken, with Eli Navarro running in second, Matteo Naranjo running third, Joe Calasaco fourth. In Formula 600, and I'm looking to see if where our first Formula 600 machines are, because a number of them had been off the pace to begin with, but I believe Jack Walburn is currently running second at the moment to Russell Straight Jr., straight out of Alden, New York, running 17th overall. And in Formula V, your current leader is Donnie Isley, Jonathan Weisheit, running second, as we've got a number of emergency vehicles responding here now. All right, so Brian, let me do this in the meantime while this is going on. Let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Race group number 4, that's GT1, GT2, GT3, American Sedan, T1, and GTX. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 4, GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, American Sedan, and T1. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, Brian, and so we can probably see it there as the safety car is bringing the field down very slowly through turn 12. The checkered flag is in the air, bringing an end to this race.
I was going to say, even if they were to get this cleaned up, it might have had time for a one lap dash here. Both drivers out of the car and on their own power there, so that's really good news as we see the crews start to hook these cars up on the hook there, and that means that our race winner, Greg, in Formula F is going to be Porter Aiken. 2 races here at Road Atlanta.
That's right, 2 days in a row for Porter Aiken out of Alpharetta, Georgia, driving his Piper DF05 with, again, Navarro running second at the checker, with Matteo Naranjo taking home 3rd place in Formula F, Joe Calasaco 4th, Mike Bolsicelli finishing in 5th, Callum Baxter finishing 6th, Dylan DeFonts in the 81 machine will finish in 7th, David Livingston 8th, Robert Albani 9th, Chris Smith will finish 10th, and then 11th position, but our winner in Formula V is Donnie Isley, finishing 2nd in V is Jonathan Weisheit. Taking the last step on the podium is going to be Trevor Carmody, with Stephen Davis finishing just off that podium in 4th, with Russell Fredericks finishing in 5th. And then, as we mentioned in Formula 600, it's going to be Russell Straight with Jack Walburn finishing 2nd. George Bugg will finish in 3rd with Corey McLeod and Jeff DeLong. And I believe that likely, Brian, because we only had 3 Formula 600 drivers running, pardon me, 4 Formula 600 drivers running at the end. One of them a lap down. I think it was the 58 machine that may have been on track at the time. When that Formula F incident happened, drivers left.
All right. Well, the good news, Greg, is that we got most of it in, and that means that the track is drying, and I think that will be a good sign of things to come. Hopefully, there's the 82 car there up on the hook, and we will see the next car come by here in just a second. And we would have not had much here. They're gonna have to also get some sweeper out here. Got a little bit of mud, dirt here kicked up on the track, so they'll get that cleaned up, and then we will get back to action here in just a few minutes with race number 4.
That's right. So let's take a break. We'll get ready for our next race, for that big bore race. And when we come back, another hopefully 35-minute or 19-lap race to the checkered flag here from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. You are watching the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back. cars deep in T1, coming down through turn 12 right now, and it is jumping out to an early lead. It is the McLaren taking the lead of Michael McElheen, and then we've got side by side both Ann Doherty and Tony Ave going into turn 1. Ave taking the point there. He's going to slot into second place, with Doherty sliding into third. And so I mentioned we've got a special guest with us, and I think this is our second event with him here joining us in the booth. We've got Scotty B. White. Welcome, Scotty. How are you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing good. Thanks for having me up here, Greg. And Brian, I'm sorry that you're missing this wonderful weather today.
Oh, well, I mean, I just know that the rain follows you around, so I said to myself, wherever Scotty's going to be, I'm staying away this weekend.
Oh, man, the Seattle curse. I hate that. People were yelling at me at Buttonwell.
That's good stuff.
It doesn't matter where he is, on the East Coast or the West Coast, he's got it there. Huh?
So Scotty, big fat tires here in the rain. Is this going to be as big an adventure as I think it's going to be?
Oh yeah, the bigger, the fatter the tires, the more ideal it is for puddling. That's really good stuff. I had a great time out there in this morning. It was a riot. Which Goodyear made even bigger rains for me. It was tough. And I see a couple of guys have switched cars. Ave has switched from the GT1 car onto the T1 Mercedes, which has got ABS and all kinds of help. And Pete Peterson has switched to a Cup car, Porsche.
Yes,
that's the white and red one.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that does not have the Toyota out here, but is moved over to the Cup car, the white with orange livery, and he is slotting in right back behind Jack Stanford in the number 15 Camaro SS, the I guess quasi-ARCA car there, heading up into turn 1 as many of these drivers trying to deal with the strange weather conditions.
Wow, and Ann Doherty with a big wiggle coming down through 12 there.
Greg, you'd mentioned on the opening lap that the Jorge Navarro Corvette was off the pace coming out of 12. Off the pace because it was so sideways that I could read the number on the camera from down by turn 1. That car was mega loose coming out of 12, and that's why it dropped back 2 or 3. Coming out of 12, that's why it dropped back 2 or 3 spots.
Yeah, and that has given Simon a huge advantage at this point in that 911 GT3 Cup car here with Nazario still trying to make up space. We are now watching that battle for third position in GT2, Jack Stanford and Pete Peterson. I should mention that at this point, don't think we have any of the GT1 drivers that have decided to put a wheel on track. As you mentioned, when they had the opportunity, let's bring out another machine. Of course, Peterson was going to be running in GT2 regardless, whether it was the Toyota or whether it's the Porsche, but certainly used the best horse for the course at this point.
Yeah, I talked to Pete's crew at having breakfast this morning, and they were talking about Pete switching to the Porsche, which has got big Bosch ABS system on it and paddle shift and
mid-engine.
all kinds of nannies.
So that's all helpful. So Scotty, this morning when there was all those problems in the S's, our guess was that if you got offline in the S's on the left there, the camber of the corner goes right towards the wall. Is that kind of what was happening with those cars? They were just kind of getting sucked off the track?
Yeah, pretty much. There was a couple of paths of rivers more or less coming across there, which would just kind of the car would just begin to float. And even if you had all the input right, easy throttle and the steering straight and everything, if your trajectory wasn't right, the car would just sail off. Once it put a wheel off to the left, it was like magnetized to the wall.
Right.
Danny Stain took a big hit down there, which is so unlike him. I mean, the guy's such a talented shoe, and especially in the rain. And I was really shocked to see him hit the fence.
Well, and it's rough when guys with that kind of talent, get into that kind of a situation.
Yeah, it's tough. You see Ann Doherty just making a pass there in turn 6 on Pete Peterson. She's pretty new from the Seattle area. She's only been doing this about 3 or 4 years at the most, and got that club car, and she's really finding some pace out here. Really proud to see her get going like she is. She was right on Macalinen's heels yesterday for the first 4 or 5 laps.
I would say very early on in the race, she was showing good pace. Now, is that also a GT4 car? One of the Club Sport cars?
Yeah, it's one of the very early Porsche Club Sport cars. She's funny because she's always like, I don't have as much power, I don't have as much motor as everybody else, but she's got the same trap speed as the other guys. Yeah. So anyway, but she's really doing a good job with the thing, and she's just finding more pace every weekend.
And I was gonna say today, not having the power, not having the ultimate pace of the drive, not necessarily a big issue. As you mentioned that she's starting to open things up as she's gotten around Jack, not only Pete Peterson, but got around Jack Stanford as well. Still a pretty big distance up to Ave, and we can see now coming up through the S's here, Ave is starting to close things down on Michael McElwain, and that is for the lead in T1. As they come out of turn 5 and start to head over towards turn number 6. McElwain had opened up a fairly considerable advantage early on, about 6 seconds is again, well, I was going to say, Ave started at the rear of the T1 pack, but there were only 3 of them at the time.
Next row.
Yeah, he was right behind the pole sitter. Yeah. So here we go here. And in our GT2 field, Simon Aslin in his 911 Cup car continues to open up time on Jorge Nazario as Aslin goes in his starting lap number 5 now. Nazario has not even come down the hill yet. We'll catch him. There he comes as he comes across start-finish, almost 14 seconds in arrears of our GT2 leader. But as we watch this battle, a little bit of a wiggle there from McElwain coming up out of 10B and up the hill. And you can see a little bit of a dry line basically as the cars start to straighten out here as Ave now moving to the inside. And I think this is going to be one of the first times we see somebody try to brush the brakes from anything other than driver's left. And Tony Ave, your new leader in T1.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I was going to say that's going to... I'm sorry, Brian.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say that's going to be a good race to watch because, obviously Ave's quite the shoe, and McElwain, and he hasn't been seen quite as much in SCCA as he has been in other places, but he's a good shoe. And these GT4 cars are all balanced very, very well. I mean, better than we can balance them in this club. So they come to us already balanced. So it's a whole bunch about setup and driver, and that's pretty much hats off to anybody that's running with McElwain and Ave, I think, in the same car.
And that's one of the nice features of those GT4 cars. They kind of come out of the box ready to go, and they're well put together, and they're built for people who may not have buckets and buckets of experience to be able to get into a fast car and not hurt themselves. So they come somewhat set up well when they get off, and then you put guys with the talent of McElwain and Ave in them. It's pretty to watch.
Yeah, it's great, and the cars are pretty cool, although a little bit claustrophobic, I think, with all windows and everything in them. But yeah, they're super cool cars. That Mercedes that Ave is driving is just one very sexy piece.
Absolutely. Also wanted to mention, we talked about Ann Doherty earlier. She was one of our drivers of distinction at the runoffs from the Women on Track division that we had, and she won earned one of our awards there. And you have to realize the conditions at VIR last year at the runoffs were actually worse than we have here today. So and she was able to shine there. So I'm not surprised at all that she's doing a good job here today.
Yeah, she's been like I said, we've been watching her from the beginning, and she is just she certainly has not plateaued yet. She's still finding pace, and she's hanging out with with Gama and Simon and the boys over there at Racer on Rails, and doing these big treks clear across the U.S. So you got a couple Seattle teams bringing truckloads of cars out here, and anyway, she's doing a good job, as are all those guys. So Simon is also a pretty new guy, and he's really taken to this 911.
Yeah, and I was just looking here as Brian, as we're starting to see some areas where the track is drying out, primarily as the drivers are starting to put the power down, starting to dig out of some of the corners like 10B, like turn 7, and heading up the hill, Simon has now turned in a lap time that is almost 4 seconds faster than the first 2 laps of the race. It's still about 10 seconds off of what we saw in yesterday's race in the full drive. But again, it's the drivers, as they're experimenting and finding places on track where things are a little drier, they are starting to find a little bit more time.
Looks like Jorge's starting to step it up a little bit too. He's getting a little bit more comfortable. He might be driving with his wall a little bit. That's a brand new car to him that came from the God build over at Phoenix, and he might be driving with his wall a little bit, get a good scare on the start of the race there, and decide to kind of bring it up slowly.
Well, I mean, he was facing the inside wall. I mean, he was looking at the inside wall at one point coming out of 12. It was crazy. Scotty, this is your fourth trip to a Super Tour this year. Are you hitting all 10 of them?
No, I don't think we're going to be able to do that. We were looking at hitting Hallett and couldn't figure out how we were going to possibly miss Thunder Hill. We never miss Portland. I think the 2 that we'll miss, I guess there's 3 we might miss. Isn't there one at Watkins Glen? But we'll miss the Mid-Ohio and the June sprints. But I think I'm going to be 1 car at Hallett, and then we'll have the whole shebang back for Portland and Thunder Hill.
Cool. It's quite a commitment at the club level to hit all these Super Tours, isn't it?
Well, it's huge fun. It's great competition. It's a lot less expensive than going pro racing, especially nowadays. And you get to run against some people you never get to run against if you just stay home. Fortunately, I've got a couple, 2 or 3 other guys with me that have the same kind of thing, and I just happen to have a truck and a trailer we can stuff some iron in, and it works out well. I'm not trying to make a living on this deal. I'm just trying to reduce my expenses so that I can go have some fun with my buddies.
On the track, yeah.
Yep.
All right, so as we now have 7 laps in the books, working lap number 8, Simon Aslett is your leader in GT2 with Jorge Nazario starting to close things down just a little bit, sitting about 16 seconds in arrears. Tony Ave, however, just crossed the start-finish line. He sets the fastest lap of the race. He is our first driver below the 140 threshold, turns in a 138.104. Here he's running 3rd overall, and he has now really opened things up over the McLaren of McAleenan. About 15 seconds separating those 2 drivers. Ann Doherty running 3rd in T1. Jack Stanford 6th overall and running 3rd in GT2 as both he and Pete Peterson cross the stripe. And this has been a nice little fight that's been shaping up for the last couple of laps as Stanford with only about I'd say only about 4 car lengths separating he and Pete Peterson right now as they run up the hill towards the top of turn 3.
Yeah, and those cars make their lap time dramatically different. So that's probably a frustration and a joy to each one of them in different areas of the track.
I was just going to say, I think we know exactly where the Porsche is strong, very strong, obviously under braking, maybe digging out of some corners when it gets the power down finally. But obviously in a straight line, I think horsepower is king there with Jack Stanford able to open up a bit of a gap every time there's a straightaway. We can see where the Porsche starts to close things up here. And also very strong, the Porsche very strong in that that last little section of the track over at turns 10A and 10B. But here is where the 15 machine will start to stretch its legs.
Yeah, providing that there's no puddles in the middle of the straightaway, but then that's where he'll have the strength.
So tell me this. During your race this morning, there was what we could see on camera here as we watch this view coming into 10A, a very large puddle about halfway down into the braking zone going into 10A. We saw a lot of drivers trying to actively move over drivers left to avoid. Where did you find the braking into that section there as you moved over to the center of the track?
Well, honestly, because I was being such a sissy, braking wasn't such an issue because I wasn't going that fast. I was like, I can't do worse than third if I could just keep it on track. And the car was not working in the wet today. It was just too much. When we started on the pace lap, it was just wet, and I was like, oh, I got this. These Goodyear's killing this stuff, and then it dumped, and the puddles were terrible. But I think if you coming down into 10. If you're on the brakes and you're already on it, then you go plowing into that puddle, it dissipates the water.
Right.
The problem is when you're not on it, you don't have the weight move forward.
You know,
and certainly that would be trouble. Real quick, Brian, is Tony Ave. We saw him pass Jorge Nazario going down under braking into turn 10A. Ave, who once again sets a fast lap, he's now down into the low 137s, is now still your T1 leader, running second overall.
Yeah, before we do a call to grid and take our break here, I'm just going to say, Scotty, it takes a lot of experience to be like, okay, if I'm just stay here, I'm in third, and if I stay on the track, and because everyone wants to race and go fast, you know. But at some point, it's good to say, okay, I know what the horse is I've got, and I got a third place horse right here.
Yeah, I think that's that helps, and I'll say I gotta make a correction somehow. When I was talking to somebody about doing an interview, I said something like Zabinski was team mom. He's not team mom. He's our coach, and he does a great job with it. And he's got 3 rules for us. He's like, finish all the laps, no penalties, and no troubles, and always drive a clean car in the trailer. So, you know, if we keep those things in mind, we have a lot better weekend.
So I've got a request that has absolutely nothing to do with the race that we're watching right now. It comes in from Michael Collins, Mike Collins, Meathead Mike Collins. He wants to know for Spec Miata, which is group number 5, next race, what's your dries?
If it stays the way it is, dries 100%.
Yeah, you can
there you
definitely
go, Mike,
see right here the dry line is clear, and it's about a lap, a car width and a half is the dry line at the moment, and it's just going to get bigger.
Yeah, I think if you went out with those Hoosier wets, although I know most of us that need to run DOT tires absolutely love them. I think the Hoosier 7.5s are probably the way to go myself. Even I'll say that. We continue to watch this great little fight going on right now. This is the battle for second in GT2, Jack Stanford and Pete Peterson, and Peterson still he's chipping away. Slowly but surely, about 0.2 of a second every single lap. But again, it's got to be difficult for him as he sees that advantage stretch open prior to getting into the braking zone going into 10.
Yeah, I think I ran with that car in the test day earlier this week, and holy moly, that Duke car has some stink on the straightaway. So. But Pete's doing a really good job. I was talking to him today, and I was like, man, dude, you're racy. You're racier than I've seen you in a while. And he goes, well, I've had 3 surgeries on my hand, and it actually didn't bother me that much this weekend. I felt good.
Oh, my. All right, let's do this, Scotty, Brian. Let's take a quick break. Well, first off, let's make a first call to the grid for our next group, and then we're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors that are bringing us the Super Tour this weekend here from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Attention in the paddock, First call to the grid for race group number 5, that's Spec Miata. If you can please start heading to the grid. Race group 5, you heard the tire choice there. Spec Miata, please start heading to the grid. All right, so Brian, let's take that quick break, and we'll be back here. Take our listeners and our viewers all the way up to the checkered flag for our big bore race here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, where you're watching the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. as official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America. Tire is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Brian Bielanski here. Gregg Ginsberg is over there in Atlanta with Scotty B. White. Greg, I just took a peek at the radar, and it looks really, really positive for the rest of the afternoon.
I was waiting for you to say that it's the end of the world as we know it. that is.
Well,
I mean, if I'm going to start quoting bands, I might as well quote a Georgia band already.
That's right.
But.
Right from Athens, about 20 miles down the road from here.
20 miles away from here, exactly. So very, very good as we see here on our timing tower. About 13 minutes, give or take, left to go. And it is meant to be a timed race, 35 minutes or, though, 19 laps, whichever comes first. And coming down the pit lane, Brian, we saw him let out a little bit, come off the pace just a little while ago. Looks like Pete Peterson is calling it a session. He's gone more than halfway at this point, and maybe he doesn't want to burn the tires up as maybe he does have a set of wets on that car. Maybe as the track is drying out, doesn't want to burn up a set of tires here. But we're also seeing a bit of a change. We know that Tony Ave has been pushing the pace all session long, and what we're seeing now coming out of turn 5, making the run down to turn 6, we've got Tony Ave now only about 3 car lengths back from Simon Aslett for our overall lead. That last time by, Ave was almost 4 seconds faster than the Porsche. All three, both of those drivers coming up on the back of the number 15 machine of Jack Stanford, looking to put Stanford a lap down. But Ave with a great run out of turn number 7. Looks like he is now going to take over the overall lead.
And that's a T1 car coming from the back of the field to take over the lead over all the GT1 cars, the GTX car. So, you know, that's the benefit of having that very nicely set up Mercedes-Benz AMG is it's definitely the better car for these conditions.
Yeah, and you can see there where Stanford's having some issues getting through 10B, the rear end, as he's got to be very, very light on the throttle there. Coming out before he gets to that dry patch, the rear end steps out just a little bit. And our 2 leaders, Tony Ave, Simon Aslett, they both get by that number 15 machine as they now head down towards turn number 1. Actually, it looks like Simon's still trying to get by.
Yeah, I was thinking Tony. I talked to Tony about this car when we were at Sebring. He's texted me right after McAleen qualified. And he's like, "Hey, what tires is he on? What's he doing?" I go, "What's the matter with you, loser?" And he's like, "Man, I suck in this car." So apparently he's becoming one with it because he's pedaling that rascal today. Maybe that's all he needed to do was jump in that black GT1 car yesterday, and that tuned him up enough. Man, he was a bullet in that car.
He was. Oh, very, very
crazy
quick
watching him go through turn 1.
Oh gosh.
And
but, you know, I go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, it's good to see our corner workers throwing a blue flag. That means we've got a racetrack good enough to do some passing on. And there is a little of that going on now that we didn't get to see in the earlier races.
Yeah, I wanted to give a shout out to Simon. I've been watching him. I've been watching him all weekend in that Porsche, and his level of commitment in that car is really high and really impressive for somebody that hasn't been driving it that long. he really looks comfortable in that car. Oh, we got something going on there.
Well, and it looks like Simon finally managed to get around the number 15 machine, having followed him around for 3/4 of a lap. And talk about commitment, he pushed that car very deep down into 10A from the inside. A big wiggle there in the wet, gets the pass done, however. Again, that was putting one of his competitors, Jack Stanford, a lap down, actually putting the third place GT2 car a lap down. So Simon now all the way up to, well, he's lapped all the way up to 6th position overall. And of course, Tony Ave has lapped that far as well, our overall leader in T1.
And that included a big wiggle, running a little bit of a late turn in on 12 and dipping the left rear tire in the puddle there. I thought it wasn't huge, but it was enough that sure would have got my attention.
Yeah. And I imagine if you were in the seat behind the wheel, probably would, yeah, absolutely get the attention here. As you talk about commitment, he's carrying a lot of speed through that camber turn 6 as well. Seeing a lot of machines, even the GTX car, getting very heavy on the brakes going in there, and he just carries a lot of speed all the way through turn 7 and up the hill and out of 7 onto the front straight.
Well, I get to thinking about it. You know, Simon's a pretty small guy. I mean, he's not short, but he's kind of a slight build. And I don't know if you've ever driven one of those Cup cars, but it takes about 2 legs and an extra hydraulic press to push on the brakes.
Brake pedal.
Maybe he just can't get the thing slowed down. That's why he's got so much commitment in the corners. I don't know.
Well, if you're using the brakes, you're not going fast enough, Scotty.
That's right.
That's right.
All they do is slow you down.
And sometimes they don't. All right, so Brian, real quick, we've got about 8 minutes remaining in the race. Let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 5, Spec Miata. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 5, Spec Miata. Your race is next.
Scotty, you've got some fans in the chat. Jason doesn't have his last name, but he says you are his hero. just putting it out there. I mean,
oh man, I need his last name and to send him some money or something because I want to be somebody's hero.
And then there's another one.
My daughter so far.
Scotty Too Hottie. I don't know where that comes from. I'm just putting it. That's from Powell. You've got some people out there loving you, man.
Man. Well, I was getting some texts from AJ Aquilani from Andrew after my comments about Jorge, and he's like, I was whispering in Jorge's ear, body shop's open, buddy. Apparently, Andrew just trying to jump up a little extra business there.
That's right. He's got to pay off that runoff entry, right?
Yeah, no kidding, man. Well, I think he's funded pretty well after the sale of that.
Yeah.
Absolute beautiful piece of work of art, that GT2 car that Jorge's driving.
Yeah, got some good stuff.
Such a gorgeous car, and I think AJ's got something new coming out of the shop. Hopefully soon. That's really going to make us drool.
All right.
I would imagine it starts with a C and ends with an 8.
I think the cat's out of the bag.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm really excited to see what happens with that.
Did I say that? My lips are sealed. All right.
Jason Ott,
it was on Facebook. It's okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Your fan, Scotty, is Jason Ott. So.
Well, there you go.
Hey, I want you guys all to know, after Jason blistered in qualifying, and he never figured this out. And if you go look at Sports Car, somebody was really clever and came up to him right before he went out for the race and managed to get a T2 sticker on the door of his T3 car. Just a little extra prediction about where he's going to be classified this year for going so fast at runoffs. And if you look at all the pictures that have been in Sports Car and on the website, it says T2 right on it. And Jason never figured it out until I pointed it out to him on the cover.
Yeah, and of course, Jason, you're rating T3 national champion, and I guess we had Ott and Not out there in T3 this year, all in the identically prepared BMW Z4 with the hard tops. All right, so here, Brian, is we're winding things down. About 5 minutes remaining in this race. Tony Ave now in command, not only of T1 but the entire field here, opening up almost a 12-second advantage over Simon Asselin, our GT2 leader, in the number 81 Porsche 911 GT Cup car. And let's see, showing white flag in the air because, as we got 5 minutes remaining, but on laps, we are now working, Brian.
That's right.
Lap number 19. So we are now on the final lap as Tony Ave in that number 61, that beautiful bright blue Mercedes-AMG GT4 machine makes his way around the course.
That's right.
That is impressive considering the conditions.
Yes.
That we're getting all the laps in well under the allotted time.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the GT2 car times from yesterday. So Pete took the win yesterday 27. In the Toyota, ran pretty much a 27 flat. And at this point, Ave's at a 35 in these conditions, which I think is just absolutely stunning.
Well, and he's pushing it because even with a 15-second lead, I don't know if you saw it going into turn 5, he had a nice little wiggle there. And that, I'm sure, was a bit of a pucker factor there coming into 5. But he was able to pull it right back together and not even miss a beat.
That was the traction control kicking in, Brian. No doubt.
That's what. Oh, okay.
Yeah, likely that was as one of the rear wheels lost traction. The brains at Bosch, I think, were helping Tony out there. But here he is under braking, coming into the final sets of corners here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Tony Ave, your leader in T1 and overall. That beautiful Mercedes coming up and underneath the Fox Factory Bridge with one more corner remaining. And Tony Ave takes the checkered flag, takes the win in T1.
Yeah, we shouldn't forget that Tony Ave spent a lot of time racing snowmobiles, so if he knows what to do on a slick surface, he would be one of the guys to be fast here. So,
yeah, what was his comment on the podium in GT3 at runoffs last year in the miserable monsoon that we had at VIR? He was like, "Oh, it was just like driving back and forth to school every day in Wisconsin when I was a teenager."
Exactly. That's where I learned to drive. So
that's. Hey, and I learned to drive in Washington, D.C. They didn't have enough equipment to actually plow the streets for a week and a half. So Simon Asselin comes home with the win in GT2, finishes second overall. Jorge Nazario comes across the stripe, will finish third overall, second in GT2. Michael McAleenan, I think we just saw McAleenan, and I think he's coming down into, let me double check here, he's coming down into 10A right now. I don't want to count all my chickens or even half my chickens before they're hatched, Brian, but we'll take a look here as both McAleenan and also Ann Doherty come into the shot. Doherty has been chipping away at McAleenan here for the last 5 laps or so, but I don't think she's going to be able to get up to the back of the McLaren. And indeed, Michael McAleenan is going to come home second in T1. Ann Doherty crosses the stripe, and she takes third, takes the last step on the podium in T1. I know we haven't talked about him all day, but Steve Weber in his BMW M4 GT4, that is classed in the GTX class. He's had a quiet race, but also really chipping away, finished up with a fast time in the mid-39s, and he, of course, takes the win in GTX. Jack Stanford, Pete Peterson, and finishing a little bit further back in the field, finishing 7th and 8th overall. Of course, Peterson retired about 6 laps early. All right, so that is going to wrap things up for our big bore race. Brian, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Spec Miata, this is your final call to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 5, Spec Miata. Please head to the grid.
Greg, we're going to have a chance here to take a little break before the next race, which is great because I got to go pop some popcorn because this Spec Miata race is going to be highly, highly entertaining with these intermediate conditions here of what do I do, what do I not do. When we put 30 cars on the racetrack here, it's going to be nothing but exciting. So, Scotty, thank you. Appreciate you coming up and spending some time with us. You are welcome to join us at any time.
Anytime.
Well, it's a good giggle. Thanks, you guys. I like the way my phone lights up. I actually had it screwed up. I've got AJ and Joe in my phone in different places, and that was actually Joe that was whispering about, hey, the body shop's open. I should have known better. Andrew's about getting the checker, and Joe's about cashing the check. I mean, that's why I love him, man. He's on it. But
everybody knows their role. Is that the?
These guys did a fantastic job, though. I mean, those were really tricky conditions starting out, as sloppy as it was, and getting dry, trying to figure out the speed, and still standing on the gas, and not one car off in that group.
No. And a matter of fact, I think this is the first race of the day that we haven't seen go full course caution. So great running from all these drivers. And again, Scotty, thanks so much for joining us. And as Brian said, the door is always open. Come on in. We'll be at VIR, and we'll be at VIR in a couple of weeks. Got plenty of room for you. Come on
if it's raining and snowing again, you might see me up here in between groups just trying to warm up.
We've got heat.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, everybody. That's Scotty B. White and Brian. Let's go, and we'll take a quick break here. And when we come back, it is 35 minutes of Spec Miata racing. You are listening to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. We'll be right back. And we're back here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, and along with Brian Bielanski, I want to again thank Scotty B. White for sitting in. We might see and hear Scotty a little bit more today, Brian, so be prepared, be very scared. All right, so we've got our Spec Miata drivers starting to head out for their pace lap. 47 drivers qualified. We're going to run down the top 20 here as they're moving along on this pace lap. Starting 20th today, driving the number 89 machine from Arlington, Texas, it's Matt Stretch. Julian DaCosta is driving the 78 Miata. He is starting 19th. Starting 18th, driving the 107 car, Zach Barfield out of Jacksonville, Florida, while Sam Craven in the 23 car starts 17th. Then we've got Spencer Lofton. He starts 16th today. He's out of Henderson, Tennessee, and drives the number 10 Mazda Miata. Skylar Cottrell, driving the number 29 car, is starting 15th. He's from Atlanta, Georgia. Vicksburg, Maryland's Peter Enser will start 14th today. He's in the 49 car. Starting 13th, driving the number 15 Mazda Miata from Las Cruces, New Mexico, Brett Kowalski. Skip Brock Jr., or Junior Brock, however you want to play it. He is starting 12th today. He's driving the number 61 machine. Frankie Barroso is starting 11th. He's driving the number 48 car. He's from Miami Springs, Florida. Scottsdale, Arizona's Jonathan Newdorf will start 10th today, driving the number 95 machine, while Nick Leveroni drives the number 43 car. He's out of Mendon, Massachusetts. Then we've got Noah Harmon. He starts 8th today, driving the 112 machine, and then Jim Drago driving the number 2 machine. He's out of Memphis, Tennessee, and starts 7th. Reigning national champion Nick Bruni is going to start 6th here today. He had a great run yesterday. Started off, I believe, in 23rd position after having a ball joint break during qualifying. He worked his way all the way up into the top 10. He starts 6th today, while Logan Stretch will start right next to him on the inside of row number 3 in the 98 car. Starting 4th today, Raiden Nickel in the number 193 car. He's out of Hockton, Georgia. And Brian Henderson out of Fredericksburg, Virginia will start on the inside of row number 2 right next to Raiden. And your front row today, looking for maybe a little bit of redemption after his STL race this morning. Danny Stain out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida is going to start on the outside of row number 1, and your pole sitter today with a qualifying time, a best time of 142.553. He set that during yesterday's race from Little Mountain, South Carolina, Chuck McTudis.
All right, Greg, well, I'm back from popping the popcorn, and now the track has, it's still got a pretty decent dry line, but it is raining a little bit, or at least spitting a little bit. So
a little bit here, yes.
Yeah, hopefully that will push through and not add too much moisture to the track here, as our field now looks pretty well together as they go back maybe 7, 8, 10 rows. Nice 2x2 there. And the problem here is that with all these cars, they don't want to be single file real fast here. And if they don't get to be single file before they get to the S's, you know, there's a dry line, not 2 dry lines or 3 dry lines. And this could be very, very interesting as they come down through turn 12 here for the first time. We have ourselves a green flag, and you've got all your cars now bearing down on turn 1. We'll see if Denny Stain or Charles McTudis get to the front first here as they go through the first corner. It looks like Stain's going to take the lead here early as he pushes through turn 1, and a bunch of cars coming up behind him, and 3 and 4 wide. This could be a bit of an adventure. And there you've got a car go off now. It did not quite get to the wall, but they did get into the sand trap, which might become a problem as far as getting that one out. Here comes the whole pack here, Greg, and I saw a big splash of something back there. Not quite sure who hit what, but we'll watch them. 3 wide now through the S's. That could be highly problematic. And but wow, did they get that together? That is pretty impressive driving, Greg.
I'm absolutely astounded, Brian, that they went there even too wide through the section where we had cars going off all morning long. And, you know, as they came even on the start through turn 1, as they were 3 wide, many drivers taking a portion of the racetrack, they were very close to the apex that nobody had touched all morning long. It was definitely still damp, but these drivers, they made it all work. And as you mentioned, I think we have one driver off with the gravel trap over by the top of turn number 3. We've got a local caution over at turn 1 currently. But as we see all these cars funneling through turn 7, we see a couple of them side by side as cars are getting loose. But so far, very, very good here. But Brian, we are going to a full course caution as we're on board right now with Mickey Moran. And we'll see here. I think Moran's going to realize here that we're under caution. He's going to drop back in line.
Greg, 3 wide through the S's in the dry is an adventure, but to do it in these conditions is just borderline being committed into an asylum. I mean, I don't know what they were thinking, but I don't know how it worked, but it did.
It did.
That could have been really, really ugly.
Yeah, somehow they made it work. And I think we've said it. Yes, I said it yesterday, and we said it before. I think some of the best drivers that we have in the Sports Car Club of America are here in the Spec Miata class, and a lot of that is primarily because they are so used to running within inches of one another, either nose to tail or even side by side. But these drivers, they're putting a lot of faith in those Hoosier racing tires, those spec tires that these racers have. And whether they went out on the wets or whether they went out on the dries, there's 2 different, there's a set of grooved wets, or there's a quasi-slick, the Spec Miata SM 7.5 tire that Hoosier provides. They offer not only very good grip, but they also come up to temperature very quickly, Brian. Right. And you saw there, driving not only online but offline with a little bit of a damp track, those drivers somehow made it work.
They did. I don't know how much of that was skill or dumb luck, but regardless, it worked. And
or blind faith.
Well, there was a lot of that. I
Yes.
guarantee you there was a little of that going on there. Yeah, all things considered, that could have been big, and it wasn't. And I've now lifted my chin off of the desk in front of me, and now we get a chance to take a deep breath while they yank that car out of the sand trap there, that shouldn't be a hard pull. So, and once that car gets pulled, it'll be able to drive off. It didn't hit anything. So, so we should be able to get back to action here with just a lap or 2 under yellow. And I don't know what the other car was up towards 3, if anyone actually went off or if it was just an off and on kind of situation. But we shouldn't be under yellow too long here.
No, and I think one of the advantages that we have possibly in having this yellow flag so early and having the field already bunched up is that it does give our emergency services crews a lot of time with open track to work that incident and get that car pulled off here. We don't have to wait for 3 or 4 laps for the entire field to bunch up. And there you go. We can see that driver now is back underway, and I believe that is Cliff Brown in the 01 machine. And you see he's checking to make sure he's still got everything underneath him, maybe trying to shake that gravel out as well.
Or trying to get rid of the things underneath him that he doesn't want.
Yeah, exactly. And so I'm showing Cliff as having taken the green flag but not having completed a lap.
Right.
And so I think he's going to fall to the, we know he's going to fall to the tail end of this 43 car field. He's going to be, he's car number 43. A couple drivers not taking the green. Lauren Bralier, who we did not see yesterday, William Keeling, Steve Sturm, Jason Greenwood, Brad Williams not taking the green flag. And Brian, we've gotten word that we will be going back to green flag racing. This next time by is, again, the emergency services crew. Great job here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Got that incident cleared off right away.
Yeah, that was one of the easier ones to get taken care of, so we're happy that happened fast. Our pace cars should jump onto pit lane here in just a second. Pit lane just past the bridge, so there you see it there, and we should see a whole bunch of 40 cars shooting their way through turn 12 here and back on the big skinny pedal. And we'll see how that goes. Denny Stain at the front, Raiden Nickel second, Charles McTutis third. Stain and Nickel there, nose to tail, doing the Spec Miata dance here as they head into turn 1. A couple side-by-side cars back deeper into the field, but so far everyone's saying, let's get a couple laps under our belt here and see what these conditions are, and then I'm sure they will get really, really racy really quickly here.
All right, so Brian, one of our drivers that perhaps didn't have a great opening lap, and we see him coming down the hill right now. The third car in that second little group is Jim Drago, driver of the number 2 E Street Racing Machine. He finds himself down in 14th position, or was in 14th prior to the restart. He started today's race in 7th, right behind his teammate Nick Bruni. And so a couple losses of position there, but again, very long way to go. Almost 10 minutes longer than the entire race that we had yesterday afternoon. But now we've got, looks like we've got some big changes at the front.
That's right. Charles McTudis, Rayden Nickel looks like made a move to the lead here. And so that should be the 193 car now at the point, with Stain in second, and McTudis now all over the back bumper of Denny Stain. That car was the one that sustained some damage here in the first race of the day. Wondering if it is as stout as it normally is.
No, Brian, those are very different cars.
Oh, they're different cars. Okay.
Danny drives a car specifically for Spec Miata and a different car for STL.
Well, that's good news, at least for this particular race.
Very good. But but here, as Rayden Nickel jumps out to that lead, and as they're coming through 10A and 10B, and he's got that now about 3.5 car length advantage. We're now seeing Stain and McTudis in a very familiar position. The two OPM Autosports drivers spent all of qualifying locked nose to tail, not only this weekend, at the runoffs last year as well, where I believe McTudis was your pole sitter for the national championship race. And they do have Brian Henderson in that silver with green number 97 machine tucked in right behind them as well. And I believe Henderson may be running with E Street Racing Power, as we've got another car off, I think, over by at the upside of turn 1, Brian. If you look up the wall, kind of hard to see him because he's right in front of the white portion of the wall. There he is backing in front of the blue, so we get a little bit of contrast, but another driver off.
Yeah, and that's a wet area trying to go uphill, which can be difficult. But I think that driver's trying to kind of get to a point where he's perpendicular to the track, which will give him a better shot at getting going again here. Now this big group of 4 up front heading down to turn 6. It's still Nickel and then Stain and McTudis, followed by Henderson. And no issues there coming through. But as they see, the dry line, Greg, is getting lighter and lighter and wider as we get deeper into this race. And that's going to give some folks an opportunity to take a little bit of risk. And this is a very big risk-reward situation for these cars.
Indeed. All right, Brian, I believe it was Brett Kowalski, the driver of the number 15 machine, who went off there on the outside of turn 1. And he's been able to work his way back over to the pavement, and he's back underway.
Look at those. Now we've got a 5-car train up front, and Denny Stain has retaken the lead, at least at this moment. We will see whether or not he can hold on to it, and no, he does not. Now it's McTudis who's come to the front, and with Nickel coming two tires off on the inside at 12, trying to go side-by-side with Stain, still side-by-side past the start-finish line. Now they're going to go side-by-side through 1, except that Stain decides to either let him by or Nickel just had enough momentum to get by as they came in, started to go into 1, and now they're going uphill through 1, going towards turn 3.
And Brian, I think I just saw something that I have not seen all day today, and that was actually a little whiff of tire lockup going down into turn 1. Now, you don't expect to see, under normal circumstances, brake lockup and tire lockup going down into 1 with these cars. But I think as the driver kind of went from that damp area back to the dry, the wheels had already locked up. He very quickly got out of the pedal, was able to successfully make it. But we're starting to see, again, as portions of this track are becoming dry, this is almost a more difficult way to race, because you do have to very quickly change as the handling characteristics of the car change. And I think we've got another big change at the front.
Yeah, we've got McTudis and then Nickel and Stain is the running order at the moment. And going back from there, you've got, Stain goes back to 4th, which means Brian Henderson has moved into 3rd place. And it's now a pretty big gap between 3rd and 4th as well, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. But Stain right now has Nick Bruni right behind him, at least for the moment. It looks like Stain trying to move down to the inside underneath Brian Henderson. Nick Bruni, your reigning champion there, to push Stain up. Now the two of those guys in a big wiggle from pardon me, from Nick Bruni coming out of turn 10B as he tries to get on the throttle. Is again, the track conditions changing very quickly. Now, you know, the Spec Miata race this past year at the National Championship runoffs, actually conditions very similar to this, as it was going from wet to dry. They got some drizzle during the race. It would then dry up as it was quite a bit warmer. But both Bruni and also Stain came together up at the top of the roller coaster at VIR. And I'm sure that is probably going through the minds of both of them right now, as Bruni's now dropped a little bit off that fourth place car of Stain.
McTutis and Nickel pulling away just a little bit from second, third, and fourth place, and they're hoping that they can make that gap even larger as we move forward here. And Henderson and Stain really need to work together if they want to stay in touch with those first two cars, and then even a bigger gap going back down to fifth place. So this is where these guys have to start working the draft a little bit, and which is actually good considering these conditions, because it keeps you from going offline and getting into the wet stuff. So that would be the smart move right now, is to kind of stay in that draft and keep working. And they're doing that up front, McTutis and Nickel. Henderson and Stain, not so much. See if Stain can catch back up to the rear bumper of Henderson so they can make a push back to make this a four-car race again.
All right, so Brian, one of the things I noticed here as these drivers were coming down the back straight is some of them are starting to run the windshield wipers periodically. As we mentioned, there are parts of the track that may have some damp areas. Now, the other thing is we're going to jump over back to Chris Clark in the number 109 machine. Clark is currently running, let's see here, he's actually made his way up through the field quite a bit. He's running 34th position overall. He's got directly in front of him, that is Grant Janish in the 178 car. We can see here, we'll see if those windshield wipers move.
Yeah, not at the moment, but this was the car. I didn't always pick this up, but we've got the in-car as well. It's the shot of the driver here, and it'll be interesting to see how much sawing at the wheel when they go into the corners here. That car looks pretty well stuck. He's not working too hard there to keep the car on the dry there. So that's pretty impressive driving and setup considering these conditions, Greg.
I just got a note from Meathead Mike Collins. He said he noticed that Nick Bruni had his left turn signal on, that he's taking lessons from Jim Drago. That's kind of a trademark of Jim's, that he always has one of the turn signals on. But the other thing that I noticed here is as Bruni was starting to fall back a little bit from that battle for fourth place, he was starting to, and he may be doing this, I don't want to say it's on purpose, but he may be dropping back just a little bit to try to get one of the two Stretch brothers to latch on and maybe pull and be able to work together. The number 98 machine, who finished third yesterday, great run for Logan Stretch, is about, I'd say, probably about 3 car lengths back from Bruni, and they may be able to work together to get back up to both Stain and Henderson here. As it looks like Bruni's going to take more than just Logan Stretch along with them, as I believe Noah Harmon, the 112 car, has gotten around the number 98.
So we now have 4 cars that have well broken away from the main part of the field here, and it does look a little bit like Henderson and Stain are, if not catching up to McTutis and Nickel, not losing a lot of ground at this point in time, Greg.
Yeah, and not a ton. Now, one of the stats that oh yeah, is they are, and this is one with right with one of the other Stretch brother, large pack, and let me take a look here how far back this is. I believe that is Matt Stretch, Max Opolsky, who runs in the Global MX-5 Cup. Also Will Robinson, Zach Barfield, and the lead car in that group is the 78 machine of Julian DaCosta. And yeah, I mean, and we can see here as cars are shifting around and taking little looks to the inside to possibly make passes, that dry line is getting wider and wider as this race goes on, and the drivers are going to have a little bit more confidence, maybe going under the brakes and maybe making passes where 2 or 3 laps before they might not have. Now, our producer Brendan passed over to me so we can kind of compare and contrast where we are lap times on this still damp track. These drivers are running about a minute 47, low 147 laps, whereas in yesterday's race, our winners were our winner Danny Stay, Charles Matuda second. They were in the high 142s.
Okay.
So the times they're starting to come down now, just a little bit here.
Well, and now with this dry line, there might be just a tiny bit of heat in the track too. So even if we do get a little bit of precipitation, it might not take over the track quite so quickly here. Unfortunately, it's still only 44 degrees outside, which does
still
not
quite
help.
cold.
And I see a full course yellow out for some reason.
Yeah, we've got a full course caution, and we'll try to figure that out. Just before the caution came out, we saw Logan Stretch get and Jonathan Neudorf get past Nick Bruni. And looks like we've got a car off, trying to figure out where that vehicle may be.
And by the way, where the full course yellow was thrown and when it was thrown, it makes me feel like it might have been one of our kind of cars near the front of the pack, because they put the full course out here middle to end of the pack, and trying to see where we are with this.
All right, we'll tell you what we're going to do, Brian. Let's get on board with Chris Clark, and he may take us right to the scene of the incident. So let's watch what the 109 can show us.
Hang with him here for just a minute. This is the Spec Miata of Chris Clark, and you can see still a lot of puddles here on the track. I don't know if you saw that one coming out at between 2 and 3, big puddle there.
Yeah, and Brian, I'm taking a look as the field is going through it. I'm taking a look at the cameras. I'm having a little trouble picking up where Jim Drago, driver the number 2 machine, is. And there we go. Driver's right, Drago, and I think also Anthony Garacci, who had some issues in yesterday's Spec Miata race as well. Garacci was and he had some trouble this morning in our opening race, in our touring car race, in his Lotus Exige to open up the race. So not turning out to be the best of weekends for Anthony Garacci, at least as far as Spec Miata is concerned.
All right, Greg, this would be a good time to do a call to grid and take a break, so that once they get this thing taken care of, we can take us hopefully green all the way to the finish.
All right, let's do that, Brian. Let's first make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6, E Production, F Production, H Production, and GT Light. You can please start heading to the grid. E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light to the grid, please. And with that, let's take that break. Thanks to some of our partners and sponsors that bring you the Super Tour 10 weekends out of the year. And we'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be your friend. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information. And we're back here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski. And Brian, I think we're going green this next time by as they got that car out of the way. I'll turn it back over to you.
All right, here they come down the hill, turn 12 right in front of us here. Once they pass there, we'll be going underneath the starter stand to see that green flag. And look at already taking advantage of the bunched up field. That is Brian Henderson there, I believe. I think I got the wrong first name, but that's Henderson trying to make the move into turn 1. And yeah, Brian Henderson. I did get the name
Brian
right.
Henderson, absolutely.
I know another Brian Henderson who doesn't race cars. That's why I thought maybe I had gotten the wrong Henderson.
Now we have Dad David a little bit further back in the field as well. So father-son team here running this weekend.
So it looks like we've got Nickel and McTudis, and then Brian Henderson moved up to third place here. And then right behind them, that looks like it's not Denny Stain. That looks like it's Nicholas Bruni, and then Denny Stain behind him. So that's how things shook out here as they came back to green right after this short full course yellow.
Yeah, Bruni got a great jump off of turn number 12 to make up a position. And you see now side by side as Bruni had gotten back around Jonathan Neudorf, the driver of the number 95, and she looks like they were in that line coming out of turn number 7. Now the number 98 machine of Logan Stretch. Now I had said that I thought Stretch had gotten around Nick Bruni going into 1 before that full course caution came out. At least one of our corner workers might have felt a little bit differently. We'll have to see how things play out after the race is over. But at this point, I believe Nick Bruni back around Logan Stretch regardless here as our leaders come into 10A and 10B.
Looked like McTudis there was maybe defending a little bit going into turn 10, but I also think that that might be a drier line on the inside of turn 10 also. So it might be a combination of both there. Still the first 5 cars there just doing their thing, trying to pull away from the field like they did and before the caution. So we will see if they can do that again. Those 5 cars really look like they've kind of figured it out with a combination of tires and setup this afternoon. It is afternoon. Yes, it is afternoon.
Yes, it is. it just feels like it's only 9 o'clock in the morning, Brian.
Exactly. Exactly.
All right. So as we watch our cars come down through the S's, Brian, one of the things I noticed completing the last lap, Skylar Cottrell, he's in a light blue number 29 machine. He got very, very, very loose. Did I say very? Coming out of turn 10B. Rear end stepped out on him. He was trying to get the power down on that curbing, which, again, painted and very slick. It took 3 more turns until they came out of turn number 1 for Frankie Barroso and Julian DaCosta to take over the position there. But I think Skylar Cottrell lost a little bit there. He's probably going to be a little bit less aggressive going into 10A this next time by here as we just see that 29 machine locked in behind the red and white car there heading down the back straight.
So it's almost gotten right back to where it was before the caution, Greg. You've got 3 cars up front doing their move, and there's McTudis going for the lead here into 10. He'll take over the point from Nickel. Henderson just sitting there waiting to see what happens. And then behind him, you've got Bruni and Stain. in 4th and 5th. It's kind of where it was all playing out here before we got to the yellow, and they've kind of self-sorted right back into that same position.
All right, and up ahead of Danny Stain is actually Jonathan Neudorf in that, orange and black. Yeah, the orange and black number 95 machine. But Nick Bruni, we'll bring him into the conversation. He's just run the fastest lap of any driver here this race. He's now down into the mid 145s. That was almost 0.7 of a second faster than the drivers ahead. And you can see here he is definitely starting to make up some ground onto that pack just ahead of him with Neudorf and Stain, and starting to stretch things out a little bit now from Logan Stretch. Logan Stretch, that white number 98 machine, the red, white, and blue that is leading a pack through turn 5 there that we just had on screen. He's got Noah Harmon, he's got Skip Brock Jr., he's got Peter Enser behind him. And that last time by, Logan Stretch was almost 2 full seconds off of the pace of the cars ahead. And you can see how big that gap is starting to stretch out.
Yes, and as Brian Henderson drops back a little bit there, if those 4 cars can get together and start working, there's plenty of time with 8 minutes to go in this race for them to push their way up towards the leaders here, especially if the leaders decide to keep swapping positions here like they have the last couple of laps. So those 4 cars will work faster together than they will apart. And here you see your leaders, no pass for the lead this time going into 10. But those first 5, 6 cars still kind of all in the mix here, especially if there is some work. So there you have, you've got McTudis and Nickel at the point there, and just being smart and working together. Now, if those next 4 cars can all hook up, that could be another situation where they're going to get together as well, and they would push themselves possibly up towards the lead duo there, and we could have ourselves a 6-car battle as we get to the last 7 minutes in this race.
Yeah, and so right behind that lead pack that is starting to tighten down, I was talking just a moment ago about Logan Stretch being a little bit off the pace. Noah Harmon in the 112 car, and we just saw him make an attempted pass in turn 1 here. I think has grown a little wary of the 98 car's pace. He got alongside coming out of 10B going up the hill. Stretch pushed him wide to driver's left coming through turn 12, and we saw where the 112 car really had to fight for grip because he was right on the edge of that wet line and dry line, but then the 112 car was able to carry that pace all the way through turn 1 and up the hill. And you'll see now as they come into turn 6, that's the 112 car with the 98 close behind, and Sam Craven in the white number 23 car. He's now started to pull right back up to that pack.
6.5 minutes left in this race, Greg. Let's take an opportunity here to make another call to grid.
Sounds good, Brian. Let's do that. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 6. That's E Production, F Production, H Production, and GT Light. Please start heading to the grid now. Race group number 6. E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light. Your race is next. Please head to the grid.
All right, Greg, so not 6 to go. We're not going to get 6 laps in here. 6 minutes to go. And now it's time to talk end of race strategery. If you are Raiden Nickel here, and let's say we've got 3 to go at this point in time, what are you thinking at this point in time?
Well, I mean, I think obviously the key here is whether or not there is enough of a dry line to push the braking deep into turn 10A, and whether or not you can then protect against the over-under coming through there. I mean, 10A is always going to be, I think, the best opportunity. Otherwise, you're going to have to just depend on the driver ahead of you to not get a good run out of a corner, whether it be turn 7, whether it be coming down through the S's and maybe runs a little bit wide coming out of turn 5. You know, certainly exiting turn 5 here with that big swath of curbing drivers, right? It's very important that you don't lose the car through there. But now you can see Nickel, I was going to say maybe he's dropping back to try and get a run, but he's maybe further back from our leader that he's been the last 3 laps, and he now has Brian Henderson maybe to contend with as well and think about as they have just a couple laps remaining. And I'm sure, again, Henderson, he's had a few wins here on the Super Tour. He's got a few majors wins as well. This isn't his first rodeo either. So we'll see here. It's not an easy run yet for Charles McTudis or Raiden Nickel.
that could work out. And there you see Henderson looks like he's defending a little bit right there. Oh no, actually Henderson makes a move into second place around Nickel, and did not see, well, here's the situation. Brian Henderson hasn't been working the tires really hard for the last 4 or 5 laps, so he might have the best horse right now because he's just been biding his time waiting for things to develop. So this could be a real interesting development here, Greg.
And Brian, I think right now as the cars cross the stripe, we've got a touch under 3 minutes, probably, or touch under 4 minutes, probably about 3 laps remaining here. But indeed, Brian Henderson, he's kind of been sitting back. He has been sizing up McTunis. He's been sizing up Nickel, and he pounced when he had the opportunity. Where? At 10B. And we see now Danny Stain looking to do the same thing on Jonathan Neudorf as they come down through the S's. He really didn't have the pace there, and of course it's still damp in a lot of places down through the S's, but I think right now Stain is showing that he's got a little bit more pace than the 95 car. We should look to see what he can do and whether or not he can get to that lead pack with only 3 laps to go, because believe me, if we've got 4 cars or 5 cars battling out for the win, it really changes up the math for both McTunis and also Henderson.
Well, and Neudorf and Stain, like Henderson, they've not been racing each other hard for the last 5 or 6 laps. And now you see Stain going for the lead. That's the first racy thing they've done. Ooh, a big car, almost 4 off, maybe 4 off there coming out of 7. Nice job collecting that and not causing a big problem. 4 off the ground, too, our producer tells us. So that's pretty cool. But what I was saying was Stain and Neudorf really haven't been racing each other much. Now they're starting to, and you can see that's actually hurting them as the 3 leaders have pulled away a little bit since they have started getting a little racy in 4th and 5th.
All right, and Brian, we're also noticing over at 10, checkered flag is coming out, Brian, and taking the win. And here is perhaps the biggest thing, and we didn't see this coming, taking the win here, and I didn't expect the checkered flag to come out. Brian Henderson, coming out of 10B, gets around Charles McTunis.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out myself, Greg. My silence is due to this unexpected checkered flag. It's possible that there's a car off that we don't know about. Oh yeah, there is the car off that we don't know about. But that doesn't look like it was something that would pull out a full course yellow just yet, because it's moving, which means it's probably trying to get back into the fight. Maybe there's more there that we don't see, and
yeah, it's possible.
And that they knew they were going to have to go to a full course to take care of it. And at this point in time, absolutely, you would throw the checkered flag.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, so, but yeah, Brian Henderson makes that last move. I didn't even see it happen because I was hearing checkered flag come out. I stopped looking at the actual racing action for a second. But Henderson slid past to take the win.
Yeah, and the checkered flag, we didn't see it come out until the last moment. They were actually coming through turn 12 at the very last moment. It was a very late decision to throw the checkered flag. So Henderson taking the win, McTunis in second, Radon Nickel finishing in 3rd in the 193 machine. Jonathan Neudorf manages to hold off Danny Stain for 4th. Then Nick Bruni finishes in 6th. Noah Harmon. Peter Enser runs his fastest lap of the race on the final lap, the 16th lap. Sam Craven 9th. Logan Stretch, who had been up as high as 4th position and does not get the podium finish 2 days in a row. He is going to finish in 10th with Skip Brock just out of the top 10. And as we saw there, watching our camera car, only a single driver off on the outside of turn 7 there. But I guess they felt perhaps with him out in the grass there and certainly not getting any closer to the track surface that, especially with that maybe the last lap battle coming up with a lot of drivers fighting, he would definitely be in an impact zone there.
Yeah, and there we can see the car going through there again. That's the Mickey Moran in-car, so showed the car off. And as we get here to the finish, so a little bit of craziness in this race, but we did get most of the laps in. That's good. That's the good news. And as you can see, the track is just getting drier and drier as we get ready for our next race of the day, and that's going to be our production cars. So it's good that it's drying out. because some of those cars are actually usually racing on slicks. So.
Yes, exactly. We've got the cantilevered slicks and some of the radial slicks as well.
Right.
Not that the DOT tires that we just saw here for the Spec Miata race with those tiny little sipes, the 2 sipes around the tire do much, but those slicks also running at much lower tire pressures as well. All right, so Brian, let's do this. Let's take a quick break. Actually, first, let's make a final call to the grid for that next race, and then we'll take a break and. We've got, 3 more races today here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Just one moment. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 6, E Production, F Production, H Production, and GT Light. Please head over to the grid. Your race is next. Race group 6. Please head to the grid now. And so, Brian, let's take that break. And when we come back, production car racing here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for the day number 3 of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back. And welcome back to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, live from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, a rapidly drying Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Brian Bielanski. And Brian, it's time to go from Spec Miata racing to this production car racing, and we're a very different form of racing, whereas we've got millimeters separating all those Miatas to some drivers. And I think we said this yesterday, some very conscientious drivers here at production car racing. They know that in some cases finding body panels for these cars are incredibly difficult, and then to some extent they're maybe a little bit more fragile than the Spec Miatas as well.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem that in many cases there's a different mindset.
Yes.
From group to group, and that's not necessarily good or bad. Just kind of a fact of the way the racing runs here. Of course, these are our production cars, as well as. Oh, I guess they're just all. Oh, there's a GT Light car in there, possibly.
There possibly one, yes.
Yes. So why don't you run us down our starting order here, Greg, as we get ready for our 6th race of the day.
Sounds good. All right, and I see that they are there on the front row. Mason Workman, driver of the number 52 Mazda Miata out of Canal Winchester, Ohio. He is your pole sitter with a qualifying time of 1:38.343. Set that yesterday morning in his second qualifying session, while Peter Norton in his E-Production Caterham 7 will start on the outside of the front row. Then we've got Matt Reppert in his F-Production BMW, the number 88 machine, and Doug Piner in the 06 E-Production Z3, but I don't think either driver is on the grid as I'm taking a look here. I think starting third today is going to be Perry Simons in the number 164, that bright yellow Mazda Miata. Hopefully we'll have a camera on board with him again today. David Spillman scheduled to start 6th at his E-Production BMW. Then Don Tucker, the number 8 Mazda Miata in E-Production, scheduled to start 7th. And then our H-Production winner from yesterday and our H-Production pole sitter, Will Perry, driving the number 36 Honda CRX out of Sal Creek, Tennessee, starting in 8th, with Les Cheney in his F-Production Acura Integra, the blue number 93 or blue 33 machine, scheduled to start 9th. Then we've got Michael Cook in E-Production in his Mazda RX-7 Roadster, and Riley Salyer driving the number 44 Mazda Miata in E-Production will start 11th. Starting 12th is Matt Fritz in his E-Production BMW, with Mark Webber in that bright red number 25 F-Production Mazda Miata, starting 13th. Then we've got Mike Ogren. He's starting 2nd in H-Production, the number 99 Volkswagen Scirocco, starting 14th overall. Then we've got Vesa Silgren, our 2019 national champion in H-Production, also in a bright red Honda CRX, the number 60 machine from Cleveland, Tennessee, starting 15th overall. Stephanie Funk in the number 59 Honda CRX. She'll start 16th, Brian, as we've got the field now coming down through turn number 12. You can hear those engines revving up, and we are underway here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
And they are now heading down towards turn 1. Look who's out front quick. That's Peter Norton in the Caterham 7. He is from Pelham, North Carolina, taking the point early in this race. Open wheel in these conditions, it's not so bad. Look at how big the dry line is now, Greg. I mean, that's definitely 2 cars wide, if not 3.
Exactly. I mean, it's amazing how things have changed since the beginning of the Spec Miata race. Just about 45 minutes ago to the beginning of this one here, as things have gotten, and that's up at the top third of the S's. You can still see, Brian, that center area very, very damp, and we're just now starting to see where there aren't big water trails popping up there, but almost this entire section. And you can see here even coming into turn 6 as Peter Norton drops down towards the apex, and that is a very heavily cambered corner there. It almost looks like they're going downhill. It's just that the track is banked there at that corner. It is getting to be, again, quite dry as the tires, the more and more they run over parts of the track, the more they evacuate the water, and the drier it gets, and it opens up more opportunities for passing here, obviously.
Yeah, it does look like really the only place on the track that doesn't have a real significant dry line formed is that little stretch through the S's. Harder to dry that track because that's where all the water flowed. But if you look here, there's a pretty decent dry line all the way through here as well. And a little damp there at the exit of 10B, but that's not really where the drivers typically go. So, you know, we're setting ourselves up. If there's no more significant rain for the rest of the afternoon, we're going to have some pretty good racing here. Not that the racing we haven't had hasn't been good, but we've got some really good chance to get some pretty dry line racing coming up as we go forward here. There's a pass for the lead. It looks like Mason Workman has worked his way past Norton there as they pull up the hill towards turn 2, and that will be it's a nice move by Workman there.
And you know, Brian, as I'm watching this field here, and we saw this in qualifying, wet qualifying that these drivers had yesterday on Friday morning, actually, where the front wheel drive cars, for example, Will Perry, the Honda CRX, starting up very far in the field. Now, we did have our entire second row not come out for today's race, but Will Perry now, who would have started in 8th position in his H production Honda CRX, all the way up to 4th overall. And so even in these dampish conditions, you'll see that Honda CRX has a bit of an advantage perhaps in being able to get the power down. One thing that I find very interesting, however, as these drivers are now coming out of turn 7, the second car in line here, not the white BMW of David Spillman, but Riley Salyer and his Mazda MX-5, the number 44 car, who we're going to see come into our view right now. You'll notice that, and I am willing to bet that he is one of the few drivers that wet out on wet tires, because he moved all the way over driver's right, coming out of turn 5 to stay in the puddles. And we are going, Brian, to a full course caution here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. We're going to try and pick up where that is, but notice Salyer was staying all the way into whatever puddles or whatever damp areas of the track that he could very early on, and that's a bad sign when you're doing it on lap number 2.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely a decision made that they're probably regretting at the moment. Now, here's the question. Once this pack gets queued up here in a double yellow, do you try to come in and maybe do a quick tire change? Are they even set up to do something like that? Quick tire changes are not something we're used to doing in the SCCA and sprint racing, but if you're on top of things, you might have an opportunity to come in and do that under this situation.
It would be possible, but I can tell you that there is no crew on the pit lane with tires right now.
Then there's that.
So regardless, it ain't going to happen. But I would think also, I think there was plenty of time if they wanted to. They probably were able to see and hear about the conditions, and they can look at how dry the front straight is right in front of them. That they could have probably made the decision ahead of time to go with the dry tires. It was interesting because much as I was scrolling through the chat, I saw earlier today that some of Riley Salyer's fan club there from out in Texas was saying that he was praying for rain, doing the virtual rain dance, and hoping he was going to have wet weather to drive in because he loves driving in the rain. And I think that would have been great if it was, if this race was back at 9 o'clock this morning when that comment was made, as opposed to 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, it looks like maybe turn 5 is where this incident is, because we don't have a camera on it. And that's one of the few spots where we weren't able to get one too. So, but it doesn't, I haven't heard exactly what's going on there. So,
well, we had a flatbed and had a good amount of equipment head out there. So perhaps we did have a car that was damaged to some extent, or might have had a mechanical failure that they could not flat tow it back. Where maybe we can get we do have at least one of our racers, I think, with an onboard camera here. And I know we had Perry Simons with the camera yesterday. I don't know if he's our onboard again. Perhaps we can figure out. There he is. There's Perry going through turn 6, and hopefully we can see where that incident is. Actually, that wasn't through turn 6. That was going through turn 1 and going up the hill.
Well, that's good timing then.
Caught the safety car. Yeah.
Yeah. We should see whatever's going on here in just a few seconds. So, These Sentinel cameras feeds are just spectacular, by the way. If you're going to be at future Super Tours and would like to get hooked up, give the folks at James Candelaria Racing a call, and they'll get you hooked up. And we'd love to have as many of these on the stream as possible. But here they come up through, and this is approaching turn 5 here, and we should be able to see what's going on at some point here.
I mean, we can't miss the big red flatbed that took to the track, unless it's already cut through turn 7. While we're circulating the track here with Perry, and you can see Perry trying to use that dry line to keep some heat in the tires, as is Mason Workman directly ahead of him. Let's run down the order here as Peter Norton, and this is right at the front of the field. Peter Norton is your current leader in E-Production, with David Spillman running second in E-Production. Riley Salyer in his Mazda currently running in third, with Michael Cook in his open-top Mazda RX-7 running in fourth. David Blaine is our sole driver in GT Light in his Mazda Miata. In F-Production, Mason Workman, Perry Simons running 1-2 in class, then Mark Webber and Greg Siegert. And I'm wondering, I think I might have an idea of what's going on, or at least who might be involved here. In H Production, Will Perry is your leader, with Mike Ogren running in second, Vesa Silgren third, James Rogerson, who's I believe the grandfather of Riley Salyer, in the number 122 Honda Civic, car that Riley got his start in, and his dad used to race. Daniel Wald running in fifth, but I'm showing that at the moment Andrew Wright, who's had some issues over the course of the weekend, his Triumph Spitfire is a lap down, as is Stephanie Funk in the number 59 Honda CRX. Now I know that Robert Horrell in his second-gen Honda CRX had taken the green flag, and there's Stephanie Funk right there at the tail end of the line, so we know that she is out there. Robert Horrell had some issues with his car, did not complete a lap. He had mechanical issues yesterday and brought that car down the pit lane before ever completing the first lap, I believe.
All right, so we're going to get back to action here. Whatever it was very, very fast clearing, and we were able to get back to action here real quick, and we never really saw what it was. So it kind of took care of itself, is my guess, to a certain extent. Peter Norton's going to lead him back down to the line here, with Mason Workman right behind him, and then Simons, like Greg had just told us. So pace car is on the pit lane here, and here we go, back to action here. Norton is the leader, followed by Workman and Simons as they come down now towards turn 1.
And moving all the way to the inside, and I think this was more assigned to let some of the faster cars by, as was the H Production Honda CRX of Will Perry. I think he realized he was going to get bum rushed if he didn't do that. But Perry had a couple of cars. Well, look at that. Actually, I take that back, as we now see Will Perry getting around Perry Simons, and move Perry in that H Production CRX, who's probably down about 50 horsepower from the Miata right behind him, moving up into third place overall. I think that's the advantage of front wheel drive right there.
Yeah, definitely. Conditions are still kind of in the middle there. You're kind of a tweeny situation, and trying to figure out where to go. And the front wheel drive cars might have a little bit of an advantage here, but that advantage. Oh, that looked like there may have been some contact there as they came through there, or just a really hard wiggle under braking. Not sure. But Simons was getting past that Will Perry car, and they either came together or just under braking situation. But now the big horsepower in that F Production car being used to make that move. This is one of those times where I wish we had a camera out of the back of the car. That would have been fantastic to see what was going on here. And there we go, another car moving around Perry Simons here. That is a BMW. I don't know which
Spillman.
one that is.
That is the 136 machine of David Spillman.
Okay.
And that is not for position in class. Spillman is running second in E Production right now to our overall leader, Peter Norton. but that should move Spillman now up into third place overall. Move Simons. Well, Simons now back into fourth.
All right, things sorting themselves out here as we get to about 14 laps to go. This would be a good opportunity for another call to grid, Greg.
All right, let's do that. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 7. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, Formula X, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. Race group number 7. Our big wings group, Formula Atlantic and Continental, Formula Enterprises 2, Formula X, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. Please head to the grid now.
All right, no changes up front. Norton, Workman, and are your leaders. Spillman moved into third place here. So you've got Norton in the E production car, and then Workman in the F production car. Spillman, if he can reel in Workman, he'd be able to move himself into second overall, and he can then set his sights on Peter Norton. And with a lot of time left in this race, still plenty of opportunities to get caught up here and make it a battle up front for E-Production, which we didn't have yesterday. Peter Norton won E-Production yesterday, but had no competition in class, so much so that he was able to let the 2 F-Production cars in front of him just race all afternoon long. But that may not be the case today. David Spillman certainly would rather that not be the case, wants to get in the mix here and at least make Peter Norton work for it today, Greg. We're looking at here as Mason Workman is your second place car, 2.7 seconds back. Spillman trying to move back up here, or move closer to Workman, so about 1.2 seconds is the split now between second and third place, and that gap seems to be closing just a little bit here, lap by lap.
Yeah, indeed. That last time by, Spillman with almost 1.8 seconds advantage over Mason Workman. So he is starting to close things down with that BMW. Although Perry Simons, he's not giving up a lot of ground there. Again, not for position in class, but Spillman, if he's going to take anything to Peter Norton, our E-Production leader, he's going to have to get around that open top number 52 of Workman.
Well, and if that happens, then you've got 2 E-Production cars followed by 2 F-Production cars, and now you've got 2 class battles for first place right up front. And me being the spectator who wants to see great racing here at the end, that's what I root for. I don't root for a particular driver typically. I root for great racing because that makes it a lot more fun to talk about it. And we are setting up with potential to that be just the case here as we come into about 20 minutes to go here in this race. And it doesn't look like that Spillman's made up a huge amount here on this lap, but we'll keep looking at this as we get going here.
Yeah, matter of fact, this last time by as they come now across the stripe, Brian, Mason Workman setting a new fast lap of the session. So, you take it away, and Mason Workman gathers it all back from David Spillman. That last time by opened things back up by 0.4 of a second. So you may have seen Workman maybe, as he knew that he had Perry Simons behind him for a while, may have gotten out of the pace just a little bit. Now knows that certainly he doesn't have a lot of time to breathe, and has picked up the pace again. By the way, I don't know if we mentioned it, but I'm fairly certain, we talked before when we went to the full course caution about cars that were a lap down, and Andrew Wright in the 07 Triumph Spitfire never completed his third flying lap, and I believe they were just able to pull that car off track, and it's probably going to find its way back to the paddock after the race is done.
Yes, that may be the case here. It's possible. I like to call the situation that Mason Workman's in, Greg, he may have had a Jeepers Creepers moment where he's driving along thinking everything's good, and then looked up in his rearview mirror and saw David Spillman and went, Jeepers Creepers, I got to get in the gas. Because it certainly looks like he's like realized that there was somebody wanting to get around and didn't want that to happen. So, and while it would be a pass for a class position, by keeping Spillman between him and Perry Simons, that's a buffer zone, and you can do that. That's huge.
All right, well, let's take a look here, and we'll judge those lap times as they're coming underneath the Fox Factory Bridge to complete their 8th flying lap. And this time by very, very similar times. David Spillman about 2/10 to the good over Mason Workman, so he picked up a couple of feet to the 52 machine, but probably more concerning for David Spillman. Never mind wanting to get up to Workman and hopefully get around him. Peter Norton just threw down a 141.610. Yeah.
Yep. So, and here's the situation. The track's drying out, Greg, because your first 4 cars just set their best lap of the race in the last lap. Norton went purple, and Workman, Spillman, and Simons went green on the board. Green is the fast lap of the day for that particular driver. Obviously, purple is a fast lap overall in the race. So they are putting them down right now, and it's and I'm told now that they're about 3 seconds short of yesterday's lap time. So that's good to see as well.
Yeah, yesterday Workman was at a 138.56. Today at a 148.85, so almost exactly 3 seconds off yesterday's full dry times. And it was also quite a bit warmer out here yesterday as well. Peter Norton in his Caterham was at a 138.5, and right now at a 141.6, so almost exactly 3 seconds between the two.
All right, Greg, we are at the halfway point here pretty much in this race. So let's take our break here. Let's do another call to grid and take our break.
Let's do that.
And then we'll come back, hopefully.
Thanks to our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag here for our small bore race, where you are watching the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. We'll be right back.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Want to get out on track, but
And
not
we're
quite
back
ready
here
to
at Michelin
drive
Raceway
into
Road Atlanta. And Brian, it looks like we've had some changes here as we've gone to a full course caution. I think we had a couple cars off on track, possibly over by turn 5, that we're still trying to get a handle on. And it looks like our camera car, Perry Simons, now on the side of the road between turn 6 and turn 7.
Yeah, definitely here. This is Perry Simons. He was real slow down towards 6 and then pulled off there. He looks really frustrated. You can see him banging his head. Oh, no, he's nodding to the corner workers. I thought he was banging his head in frustration here, which I'm sure he is. But not quite sure why that car lost the go juice. it's going on here. And there you can see a course truck heading up towards turn 5, which was, I think, the original reason for the full course yellow is whatever we're not, we can't see there. I don't know if we can, I guess we can't. This is one of those situations. It would be really cool to scroll back on the Perry Simons camera and show that there. Oh, so there's our car there. That looks like the Honda Fit that was running in H production off on the left there. So they're moving that car out of the way. And then they'll probably have to come up here and put a tug on Perry Simons and stuff him behind the wall there at turn 7 would be a good place to put that car until the end of the race here. But with 12 minutes left to go here, let me get this out of the way. Want to get out on track, but not quite ready to dive into the wheel-to-wheel action you're seeing this weekend? Check out Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack. The one-day low-pressure fun with your street car events at more than 30 racetracks across the country. It's where you can go as fast as you want, learn from stellar coaches, and leave with a big old smile. Visit tracknightinamerica.com. And like I told you earlier, Greg, if you want to do a Track Night America at Road Atlanta, they've got one scheduled for May 31st. Here at Road Atlanta. So if you want to get your car out here and have a little bit of fun and maybe learn something about how to drive your car faster, then you can do it here safely. And that's on May 31st. Go to tracknightinamerica.com for more information on that. All right, so we're still gonna, the lights are still out on the pace car, so we've got at least one more lap, and I'm gonna guess it might be a couple more than that here. We've got with 2 cars to get scooped up.
Yeah, with 2 cars to get packed up, Brian, here, it's going to take a little while, and I apologize if I stepped over you there. The damp weather here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta raising its raising its ugly head once again on me over here with some equipment issues. Sorry about that. Let's see, we've got 11 minutes to go, or 9 laps. Obviously, I think this is going to finish on time, given that. And we'll see here. Again, it looks like we saw coming through turn, I guess through turn 6, right as we had the ad going on. I know Stephanie Funk was back behind Perry Simons. It was interesting to watch as Simons was slowing down with that mechanical issue, and Stephanie Funk not willing to pass the car under caution.
Right,
was dropping back, but she's made up a couple positions now. She's up to 14th overall, and she I'm sure wants to get up to James Rogerson in the 122 car, but I think there's a lapped car between she and that Honda Civic right now.
And hopefully we can get that in-car camera here as they come up through this next section, so we can get a kind of an update on the situation or where they are with the cleanup. That's our best view, if we can get it here, of what's going on. So we had 1 car on the driver's left here at the exit of turn 5, and then of course we had the Perry Simons car between 6 and 7. This will give us a good progress report. It's like a midterm exam here. By seeing this car as it comes through here, we'll know where we are and whether or not there's a good chance we can go back to green this time or next time by. As he makes a left-hand turn here, we'll see what's going on to the left, and I don't see a car there anymore. That's good news. And we'll see the same.
See if there's one. Yeah, I'd say we'll have to see if there's that one over between 6 and 7.
Exactly.
And now you'll see, Brian, we talked earlier about Riley Salyer hunting for water, hunting for rain, hunting for anything that isn't dry pavement all the way over drivers right coming into 6. And we had, for the second day in a row, Kyle Keenan, our 2015 national champion in B-Spec. Apparently there is a special B-Spec communication channel, and there is Perry Simons still up against the wall, and he says 100% confirmed Riley's on the reins. He texted him from the grid.
Yeah, that's a set of tires is being sacrificed for the running of this race.
Yes.
Oh boy. All right, 9 minutes to go. Is it possible that we're just going to leave that car there for the remainder of this
I have
race?
a feeling, based on where he is, driver's right there.
Yeah.
I think it's likely we are.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, I think that's a pretty as safe as any place is going to be.
Sure.
There's, you know,
And,
without being
he had
behind
plenty
a
of
wall.
time to get out of the car and jump over the wall
Right,
as well.
right.
So, yeah, it shouldn't be a problem.
Our producer's telling us that that car lost a transmission, so pushing it might not be an option at the moment. That may be why it's a good thing that they're going to leave it here until the end of the session. So, or shifter linkage. Either one of those would be detrimental to the forward movement of a race car. So, and I see, are the lights out, Greg?
I'm checking to see if we got a call from race control. I believe the lights are out on the pace car, and indeed the call is in. Pace car is on the pit lane, Brian, and we're ready to go back racing.
Going back racing with 7 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Peter Norton still your leader, and right behind him, Mason Workman, and the guy who's licking his chops right now is David Spillman, trying to make this pass right now, and it looks like he might get it done here going into turn 1. If he does, and he has, now his sights set squarely on the 50 car. The good news for him is there ain't no way he's not going to see that big old yellow car in front of him, and the bullseye is on the back bumper as Workman or as Spillman now is going to try to hunt down the 50 car in front, and we've got a big race here. We also have Will Perry, who's moved into 4th place. That's good news for Mason Workman because that's a buffer between Riley Saylor and Sawyer and Workman. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out too.
So here's the interesting thing, Brian, as we went to this restart, as you mentioned, Will Perry now sitting 4th in H production. So they now have Riley Saylor with that Miata that is hunting for grip,
right,
sitting between Perry and Mike Ogren in his Volkswagen Scirocco. That Scirocco running 2nd in H production right now. This is probably as close as Will Perry has felt pressure since the start of this race at H production. Of course, he had a number of cars between he and Ogren to start this race off, and we may see things close down even more depending on what Riley Saylor does. We may find him get out of that H production battle.
All right, we'll see what the gap is at the line here between 1st and 2nd place. This is not only a battle for the overall lead, this is a battle for the top spot on the podium for E production. The gap at the line was Norton to Spillman, and it was 0.7 of a second, and Spillman trying to work this thing down. Then you've got Workman to Will Perry, and that is about a 1.5 second difference. So that's good news for Workman as he tries to hold on for the F production race win.
All right, Brian, and we might as well talk about the announcer's curse at this point, because I see going down the pit lane right now, I believe it is Mike Ogren in his Volkswagen Scirocco. So that is going to move Vesa Silgren up into 2nd in H production, but Silgren would have to find a way around both Michael Cook and Riley Saylor to take it to his Honda CRX compatriot Will Perry for the lead in H production.
All right, and here comes your, this is the battle for 2nd place we were just saying. Now we're back to the battle for the lead. It does look like that Norton has pulled ahead just a little bit here in the first half of the track here, and that is good news for him. He was running the fastest laps of the day, and he still holds best lap of the day here. So if David Spillman is going to come and challenge for the lead here, he's going to have to earn it. Norton has been the class of the field all weekend long in E production. It does look like that BMW is a little bit better in the 10A and B complex, but it does look like that the Norton car is faster in some of the other areas.
Well, Brian, as they're coming down the front straight into turn 1, Spillman, certainly with a more aerodynamic car than that Caterham, made up about 2.5 car lengths just, and you don't look to the front straight here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta to be a place where you make up a lot of ground under the draft in these type cars, but Spillman was able to, again, close down more than a car length, and it's simply because this straight just isn't very long. But now that last time by, Spillman runs the fastest lap of the race, only 0.04 of a second at the line. But there was more after the start-finish line, and we can see now as they just came through our view at turn 5 and they're coming into turn 6, that BMW slowly but surely closing things down on the 50 car.
Well, it is, and you can see though that the Cataram's much better through the S's. And then the BMW is much better on the fast parts of the racetrack. So again, widen out just a little bit, and he was able to close down. Spillman was able to close down 1/10 of a second on that lap. So if he could pull off 1/10 of a second each lap, that would take 5 laps to catch him. That's not going to be enough. We don't have that much, but a big amount of gain here, and it looks like they are still not close enough to make a move, but definitely what we're seeing is that he's really fast coming up the hill and then down towards 10, but Norton is faster in the S's, and this might be just one of those, seesaw type things where this could play out for this next 2.5 minutes as we get ready to go to the finish.
Brian, I think they call what Mr. Spillman has straight line handling.
Straight line handling.
Yes, as they go into turn number 1, and I think that long back straight really helps. Now, one thing here is they're heading up towards turn number 3. Of course, we're talking about how Spillman has been very good with the more open turns, not down through the S's, what have you. But Peter Norton has been lap after lap consistently carrying considerably more speed through turn number 1 and up the hill. And you can see now as they get through the S's here where Spillman loses maybe 4 or 5 car lengths. He actually lost most of that just exiting turn 1, heading up towards turn number 3. And he's going to have to try and make it up all over again. As a matter of fact, I think he's maybe a little bit further back right now than he was on the previous lap. We'll see as they come out of turn 7 that inline 6 of Spillman, can definitely dig out of a corner, but I think he's going to have to be digging himself out of a very large hole at this point, as he's almost now 12 car lengths back, maybe more than 12.
And as we come to the white flag here, also want to just say Mason Workman's worked up about a 12-second lead over the second place car in, David Spillman has more 12, 13, 14-second lead over the second place car of Riley Sellier. So no real issues there. And so as far as that goes, plenty of space there for those two cars. Here they come to get the white line. You've got Norton and Spillman, and a much bigger gap this time by. It is 9/10 of a second, much bigger, 3/10 of a second difference, but that's an eternity here with 1 lap to go.
Yeah, indeed, and as they head up the hill once again, and I know we've had some, due to the weather here, some issues with our camera coming out of turn number 1. You'll see once again that number 50 machine opens up maybe another 3 car lengths to 4 car lengths as the top of the S's are now almost completely dry, but you can see down about halfway through as it bends back to the right, a very wet still, only a dry line still coming up here, but as you come through turn 5, dries out once again. About 2/3 of the track there dry. Unfortunately, the part that isn't dry is the exit to turn 5. So these drivers still have to be very careful coming through there. But once again, we've got our leader who has opened up, Peter Norton, who has opened up another couple of car lengths.
Right. Yeah, that's going to be an insurmountable lead here for Spillman, unless Norton has a problem, and he has not put a foot wrong at all this weekend. He has done everything right, all 25 minutes yesterday, all 35 minutes today, and if he can do that again for 3 more corners here, Peter Norton is going to sweep the E-Production class this weekend. Really nice through 10A, no pressure through 10B, up and over the hill here, now down towards turn 12 for the final time. Peter Norton's going to be your race winner. David Spillman's going to come in second. Let's take a look in about 10 more seconds back. We're going to see Mason Workman come down this hill. He is going to be your F-Production race winner if nothing changes. And we are waiting for him now. This should be him coming down turn 10. This should be Mason Workman here for the final time. He is your F production race winner, and Will Perry should be the third car there. That will be your H production race winner. Here comes Workman. I'm sorry, yes, here comes Workman. There's Perry. Here comes your winners in F production and H production. Here's Mason Workman. And there is Will Perry, and that's how it's going to end for us, Greg.
Yeah, indeed it is. Now, as more drivers start to roll down the hill, we've got Riley Salyer in the number 44 machine crossing the stripe. He is going to take the last step on the podium in E-Production with Michael Cook in the 17, the open top RX-7 a little bit further off there. But been watching this this other fight for a while here, and it's in H production.
Yep,
it's the Civic of Rogerson. Yeah, I would say Michael Miller
and
in
Stephanie
the Sprite
Funk.
and Rogerson. Yeah. There is that battle, and then there was Rogerson actually just ahead of them. And I think that's what's coming to us now. Stephanie Funk is actually a lap down.
Okay.
I think that battle that I was looking for,
I got you.
I think that's this actually coming into 10A right now. Under braking, here it is with the Sprite and the Honda Civic rolling up the hill as they are nose to tail and coming out underneath the bridge. And this is actually now the battle for the last step on the podium here in H production as they cross the line. And it's going to be James Rogerson in the Honda Civic with Michael Miller in his Sprite finishing just off the podium in fourth.
All right, well, that turned out to be a pretty great weekend for Peter Norton. He finished third overall yesterday, but a commanding win in E-Production yesterday. Not quite as commanding a performance today, but nonetheless, again, not a single wheel in the wrong spot all weekend for Peter Norton, and he will take the E-Production win here, back-to-back wins at Road Atlanta, Greg.
All right, Brian, so let's do this. Let me make a final call to the grid for our next group, and then we're going to take a break, get some water, take a breath, and we'll be back with 2 more races today. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 7, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, Formula X, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. Race group number 7 to the grid, please. And with that, Brian, let's take that break, and when we come back, 2 more 30-minute races here from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, where you are listening to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, where we bring together top SCCA road racers from around the country to compete in the premier amateur road racing series. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest racetracks in North America, showcasing our 27 cars and packing a ton car classes and packing a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event. You can now enjoy live streaming coverage of the Super Tour events on site or from the comfort of your own home. Find those details and more at scca.com/live. Brian Bielanski here. Jonathan Wicker joining us for this race. Gregg's going to take a much-deserved race off. Jonathan, how are we doing today?
I'm doing great, Brian. Looking forward to a great race with our Wings and Things category.
Absolutely, absolutely. Let's go through our starting lineup here. I'm going to give you the first 10 starters in each of our group. We've got a split start today. Our prototypes, Formula NX and Formula Continentals in the first group, and FE2 in the second. So here's your top 10 in the first group. Todd Vanacore will be your pole sitter. He is in a P1 car from Ormond Beach, Florida. Next to him will be Jean-Luc Leverato from Atlanta, Georgia, also a P1 car. Third place is John McAleer in the P1 Elan DPO2. He's from Roswell, Georgia. Fourth place starter, 151, Larry Howard, a Formula Atlantic from Kansas City, Missouri. Also in a Formula Atlantic, your fifth starter in car number 44 is Tony Ave from Maiden, North Carolina. Starting sixth is Lucien Pensea in the number 99 P2 car from San Antonio, Texas. Matt Gendrum was supposed to be here in the seventh spot. They've headed back to Massachusetts, I'm being told. We messed up his name a bunch yesterday, so I wanted to apologize by saying it properly now. Matt Gendron. What's that? So that's what's going on there. Our cars are now on the back straight. Here's your top starters at FE2. That's going to be, your front row is going to be Frank Futrell and Paul Schneider. Second row, Charles Russell Turner and Jason Conzo. Third row, starting Sterling Hamilton and Eric Cruz. And then your next row is going to be Thomas Green and James Reagan. So there are your top starters, Jonathan. It looks like before we even get a start, we might have to delay the start one lap because a car may have gone off here, I'm hearing.
Yeah, I'm hearing safety cars staying out, and as we look down from 5 here, we see a truck rolling up behind.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Looks to be a prototype car.
Yep.
And that prototype is stopped, driver's left, coming up the last third of the S's there, so they're going to have to get that out of the way before we even get rolling.
Well, I guess better now than later, right?
Let's get it done for this one. We had enough action as far as safety trucks go yesterday.
Right.
Really looking forward to seeing a good race today. We've got the prototypes and the faster cars out front. Yesterday we had a bunch of FEs ending up near the front in some of the parts. So let's see some good, clean racing today.
Yeah, definitely. And this was a race, I believe this was the race that had very little racing action yesterday because of some issues. So I'm sure all of these drivers are really hoping to get a bunch of green flags laps in here for this race today. And of course, with all the weather we've had today, we have had several full course yellows and a couple of races end a little early. So, but now we have a mostly dry racetrack. Which is good news, except not dry enough for that car. I'm not quite sure which one that is, but it took
We've got a spinner.
Here. Yeah, definitely.
Coming out of 10.
So that's one of our FE2 cars, and he or she should be able to whip around here and get back into the fray. The problem is he does not want to go off the racetrack here because it might be difficult to come back on. So that's why he's being so dainty with his course correction here. And I hope he has installed that car. Gosh.
You've got to pull a lever to get it into reverse.
Okay.
So it takes a minute.
And
yeah.
Do these all have onboard starters, Jonathan? Because I know you worked on these cars.
Yeah, they do. So you can get them started. They don't have huge batteries. So, if you end up needing to start a few times, you can end up with some problems there. Typically, when you come back into the pits, you've got to recharge your system. Looks like he's underway. That car is underway, headed to catch up the field. That car will start at the tail end. And that's fine. So what this tells me is we've got cold tires that are obviously not up to temperature yet. And so drivers are going to have to be careful and mindful of that. I was happy to see drying track because these prototypes and these FE cars, they require a little bit of aerodynamics to make their downforce. So a drying track is a good thing, and I see that car being pulled off at 5 there, so hopefully we will be back pretty soon.
Right. So the one thing this has given us is an opportunity to see which drivers stayed and which drivers went home, because they've all crossed the line. Now, our race has technically started, even though we did not go green after the pace lap, the first pace lap, we crossed the line. We do begin the clock here. So Jean-Luc Leverato is our leader at the moment, Jean McAleer second. So these are the guys who stuck it out and are here this weekend. Larry Howard came across the line third in the FA car. And then if we go down to the FE2 cars, it's Frank Futrell, Jason Conzo, Sterling Hamilton, Eric Cruz, James Reagan. That's how they cross the line here. And they'll form back up here again to get started. I don't see Tony Ave on this list. I know he was here earlier. Maybe he decided he just didn't want to come out in this weather. And he's got plenty of time in this type of weather, so he doesn't need to do much learning here on this. Here's your Formula FE2 class here behind their pace car. So they stuffed that prototype in the cutout there, or in the little area on driver's right at 5. So I'm pretty certain we're going to go green here this time by.
Yeah, we have the pace car coming through 10 right now. Just give it a moment and we'll get a good look. I don't see lights on. Oh, yeah,
So
off drivers left.
What's happening, Jonathan, and I just heard from our producer, is it is now raining hard, which is not good for these cars. My suspicion is that many of them went out on slick tires, and this could be a really tough situation here with this rain coming down, and we'll see what happens. And we've got some cars passing here. Clearly we've gone green, and now we've got a car into the wall on the right side there. That was the same guy that spun coming out of 10. That's McAleer in the 77 car. We'll see what happens here as this next group comes through. And this is one of those situations where sometimes this pace car is staying out, so we're going to go full course yellow again. This is one of those situations, Jonathan, where sometimes they'll call a red flag here and give these cars a few minutes to do a quick tire change, because clearly the tires may not be what they need with these quickly changing weather conditions.
Yep, Brian, so that's what that is declaring it a rain race. And so I have to imagine they're going to declare it a rain race. These cars don't have a lot of weight to them. So there just isn't, traction can be a coefficient of pounds per square inch. If you just don't have the weight, there's only so much traction that you're going to have. And on slicks, I imagine they start losing grip real quick.
Well, and part of the grip factor here is downforce. And if you're going so slow, you're not creating any downforce. And that also is part of this scenario as well. So we'll kind of wait and see if we can get some word from race control as to what the situation is going to be here. And because if it's coming down hard, it will not take long for this to be a really rough situation for all these cars who I presume went out on slick tires. So
yeah, and production team was just showing us the weather radar, and we're just getting clipped with some weather. Maybe this won't be around. Maybe we'll be getting hit for quite a while, but definitely not a great situation for these cars. And we'll see if they get brought into the pits within a lap or so to change out maybe to rains.
So the other situation that we have now, and I don't know if the second pace car is going to come back out again, but we have a pace car in front of the FE2 field, but not in front of the first start field. So if they do come around, they can do two things. They can self-pace themselves to keep that gap, which I think is maybe what they're going to try to do, or what they should try to do, because they could also race up to the back of the first field, but that just means you're going to have a whole bunch of faster cars trying to get through the FE2 field, which we saw yesterday didn't work out so well. So
yeah. I'm hoping they sent out a pace car that we didn't get to see at pit out, and hopefully the pace car will catch them, and we'll be able to have two split starts there, just to manage the field better.
Right. But it's also possible that first car in that field can do their own pace their own lap, basically. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's do this. Let's get our break in now while we're under yellow, and we'll do that, and then we'll get that out of the way, and then all we'll have to do is do our calls to grid for the rest of the time. So let's take that break. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. We'll be right back.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Summit Racing is proud to support SCCA racers through the Road Racing Contingency Program. Run the required decals to be eligible for contingency payouts.
All right, we are back at Road Atlanta for the SCCA Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Brian Bielanski here with Jonathan Wickert. We're under full course yellow now, rapidly changing track conditions, and I'm sad to say, Jonathan, that any dry line that we had 20 minutes ago is not so dry anymore. You can see it starting to get darker in the areas that were lighter, and most of these cars, it appears, are on dry tires. So I thought our FE2 leader went into the pits. I thought maybe he was going to be doing one of these heroic tire changes to try to get out and drive past the entire field, but he went behind the wall, and so that's an interesting move. What do you think is the situation? What's going through these guys' minds?
Yeah, I think maybe some people are saying, you know, I don't have the tires on, and they're not ready to switch to reins. I've been there myself with my brother in our B-Spec car, and we frantically tried to switch to reins and ended up, or actually tried to switch back to slicks and ended up aborting. So it takes a little bit. You know, we don't have a Red Bull pit stop crew to,
That's true. That's true.
tires on.
But I will say, you know, today, which we didn't have many years ago, you know, there's radar and you can look at the kind of thing that, and know that there might be some rain coming. And I'm a little surprised that a couple of teams weren't ready with some tires on pit road to make a quick change here. Because I got to tell you, if anybody could come in right now and change tires, they're going to drive right past this entire field.
Yeah, it's a tough call. My personal rule that I've learned from some of the veterans in B-Spec is if you aren't throwing water, don't put on rain tires, because all you're doing is lessening your surface area.
Right.
So I don't know. It's a tough call. At this point, I don't think I would be too eager to jump in the pits for rain tires just yet.
All right, well, it looks like the lights are out on the pace car. We're going to see what kind of an adventure we have right now. As this FE2 field is going to come down and take the green flag here, it looks like. Another FE2 has come into the pits here. We'll see what that car does. Hopefully our producers on site keep... Oh, look at that car sideways already right after that. And The rest of the P2 field and the Formula Atlantics and Continentals will be coming down here not too long either. So this is going to be quite dicey here as they really have to tiptoe here. And this is like ice racing without studded tires right now. And you know a little bit about that, I'm sure, Mr. Wicker, being from Wisconsin. It is going to be quite the interesting situation here.
Yeah, Brian, you know, this is driver school in April here in Wisconsin. This is what it is for us. As we do see some prototypes making their way around some of the other FE cars. Right now, the game's got to be eggshell on that throttle.
Yep.
And don't break that egg. And let those tires come up to temp. Hopefully you put a little extra pressure in those tires to keep them up, to get them up a little quicker because you knew it was colder out. And we see that lead car just taking off there going into 6th, so they've gotten some power down. Once these tires come up to temperature, I really think they're going to find a little bit of grip, and we'll see cars start to put down some lap times.
Well, and that's part of the problem because of when the rain started. If they had been at full song here right from the start, it would have helped them keep this track a little bit drier. But since they were going so slow for these last 5 or 6 laps, you know, it's allowed the track to get wet again, where maybe it would have not been wet so fast if they had been in green flag conditions. So, but this lead car in FE2 here, we're going to catch him here in just a second. I believe that's Jason Conzo in the 04 car. Yes, that is Jason Conzo in the 04 car. Definitely seeming to find a little bit of grip here as they come through 10. So far, everybody's gotten that just fine. So this is going to be an exercise in patience for one thing.
Yes,
for
this
these
is
cars.
A race of discipline, and
Yes.
Conzo, watching him exit 10 there, had the left side wheels on the paint a little bit. I'm surprised. I think I'd be staying off the paint right now just to keep my traction, but he's running strong and showing everybody else how to get easy on that throttle and carry that speed.
Is it possible that that's the one car out there with rain tires? I'd love to see if I get an update on that.
Yeah, somebody send us a message that's down there, because he's pulling a huge lead comparative to everyone else, and quite quickly. So it may be, maybe we missed it and we didn't see that he's on reins.
Also, I'm seeing Brennan Huron in our chat says that he's seen Conzo do great things in the rain at Palmer and New Hampshire. So that could be just this guy is the rainmeister here, and he is driving off from the front, and that's a good sign for him.
Definitely, and we see the field spreading out a little bit. With a few races in there, for example, we see these 2 cars coming by now. So there is still people making moves, and Peter Shadowin moving ahead of Larry Howard, for example.
I think the second place car is Jean-Luc Liverato here in the P1 car. And he is, if that's the case, he's gone through the whole FE2 field and has driven to the front. And I believe he's actually our first place overall car here. I'll know here in just a second when he comes across the line. It does look like these are the 2 P1 car of Liverato and Lucien Pansea. That appears to be the cars, and they've gone through the entire FE2 field except for Jason Conzo here, and they will, if they can continue going, they should hunt him down pretty quick. Although they're doing about the exact same lap times, Conzo's still purple in this session, so he's still running the fastest laps of any car out there. And it does look like it's getting worse and worse out there. I can't tell from my camera here, but it does not look like this rain has let up at all, or it's just getting a really dense cloud cover, a little fog as well, possibly.
Yeah, maybe a little mist as we're looking back from 5 back down into the S's. And we do see Jean-Luc and Lucien Pansea with a nice race there, the 2 of them real close together. So we'll have to see. We might get a race with the prototype cars and get some excitement.
Yeah, that's absolutely possible here, and but Jason Conzo has just checked out here. So now he's at the point, he's far enough ahead where he just needs to keep the car on the racetrack here, and he is going to be a Super Tour race winner. I know it's early to say that here, with still 18 minutes to go in this race, but he is so far ahead of the other FE2 cars. I'm going to suggest maybe even a full half a lap, if there's such a thing as a full half lap. But he is, and there's the next group of cars. So yeah, he is almost at least a third of a lap ahead at this point in time. As we come down now with the 18-minute mark in this race. So there is some grip out there. A couple cars are going quick.
Yeah, the 2 prototype cars, and watching Conzo come out of 10 there, you could see they're both easing into that throttle. The back end is wiggling around just a little bit, but not too much, and they're making a strong pull up the hill to go under the bridge.
Do any of these cars have any tools in the cockpit that they can adjust here on the fly? Can they soften their sway bars or any of that kind of stuff?
Yes, they can. I mean, prototypes can, and the FE cars have roll bars that they can soften and stiffen from in the cockpit. But now that brings us back to setup and how they set the car up.
Right.
Did they disconnect those? Did they go to a full soft setup? And how much adjustability is left in their setup?
Right. The only FE2 Formula Atlanta car out there right now is Larry Howard, and he is circulating at a 147. In Formula Continental, only one car has made the green flag here. That's Brandon Dixon. Everyone else has chosen to not go out right now. McAleer is the second the second place car in P1, but I think he did one lap and decided enough is enough. Oh no, actually he's the car that went off at the and hit the wall on the first lap there.
Yeah, we do have a car pulling into pit lane right now, Brian.
Oh yeah, a car missing a rear wing. That's that shouldn't be happening. And then your 3 cars right now in P2 are Lucien Pansea and Thomas Kaufman and Peter Shadowin. So that's your running order right now with 16 minutes to go. The car that just came onto pit lane is the 0 car. Let me scroll down here. James Reagan, he was already 2 laps down. So I'm not quite sure where his situation happened, but he's been able to make it off the racetrack and into the pit lane. So I'm pretty certain he's going to call it a day there.
And Brian, something to note that I just noticed as the prototype cars were coming through to the start-finish is as you exit 12 there's a big puddle forming there, and Liverato went through it, splashed up a lot of water, so we'll have to see. It's kind of right on that line to run through 12. We'll have to see how all the cars get through there.
And then you have all the cars in the next group who are looking at the track, wondering what to do, because they now have time to change tires if they want to. So now there's a lot of decision-making and some strategery going on for the next race as well. And it'll be interesting to get your opinions on that when we get there, because you've worked on cars in this class, but you drive cars in the next class. So I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts on that once we get there. Everyone's just being so delicate coming through at pretty much every corner, and just taking their sweet time for good reason here. And there is the cars that you were talking about. They're coming through. It does look like the prototype cars are catching Conzo, which is fine for Conzo because he has no one else to worry about. He can just let them by and do his race, and he's doing good. And I'm not quite sure if the car next in line is an FE2 car or the one Formula Atlanta car out there.
That would be Larry Howard in the FA car.
Okay.
And watching the two prototype cars, Liverato and Pansea, you could see them taking wide lines through 12.
Sure.
And using some wider lines. So they're running that rain line, and they're making it work.
Yeah. Hopefully they realize, though, that the rain line's not going to help. There could be dangerous going through the S's. We lost a lot of cars early today because they tried to run the quote-unquote rain line through the S's, and that turned out to be very, very precarious. But these 3 cars up front really have figured out the rain here, and are moving along just fine with 13 minutes to go, a little 13 and a half to go here, and 13 and a half and 18 laps to go. They're not going to get to 18 laps, obviously, but so far, so good for these lead 3 cars here.
Brian, it's sort of a tale of two worlds here. We have the S's and say turn 10, for example, quite wet. But as you're looking at it going into 6, really seeing a dry line into 6.
That was a 4-wheel drift for Conzo as he came through 10A, or 10B, I should say. But he was able to pull it back together. I hope there's someone in his ear telling him that he's got a huge lead and doesn't need to push it at all here.
Yeah, Gonzo definitely does. So hopefully someone on his pit wall and his crew can tell him, hey, take it easy, don't throw it away.
Should also take a look at the 09 car of Sterling Hamilton. He is just went purple. He is in 4th place. He just went purple with a 1:38.416. That is the fastest lap of the day so far. That's what is that? That is almost 6 seconds faster than Jason Conzo, and he's 30. What's the gap here? 20 seconds back. So if he is able to keep going at that pace, man, I wonder if he's got rain tires on.
That's the word that about lap 3 or so he pitted and is likely put on wet tires. So let's see if he can make a run back to the front.
That could be why Jason Conzo's pushing it more than I was thinking he needed to. Maybe he's been alerted that Sterling Hamilton is on the move, and this could be the drive of the day and the strategy call of the day. If we see this 09 car push up as quickly as possible here, it will be fun to watch him hunt down the leader here, and as we get to the last 11 minutes in this race.
And I believe, yeah, we have a new overall leader, and we have a Formula car in between the 2 prototype cars. So yep. Pancia to the lead, Liverato listed as 2nd on timing and scoring.
Right, I had my timing screen on the wrong setting there. So, yeah, you're right. Pancia moved into 2nd. I have a P2 car in the lead, and that means that. But again, those 2 cars aren't racing for class wins here. So if one car is faster, better to be smart and let them go than to just fight them and get into a possible problem here. You're also going to see now there's Jean-Luc Liverato is coming up on the back of Jason Kondo. So once he gets past there, the only thing between Kondo and the 2nd place car in FE2 is going to be nothing. So we'll see whether or not that car can make up some speed fast here.
And I wonder if something did happen to Liverato, because there was quite a gap, and I see Liverato just coming by our screen now. So I wonder if maybe he got loose somewhere, which allowed Pancia to get around.
Yep, that could absolutely be the case. So, yep, Hamilton has come up to 2nd place here. And so now the only thing between him and 1st place is there are no cars anyway in the way. So he's going to have to see what he can do to try to make up that gap now. According to timing and scoring, it's 56 seconds between him and Jason Conzo. So that's a lot of time to make up. But he is making up laps at 5 seconds a lap faster. I'm not quite sure there's enough laps to go here for him to catch him. But, you know, if it gets worse and Conzo has more issues, that could be something to keep an eye on here as they move a little bit forward.
With 7 to go and just over 9 minutes on the clock, we may have to see if Conzo keeps it clean and just focuses on hitting his marks, or if he helps out Sterling a little bit and Sterling can close that gap.
We should gonna take a second here and make a quick call to grid here as we get ready for our next race. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 8 to the grid. Group 8 cars to the grid for your session. Group 8 cars are B-Spec, T3, and T4. Group 8 cars to the grid. All right, 8 minutes to go here in our second to last race of the day. Checking with the production team to tell me whether or not the rain has slowed at all here. I can't tell from looking at our cameras, but the track does not look like it's getting a whole lot wetter at the moment. So that might be a good sign. And here comes your race leader, Lucien Pensia, coming through into turn 1, followed by Jean-Luc Leverato. And then here comes the lonely Jason Kondo here. Konzo, as he comes into turn 1. I think I've been calling him Kondo the whole time. It's Konzo. Apologize for that. These cars are really doing a nice job here through the S's, and that was a problem where a place where everyone had problems earlier today, and maybe it's not quite as wet as it feels out, as it looks like.
It looks that more offline, it's a lot wetter. It seems to be that the racing line is somewhat drying out, and so maybe the water is flowing away. And as we see a look back from turn 6, that run to 6 looks real dry, and 6 itself looks dry.
And it's interesting because it looked dry like that at the end of the last race, and then when we came off of the full course yellow, it did not look that dry, and now it's drying out again. So it's just rapidly changing track conditions here for everybody, and that might be that could be actually a problem for Sterling Hamilton, who came in for wet tires, and now I see his gap is actually getting wider to Jason Konzo. So Jason Konzo's pulling away a little bit. It may be that that Hamilton went to the reins too early, and now he's having a hard time with overheating tires.
Yeah, and his tires could be going away, and we see some passes down the front straight for the overall lead.
Yep, that's a pass for the overall lead with a bunch of lap traffic there in front, and it looks like they were able to negotiate the lap traffic. It also looks like that Jean-Luc Leverato has retaken the point in this race as he comes through 4 here and heads down towards the S's.
And Brian, I do want to point out, it looks like James Brookshire got around Eric Cruz for 5th and 6th place in FE.
Okay. So it does look like some drivers are getting the handle on this, and it does look like we have a drying racetrack. So so it's one of those things where it looked like the Sterling Hamilton switch to rain tires was a hero call earlier, and that roll of the dice might not have been the best decision, as we see our leaders now come through with Leverato first, Pansea second. Pansea, I guess, I'm hearing, got held up real badly by those 2 lap traffic cars, and that gave Jean-Luc Leverato a chance to catch him and move around. We'll see if now that those cars are out of the way, if Pansea can get back into the hunt here and get back to the front. Again, though, not class battle here, so there's really no reason for these 2 guys to battle it out.
No, and I'm looking back again, and Eric Cruz gets back around James Brookshire for 5th place in FE, so we do have a battle going on there. Brookshire appears to be just about a second, a little less than a second behind Cruz. So some of our races are still going on. With 4 to go and 4 minutes, just about 4.5 minutes, it's time to start making your plan, finding out where you can make your move or where you're strong and maybe where you need to get a little more speed, as we don't have many laps to go.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if we can maybe pick up this battle for 5th place here in FE2. That does look like it's the best battle on the racetrack. They should be coming into our view not too far down the line. I think they're probably coming up over 3 right now. And if we can find them, I think this is that battle you were talking about, Jonathan, between Eric Cruz and
Brookshire.
And Brookshire, right. So here they are coming up into turn 5, and Oh, they're okay. So they're at start finish now. Hopefully we can pick them up here. Here they are. So that should be Cruz in front, Brookshire in the second place car there. That is a battle for 10th place in FE2. And, you know, always interesting to see that there's always some decent battles back in the pack in some of these races.
And here they come over 3, making their way into the S's. And we'll see any difference in line coming through the S as they come through probably the wettest part of the track right now.
That's been the wettest part of the racetrack all day, honestly, and it was the last to start to dry out, and I suspect it'll be the last to start to dry out here. When they come into turn 6, we'll see a pretty much a dry racing line, if nothing else, and that was not that dry 20 minutes ago. So this track is drying fast. Hopefully it won't get too wet here into the final. And we're going to pass from, is that Jason Conzo making the move around there?
Yeah, I think you're correct. But we see also a move in the FE race. This is the place to do it. If you're going to make a move through 6, 7, and down to 10, I think is going to be an ideal place to get around.
All right, with 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go, let me make one more call to grid here. Attention the paddock, third and final call to the grid for race group number 8. Third and final call to the grid for race group number 8. All right,
we've got a spinner.
And that's going to be in a spot where it could be high-sided right there. That is right on the curb, and we'll see. Don't go in that direction.
And he made it.
Perfect. And with a little bit of momentum, they should be able to get through the grass there just fine. And here comes your leaders right now. Let's pick this up for our last lap here. They're going to get the white flag as they cross the line. Right there is Jean-Luc Liverato in first, Lucien Pansea in second. Of course, not racing for class, but there's never a bad thing trying to get the overall win. Everyone wants to cross the line first with the white flag out here. And we are getting ready to wrap this one up here. And there's a couple of lap traffic there in front, which could cause a problem here. It did last time for Pansea, but it looks like Liverato did I don't know if they did a better job, but the car definitely did a better job of getting out of the way in front of him. And he's able to come through here and not giving any benefit there to the 99 car in second place as they snake through the S's for the final time here. No issues so far. And they've got about a mile and a quarter to go before they can get out of the car and get dry again and step on top of that podium. They should be coming here down 6, same gap pretty much. No big move by Pansea. He's just not close enough to get it done here without any kind of a slip up for the 8 car. It looks like then Jean-Luc Liverato is probably going to be able to go and get the finish here. There could be one last ditch effort by the 99 car going into turn 10. I don't think he's close enough to even make a Hail Mary move here, but I've seen crazier things happen. Will the pressure get to the 8 car? It may, but it doesn't look like it, although the gap was closed, but not enough. Here they come up over the hill. Here comes your finish, folks. And your race winner is going to be the P1 car, number 8, Jean-Luc Liverato. Your second place car is going to be Lucien Pansea. And we should see Larry Howard come across the line here in just a full lap, actually. No, he's not a full lap back. He'll probably be across the line here next, is my guess. Those P1 and P2 cars there, Jonathan, put on a clinic on how to get around this place in the wet.
They did, and Pansea was still pushing, coming out of 10, wiggled it up the hill out of 10. So you can't say those guys were taking it easy. They were definitely putting the power down and did a real nice job showing us how to run in these mixed conditions.
Yep, and it looks like Jason Conzo will hold on here and take the win in FE2. We will certainly wait for that to happen. Props for Sterling Hamilton for at least giving it a shot coming in and putting on those rain tires. If nothing else, second step on the podium in these rain conditions is not a bad thing.
No, it is not at all. And I mean, it was a gamble worth taking had it kept raining. I think Sterling would have been able to make it up there, but I think once the track started to stay where it was and kind of dry out, that bet was lost.
Definitely, definitely. But would he have been in second place without that move? Maybe not. You know, maybe that was his trick to get to second place. And if it was, he pulled that cat out of the hat, and it worked out really, really well for him. All right. Let's go through our finishing order in our classes. Your race winner was in Formula Atlantic was Larry Howard. In Formula Continental, Brandon Dixon will take the win. In P1, it was Jean-Luc Liverato in first. John McAleer was will not be considered a finisher because he did not complete all of. Actually, I don't think he completed even the first race lap. In second place, you've got Lucian Panseo was your first place. Or I'm sorry, in P2, Lucian Panseo was your class winner, followed by Thomas Kaufman and Peter Shadowin. And then finally in FE2, you've got Jason Conzo, your race winner. The podium will be consisting of Sterling Hamilton and Lee Rackley. All right, Jonathan, you're going to stick with us for our next race. Gregg Ginsberg is going to come back and call that one, and I will come back at the end to help put the ribbon on this package and get us out of here for the day. So we got one more race to go. I'm going to do a call to grid for that group, and then we will take a break and come back in just a few minutes for our last race of the day. Jonathan, stay with us. We'll be back in just a minute.
All right, and we are back here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for the last race of the day on the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg. Joining us once again this race, Jonathan Wickard. And Jonathan, we've got a guest joining us once again today, driver extraordinaire Scotty B. White. Welcome, Scotty.
Thank you. Driver extraordinaire, that's a good one.
I'm going to just see how many times I can make Scotty crack up on this last race. All right, so we've got our last race today. This is T3, T4, two of our touring car classes, as well as B-Spec. Let's run down the starting grid as they are on their pace lap right now. 18 cars qualified in T3 and T4 with, I believe, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, like 8 or 9 in B-Spec. We'll get to them in just a moment, but let's start off with T3 and T4, where Richard Baldwin is your pole sitter in his Nissan 350Z, pole setting time 137.631. Gamel Aguilar Gomez from Renton, Washington, driving his BMW 330i. He's driving the 109 car. He's going to start on the outside of row number 1. Then we've got Ryan Spray driving the 194 EcoBoost Ford Mustang from Little Elm, Texas, starting third with Simon Assel. We saw him a little bit earlier today in the Porsche 911. He is back out in his BMW 330i. He hails from Sammamish, Washington. Then we've got Jonathan Neudorf, driver of the number 95 T4 Mazda MX-5, along with Mark Cefalo in his T4 MX-5 as well. They are starting 5th and 6th. Ryan Sikowski, driving his T3 BMW 330i, will start 7th, with Connor Roberts starting in 8th in his T3 Mazda MX-5. Then we've got Todd Clark and Derek Wagner. They're going to start 9th and 10th today, both driving BMW 330s. And then we've got Ben Schlechter starting in 11th. He's in a T3 Nissan 350Z, with Robert Spence starting 12th, his T4 Mazda MX-5. Let's do this. Let's move over to our B-Spec field, where we've got Frank Schwartz on the pole. Fast time for him this weekend, set during yesterday's race, a 1:49.265. He's from Davisburg, Michigan. Connor Kelleher will start second today in the number 4 Mini Cooper. He's from Angleton, Texas. Then we've got Luke Russell and Stephanie Anderson. Let's see, Russell in a Honda Fit, Anderson in a Mazda 2. They're going to start 3rd and 4th. Starting 5th and 6th, Joe McLuhan in his Mazda 2, with Blair Deffenbaugh out of Sylva, North Carolina, in a Honda Fit. Then we've got Kent Carter and Dan Wald. Kent is driving a Mazda 2, while Dan is driving a Honda Fit. And then John Phillips, our 2019 national champion, driving a Mazda 2. He hails from Sealy, Texas.
There we
And
go.
so,
Great.
Jonathan,
They're coming through 10 right now, getting ready to come down for the start. Grip is less than ideal, as they were all fishtailing out of pit lane.
Yeah, and I got word, John, that as the cool down lap in the last group was running, that we were starting to see some water up in the air here, as we've got the green flag for our first group, and jumping to the center of the track, Gamel Aguilar Gomez in his BMW 330i, as we did not have our pole sitter Richard Baldwin take the green flag, as that group is now nose tail heading up the hill. We've got our B-Spec field now as they come down towards turn 1. Frank Schwartz in that dark gray Mini moves a little bit to the inside to protect on the red machine of Luke Russell. Connor Kelleher a little bit to driver's left, as they now head up into turn number 1, as we jump back to our T3 and T4 field. Again, here is all of our drivers getting in line. It is the 2 Mustangs right now, probably the 2 BMWs of Aguilar Gomez, Simon Assel, and Ryan Spray sitting back in 3rd. And we saw yesterday as Spray tried pretty much his entire race to get around the number 81 machine, to no avail. We had a wonderful race yesterday with Mark Cefalo in T4, along with Jonathan Neudorf, but that was after Cefalo and Robert Spence, who's currently running 2nd in T4, had a little coming together through turn 10.
And Greg,
Scotty,
in the
in
the B-Spec battle, it looked like Kelleher got around Schwartz, which surprised me a little bit. Schwartz was tight to the inside. Kelleher carries speed around, and it looks to be the same as they head down the backstretch. One thing we didn't get to mention yesterday is Schwartz was almost at the track record, 1100ths off the track record yesterday. Unfortunately, we won't see that today.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see that today. We're seeing a lot of our rear-wheel drive machines in T3 having issues coming through turns 10A and 10B. And I've just gotten word, Scotty and Jonathan, from Chris Taylor that both Schwartz and Kelleher are on rain tires, that the rest of the B-Spec field right now are on the Spec Hankook DOT slicks.
Wow, we right before this race, we put our guy out, Randy Johnson, on reins because we heard that the backside was really wet. Interesting though, just as they came down, something must have happened and I missed it. That Simon Hassan got past Gama right while it looked like Ryan Spree was challenging Simon, and all of a sudden they came down the hill in 12th, and Simon was way out front.
Yeah, and as they came out of 10B, Jonathan, it looked like all three of those cars at the front of the field had gotten very, very loose, and we're trying to find grip. At the moment now, it looks like there's a dry line in that section of the track, but it looks like, at least for now, these drivers are going to have to probably adjust their throttle application to get a better run up the hill and under the bridge.
And Ryan Spray has gotten around Gama as well. So I wonder if Gama's struggling in some way. Maybe Gama went out on dries, the other guys are on range, or vice versa. I don't know. It looks like a pretty dry track.
And Schwartz is around Kelleher in B-Spec, and Russell is right there behind Kelleher. So we're going to have a race in B-Spec. If Kelleher can tuck in behind Schwartz and stay with him and keep this close, if Russell is on slicks, I think Russell can have an advantage, and we could see quite a good race in B-Spec. If it were my call, I'd be on slicks right now. I don't think I'd want to be on the range.
All right, well, it's changing very quickly here. We have another change for the lead in T3, and at the front of the field is Ryan Spray. We saw it here as he got a great jump out of 10B. He gets around Simon Hassel coming down the hill towards the start-finish line, and now moved the 194 car to a place that he hasn't been all weekend, and he's opened up almost a 4-car length advantage now to take the lead, as we see Mark Cefalo battling Connor Roberts for 4th position overall, as Cefalo is your leader in T4, and he continues to open things up on the rest of the T4 field, and it is no longer the 59 machine that is running second at T4. It's Angelica Spray. Again, her husband, currently the overall leader. Angelica Spray driving the number 120 Subaru BRZ, currently sitting 2 cars back from Mark Cefalo, about 5 seconds. So she's got a little bit of ground to pick up here.
And Ryan is checking out on Simon, and Gama is dropping like a rock. I got to guess that those guys, that Simon and Gama went on reins, and Ryan took the gamble, went on dries. I bet Angelica's the same thing.
Yeah, and so we'll see here if Angelica can make up some ground here on Cefalo. Cefalo, very good wet weather or dry weather, and was very strong in T4 yesterday. Wow, and there's Gama running very wide coming through 10A. Barely keeps the car on track. Driver's left, goes and recovers. He's going to give up another position in T3, move Connor Roberts in the number 46 Mazda MX-5 now up into not only 3rd position, but I believe he now moves up into 2nd position as Gomez falls all the way back into 4th.
And that gives Spray a 3-second lead advantage to run out front.
Ryan is fairly new to this and new to this car. He's been working on it. The EcoBoost seems to be a wonderful car, especially for T3. It's a great current car, super sexy, but has its challenges with the little squirrel wheel pushing air into the motor.
I was going to say, I figured that was probably the issue. Now, you had been running the machine that you've been running is the V6 version of the car, or?
Well, right now my car, one of my cars out there right now, number 92, that's Randy Johnson. He's back at the back. He's driving my car. That's a V6 car, S197. The S550, we built an EcoBoost. We actually started building it before Phoenix did, and had so many struggles trying to make it run right, make it live on the road. or on the track, and of course Phoenix did a wonderful job. Marshall Mass won a couple championships. They choked the car down pretty hard, and now they kind of gave it a little bit back. And Brian's working. Ryan has one of the ex-Phoenix cars, Phil DePippo's car, and he's gelling with it quite well. It's looking really good right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I remember he was very strong in qualifying at the runoffs with it as well. Jonathan?
Yeah, in B-Spec, Luke Russell has gotten around Connor Kelleher. Connor Kelleher and Frank Schwartz are both out on range, and the rest of the field isn't. Russell in that Honda Fit, I think he's got a great opportunity here to maybe make ground on Schwartz and find himself winning a Hoosier Super Tour race.
Yeah, you know, we saw in the production car race where Riley Salyer had made that decision to go out on dry weather or on wet weather tires when it was very wet, and you see now as Frank Schwartz is moving all the way over driver's right to get a little bit of dampness on those tires, and there's not much there on that side of the track. He's maybe getting them on the right side tires, certainly not on the left-hand tires, and I'm just wondering here if that is actually the Honda Fit of Blair Deffenbaugh that is running in third position right now, back behind the two, and I believe it is Deffenbaugh.
Russell's missing. I saw him there. I saw him there on the multicam. He's missing, so we lost him. There he goes. He's up. Oh, no, that wasn't him. So we lost Russell. I think he's coming through 10 now, but Blair Deffenbaugh has been able to pick up some of the gap there. I was texting with Blair last night. He's struggling on mid-corner on a dry track, so hopefully he's finding some grip out there today as we see Russell into the pits.
Yeah, we can see now is that red Honda Fit of Russell, Luke Russell, the number 75 machine, heading down into the pits. It looks like his day is done, and that car looked, he may have broken something at the front of the car there. It was wandering around quite a bit as he came up the hill and tried to get onto the pit lane. As we now coming down the hill, ready to start lap number 6 here. Ryan Spray, your T3 leader, and he has opened up now as we've got Connor Roberts crossing the stripe. Let's take a look. Almost an 8-second advantage over the 46 of Connor Roberts, with Simon Aslan now 3 seconds back from there, and Gomez in his BMW quite a distance back from there. Matter of fact, just now coming down the hill here to complete his fifth flying lap. So has lost quite a bit of ground here. In T4, Mark Cephalo now continues to put a spanking on the rest of the field as Angelica Spray, she has had a few of the T3 machines, both Wagner and Berger, get by. She is still second place in T4, but this is a battle we might want to watch as they'll be coming, I believe, into turn, they should be coming into turn 10 right now, actually 3 different cars. Well, those are the B-Spec cars, and we actually have a new B-Spec second place driver as the Honda Fit has now gotten around Kelleher. I want to pick up this battle in T4. It's the battle for second in T4. We've got Angelica Spray in her Subaru BRZ, the number 120 machine, Charles Habisreutner, who is in the number 9 Mazda Miata, and he, let's see, that is still that, is that the B-Spec battle? That's another one of our B-Spec battles. We'll get that fight hopefully in just a few moments.
And it looks like Habis, oh boy, I can't even go there.
That's all right. Steve Burtok corrects me 35 times a week.
Okay, so anyway, he's only 1.9 back in Angelica.
Yeah, exactly. He's been making up a lot of ground the last couple of laps. And let's see, as a matter of fact, I think this is the fight right now. They're going down the back straight. Habis-Reutner is in the Mazda Miata. Might have actually just gotten by Angelica Spray. Let's take a look as they come down into turn number 10. And we'll have a better view of this as they come here around the bend. And actually it is the second and third cars in line. That is coming up the hill, Tad Berger in the BMW, and then Spray and Habis-Reutner in the BRZ and Mazda Miata. And Spray having issues there as they came out of turn 10 and came down through and onto the front straight. So now move Charles Habis-Reutner in the Mazda Miata up to second in T4 with Angelica Spray now back in third.
Back in the B-Spec battle, we see Blair Deffenbaugh has gotten around Connor Kelleher and is now running in second place, about 5 seconds or so behind Frank Schwartz. Really nice to see Blair make a run up into second with these conditions. And if anybody wants an inside view, I know Blair, he's got his own YouTube channel, The Daily Racer, and he vlogs all of this, so you can get the inside view of what he's going through this weekend.
Well, I was getting a kick out of watching Connor Roberts, especially yesterday. I think he's a young fella, but man, oh man, is he wheeling that Global Cup car?
Yeah, we saw this yesterday. I think both he and I think we had Hannah. I thought we had Hannah Zellers in this group. Actually, I think she was out with the production car group earlier today. In the other. I think Hickson Motorsports Global MX5 Cup car, and yes, absolutely wheeling the heck out of that machine.
Yeah, they say those cars aren't competitive in T3, but man, oh man, when you get one of those kids in there that is standing on the gas and the commitment in the damp track that he had coming down through 12 was really impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know how much the sequential transmission that they have in those cars now, how much that helps maybe disconnecting the drive line a little bit, for a shorter period of time than some of the H pattern boxes. But yeah, whoa, and we have now coming down through turn 12, going off one of our Nissans, and slight impact of the wall, the tire wall there at the inside of turn number 10. Let's see.
That's Ben Schlechter.
Yeah, Ben Schlechter, the Nissan 350Z out of Middleton, Delaware. Used to race with Ben quite a bit in the Mars series. And he's
back on the gas.
Yeah. I mean, it was a slight brush of the wall there, but he came underneath the bridge and was slide in a four-wheel drift down the hill. And finally, when the right wheels caught, or the left wheels caught, the trajectory was going to take him right to that tire wall. So,
well, I was sitting here watching. I had to go off for a second because I've got a radio tied to my guy Randy out there, and I saw him get clear over the paint at the entrance to 12, and I'm on the radio going, no, stay off the paint. And I think that's what happened to Ben. He just stepped on the paint there and came down the hill just broad sliding.
And it looks like we do have a close battle with Gamila Aguilar Gomez and Derek Wagner are running real close to one another. Let's see if Wagner can make some moves there.
Yeah, and we can see this is starting to close down. It's a nice another little drift through turn number 10. As you mentioned there, Derek Wagner in the 22 machine, rear end of his BMW 330 stepping out just a little bit, and they then have then right back behind him Mark Cefalo, our T4 leader, and I think at this point, whereas Wagner is definitely closing things down on the 109 machine, he is, I think, spending a little bit of time looking in his mirrors at the 0-0 car. But Gomez, who is running now 4th overall after having been in the lead early on in this race, is starting to find some of these cars that started a little further back in the field, starting to challenge, having a little bit of, you can tell he's now back to trying to push the car, but just cannot get the rear end to hook up. Jonathan, you listened to the race that you were calling earlier with Brian. Obviously, with some of the formula cars, the prototype cars, you have that advantage of being able to adjust the sway bars, adjust the roll bars from inside the cockpit. Obviously, these cars, you don't have that advantage. A lot of the drivers, maybe they're going to disconnect sway bars before they go out, so they're still running a little bit softer setup, even though it's a little wet versus dry. Some of these drivers may be on their regular dry setup, in which case it's going to be very hard to get the rear of the car to put the power down.
And Greg, if I remember back to Sebring, Cefalo was behind some T3 cars and ended up out of the race. So hopefully that doesn't happen again here in this situation.
Yeah, indeed, as he was just pushing the issue as that battle in T3 starting to find their way through our B-Spec pack here, as Gomez has the rear end of that white, orange, and yellow BMW coupe really step out coming through turn 10. But for the moment, Wagner can't do much about it, and that's exactly right, as we had Mark Cefalo really I don't want to say inserting himself in the T3 fight at Sebring, but it came back to bite him in the, I believe it was the Sunday feature race. And I think now is, whereas the BMWs had the grunt and had the torque to motor through those B-Spec cars and pass those B-Spec cars before they came into turn number 1 and started to head up the hill. We've seen Cephalo now. Well, we had seen Cephalo fall back a little bit. Of course, coming into the S's, he's right back onto the back of those BMWs.
And I saw Dan Wold back in the B-Spec battle, got around Kent Carter. And nice to see him, nice to see Dan. We saw him in the H production race. He was out there as well in his Honda Fit. And glad to see Kent out there. He's being brought in by Chris Taylor Racing Services. And Chris, his rig broke down about 200 miles outside of Austin, and Mama Taylor had to come pick him up so he could go back and get the truck. So glad to see him out there. And thanks to Mama Taylor.
And just like Scotty, Chris Taylor making a trek across the United States here with a number of cars. I know we're going to have a VIR. I'm going to have them, I think, a week later, actually a week earlier at Summit Point Raceway for the majors, the non-Super Tour event that they're having as well. So Mama Paula had to come pick up her boy and help him get the whole team on the road, because I know Chris is usually supporting somewhere around 10, 11 cars.
Yeah, Chris is the not so funny story for Chris is that I helped him with finding a full-size 53-foot Class 8 transporter, and then been helping him try and find a truck. I ended up selling him one of my trucks that was timing out. We delivered it to him down there, and it's it's a great truck and perfect for him. And he decided he'd make one more trip in the toter.
and perhaps he shouldn't have.
That's how it's sounding.
As we're watching now coming up through the S's here, Simon Aslan right back behind the red Mazda 2 of Stephanie Anderson, the 138 machine. And we've got Aslan with Aguilar Gomez very close behind. And we're starting to see all the BMWs all stacked up as Derek Wagner is there as well. So great little battle now for, and of course we've got our T4 leader, Mark Cephalo is in that fight as well, as big battle right now as we have still 15 minutes remaining, or 9 laps, whichever comes first, in the battle for the last step on the podium in T3 is both Ryan Spray and Connor Roberts have pretty much checked out from the rest of the T3 field.
Yeah, the last time by there was 23 seconds between Spray and Roberts.
And Defenbaugh can still see Schwartz in the B-Spec battle. Because Schwartz is on reins, Defenbaugh is on slicks, and I'm still wondering if Blair can make his way to catch Schwartz and give Schwartz a run for his money.
Well, we're going to see here how Defenbaugh is affected as that battle for third in T3 is coming up on him, literally as they go up the hill towards turn number 3. He may be letting out of the throttle just a little bit. That might give Connor Kelleher, who was sitting back at third, and you can see just now coming over the crest of the hill at turn 3, maybe a little bit of an advantage as they come back down the hill, maybe allow them to make up at least a couple of car lengths. But Frank Schwartz, for the moment, I think very lucky here, is that they, as Defenbaugh had to worry about those 4 cars trying to fight their way through. Schwartz is now, as we just saw there, going through turn 6 onto turn 7, and he may find that this train of T3 and T4 cars may catch him as he's trying to cool tires here down on the back straight. They may get to him before they get to 10A.
Yeah, that definitely for Blair Defenbaugh, that was not the ideal situation to let through a string of T3 cars. Definitely hurt his momentum and his speed. And let's see what happens. Maybe they'll catch Schwartz going down into 10.
And here we go, is Schwartz now coming under braking, and we've got the first of the 3 BMWs able to get by going into 10, but Gomez had trouble coming through so late on the brakes of the 10A. We saw he again was just trying to grab that wheel, try to grab the car by the scruff of the neck and keep it from going off drivers right after 10A, and then had to get it rotated for 10B. But finally now, it looks like that field is going to make it past the B-Spec car as Frank Schwartz is now going to follow Simon Aslan, Aguilar Gomez, and Wagner, as well as Mark Cefalo, our T4 leader, up the hill as they are now working lap number 13.
And Cefalo had a heck of a run down through 12 and into 1, and now he is literally on the bumper of Wagner. And you know, Cefalo has been owning T4 in the Southeast the last couple of years.
Yeah, absolutely, and not only the Southeast but the Mid-Atlantic as well. He's out of Pennsylvania, and just that Mazda MX-5 is definitely at least for the Northeast, and then I think frankly the Southeast Conference has been the class of the field here. And of course he has a long history of showroom stock racing. I raced him. He was one of the very first 1.8 Miatas driving in ITA years ago, and I certainly couldn't hold a candle to him in the CRX. In my CRX, he's a very strong wheel, and I'm just amazed how well that Miata he's able to keep up for the most part in the draft. And the BMWs don't get a lot of separation digging out of turn 7. I mean, obviously he's able to make up a lot of ground under braking, I think, going down into 10A. Here, but they may have finally worked their way clear of him.
Well, I think those at least 2 of those BMWs. I don't know Wagner where he's from, but and it looks like Wagner's stepping in front of Gama and gets the job done there, down through 12.
Here we go. So let's move Gomez now back to 5th place overall. 4th in T3, and that's going to move Derek Wagner up a position as Simon Aslan in the white number 81 machine. I'm sure he was hoping that fight might go on for another couple corners, and we'll see what the 22 machine can now do as he's got the 81 just ahead. And well, I think we can see he's now right up to the back of the number 81 machine as they came over the curbing at the apex of 3, and it is, I guess, game on here for the last step on the podium in T3.
Oh, and it looked like Cefalo got inside Gama at 3-4 there, and it looked like he was going to let him go, but he's still in front of him. Gama's still in front of Cefalo.
And it looks like back in the B-Spec battle, Anderson gets around Kelleher. Kelleher is the one of 2 on wets out there. His tires must be going off.
That's right. Now, and I think this may be Connor Kelleher's first run here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Stephanie Anderson, she was here in the fall. One of I think around 5 B-Spec racers that ran at the American Road Race of Champions, the annual event that the Atlanta region, the SCCA, holds in early November, and I believe the winner both days of those SARC and ARC races was Blair Deffenbaugh, with Stephanie Anderson finishing in 2nd. But look at this now, side by side coming out of 10B with Wagner, the 22 machine, now coming underneath the number 81 of Simon Aslan. It took him a lap, but now Derek Wagner has made his way past the 109, now past the 81, and he is in a podium-paying position with just under 10 minutes remaining here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. And just wanted to remind all of our viewers of the next stops on the Super Tour. We're going to be at Virginia International Raceway. That is April 7th, 8th, and 9th. And then Hallett Motor Racing Circuit in beautiful Jennings, Oklahoma, right between Oklahoma City and Tulsa, the weekend of April 22nd and 23rd. So mark your calendars. And if you haven't done so already, first off, I want to thank everybody for getting us over 6,000 subscriptions on the SCCA Sports Car Club of America YouTube channel. But if you haven't done so already, go ahead and subscribe. Click on that notification bell so you'll find out every time we go live with great racing here on the Super Tour.
And we have cars coming through our screen. The T3 cars making their way down towards 10.
All right, so Scotty, you had something. I was wondering if the Aqualantes were pinging you.
I don't know. They're not pinging me today. I must not be talking about them enough.
Yeah, I was going to say, or it's after 4 o'clock. Maybe the body shop closed for the day.
Maybe Marshall didn't hear me saying Cephalo's been owning T4, and I guess that wasn't a very accurate statement, was it? No, I was going to say, holy moly, Ryan Spray has pulled out a 40-second lead.
Wow.
And he's run the fastest lap of the race at a 42.1.
42.1, exactly. And, if we take a look at where Spray was and what he was running in the dry yesterday, a little bit less than 4 seconds, about 3.4 seconds, actually, off of the pace from yesterday. He was running a 138.6 as his fast lap. So, again, we saw that bit of rain come down during the last race, and it's definitely affected. I mean, we're seeing still drivers have a little bit more trouble through this section of the track here through the S's and up to turn 5, but it still amazes me in watching, especially some of these BMWs, the way they are pushing the cars down through turn 12, watching the rear end of those cars really hang out at the apex of 12. And be able to get them straightened out and power through down towards 1. As we're watching right now, Wagner trying to cut underneath the Mustang. I guess that's Randy Johnson in the.
Yeah, that's probably going by him there.
Yeah.
It looks like the commitment that it takes to run on a track that's a wet track with a dry line, and to be able to run that close to your dry times. Is pretty impressive because it's like running a street course, a temporary street course. I mean, there aren't too much forgiveness when you get offline at dry speed and you get into wet. Things can change rapidly for the worse.
And as we see these cars navigating through 10 and making their way up under the bridge, and as Greg was saying, all of the BMWs seem to be sliding out the rear of their car. It's quite impressive to watch as they come through 12.
Well, I think that most of the guys that have fallen back a little bit are on wets. I got to think that they're on wets and the others are on dries. I just saw Cephalo a little impatient. He's flashing the high beams at the guys in front of him. But in all fairness, Gama's in a battle with battle trying to catch Simon and Derek. So. It'd be all good to let him go, but Simon's just right there in front of him.
Exactly.
He's got a race.
Yeah, I mean, and if anything, and you don't want to necessarily get defensive, but if I were Simon, I'd probably be doing anything that I could, or not Simon, but Agor Gomez, I'd be doing almost anything I can to keep that Mazda back behind me and not have to then maybe dig out of turn 7 and worry about him. But I was just watching the B-Spec race also, and Frank Schwartz starting to see his pace get a little worse, maybe as those those wet weather tires are starting to run off. And Blair Deffenbaugh starting to close things down a little bit. As a matter of fact, Deffenbaugh just ran his fastest lap of the race as Schwartz is losing speed. And now the gap is down, I think, to under a second. We'll try and catch up with that battle here in just a moment.
Yeah, and the way that's going, Deffenbaugh has got catching a lot of time on Schwartz. So he's got an opportunity with 2 to go, maybe close that gap and see if he can sneak out a win here.
Yeah, as we said here now, almost just under 5 minutes or 2 laps, whichever come first. And I think we're going to finish. This may be the very first race of the day that we finish on laps versus time.
And we see McClugan is catching Kelleher not too far back, about a second or so, and maybe he can pick up a spot as well, as Kelleher's tires are probably by now burning off.
And McClugan's not that far off. The fast lap of the race has been by Russell in the 75 car at a 52.1, and McClugan is at a 53.0. And that was his last lap, so he's finding pace.
All right, so Ryan Spray now comes down out of turn 12. He's going to get the white flag, and right back behind him is this battle for the lead in B-Spec now with 1 lap remaining. you'll see Frank Schwartz in his Mini Cooper, and then just probably Blair Deffenbaugh in his Honda Fit. They're coming into turn 1 now, as Deffenbaugh is still about 8 car lengths behind, but definitely making up some speed now. Frank Schwartz, we thought his tires were running off. He just ran his fastest lap of the race, a 153.7, but Deffenbaugh 0.4 of a second faster. We'll see if as Schwartz pushes that Mini to its limit, and the hand-cooked tires that he's got underneath that car to the limit, whether or not the dry weather tires that Deffenbaugh has will be enough to make up the ground and take the win here, as the remainder of our drivers now taking the white flag. We also have that battle for third in, for third in T3 with Wagner, Asselin, and Gomez. They are just now crossing the stripe here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta to start their last lap. About 6 car lengths separating each one of those two machines. So let's try and pick up where our leader is. And he should be coming down into turn 10A right now. And there he is, under braking. That is Ryan Spray, our leader in T3, jumped out to a lead with about 4 laps in the books. As he comes down the hill, that green Ford Mustang is going to come onto the front straight. He is going to be your winner in T3, takes the overall win as well. You can see the big thumbs up from his crew on the wall there, just coming across the stripe. Ben Schlechter, he's going to finish a little bit further back in T3. Let's take a look at this battle for the win in B-Spec. Frank Schwartz looks as though as he comes through turn 12, he's going to be able to hold off. Blair Deffenbaugh takes the win in B-Spec. And finishing third in B-Spec is then going to be Stephanie Anderson in the number 138 machine. Great run for Stephanie there as well. And now we've got the battle here on the back straight coming down into 10A. Derek Wagner, Simon Asselin, Gamel Aguilar Gomez, the battle for third in T3. And rolling down the hill, looks like, well, they'll be coming through here in just a moment. There is Wagner, the last car on the line, coming through turn 10, and Derek Wagner is going to come home in third. Simon Asselin now rolling down the hill, the white BMW, the number 81 machine. He will come home in fourth, and Gamel Aguilar Gomez, the 109 car, will finish in fifth, with Mark Cefalo right behind your T4 winner. Charles Habis-Reitner with the gray number 9 Mazda Miata. He will finish second in T4.
You know, in T3, and we were missing a couple of key players. Todd Clark, who won both races at Sebring, and I think was on pole in the first qualifying, and then started having car troubles here, and then also Richard Baldwin, who kind of had his way with everybody yesterday, even after the restarts. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they say there was that issue with the restart where I think the safety car failed to pick him up, and he had had a little bit of a run, but still he had a huge advantage right from the drop of the green flag, and so did not come out for the race. We saw him, I think, a little bit earlier today in Spec Racer Ford, and maybe decided to call it a day. But we've got the last cars coming across the line. And so let's take a look here again in T3. Ryan Spray, your winner. Connor Roberts second. Derek Wagner finishing third, with Simon Asselin fourth, and Gamel Aguilar Gomez finishing fifth in class. In T4, Mark Cefalo, your winner. Charles Habis-Reitner finishes in second. Angelica Spray will come home in third, with Robert Spence in the 59 machine coming home in fourth. And then finally in B-Spec, Frank Schwartz takes the win with a time of 1:53.536. Blair Deffenbaugh will finish in second. Stephanie Anderson takes the last step on the podium. Joe McLuhan, who ran his fastest lap of the race on the very last lap, and indeed he was almost a full second faster than our top 3 drivers here at the end of the race. Just not enough time to get it done. He was only 2/10 off of the back of Anderson's Mazda 2, finishes in fourth. Connor Kelleher, who led this race early on, he will finish in 5th position. All right, so that's going to wrap things up here for race coverage. First off, Scotty B, I want to thank you for joining us here again this week. And and we got Brian back on the
hey,
on
Brian.
the pipe.
I just want to say, I just got a message. Somebody was asking me if you were doing a demo tape for your future broadcast career. So I think, Greg, you and I got to be careful. We might be out of a job here.
Yeah.
Well,
I
I think Jonathan has to be careful.
I don't think
we
that's
got
going to
Jonathan
happen.
and Scotty coming in to take over for us. So, no, Scotty, thanks a lot. It's always great to get your perspective when we get you up here and beyond entertaining. So thanks again. And
Well,
it's
a lot of giggles.
Come up
Yeah,
and see me in Hallett.
All right, it's a lot of giggles. I appreciate it. You know, it's there's lots of people that said that you know, I have a career in broadcasting, and mostly because I have the face for radio. So,
well, that makes 4 of us.
Perfect face for radio. Yeah.
Sorry, Brian.
No, it's giggle. Thanks. This new building here is just amazing.
Isn't it
this
though?
Michelin Tower. They were just tearing this one down last time I was here 3 years ago, and oh my gosh, what a fantastic view!
Yeah,
it's awesome.
And it went up, I think, in less than 6 months, and yeah, absolutely amazing. All right, so thank you very much once again, Scotty B. Jonathan Weichert, thank you so much for joining us for 4 races here this weekend, and hopefully we're going to see you in a few more events here on the Super Tour.
Yeah, I love it. Thanks for having me, guys.
All right. And,
absolutely.
Greg, great weekend. I know we had some challenging weather conditions, but when I think about challenging weather conditions, I now compare everything to Buttonwillow, and that's not from Buttonwillow, from VIR at the runoffs. So this was like a walk in the park compared to those 2 events.
Hey, and I'm just looking over to the other side of the booth, and I see that that our producer Brendan Kazmarek is wearing the same boots that he was wearing when he started the weekend. So I know, I know that it was a slightly better weekend than at Buttonwillow. But yeah, another great weekend of racing here on the Super Tour. And again, reminding all of our viewers of the next couple stops on the Super Tour. We're going to be back again in just about 2 weeks. The weekend of April 7th through 9th, we're going to be at beautiful Virginia International Raceway in Alton or Danville or somewhere there in Virginia. 3.27 miles and 17 turns of just beautiful racetrack. And then we're going to be at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit in Jennings, Oklahoma, April 22nd and 23rd. And then heading back out your way, Brian, May the first weekend in May 5th through 7th at Thunderhill Raceway Park.
Yeah, should be a good time. So, Greg, thank you on behalf of the SCCA national staff, who we want to thank them for all of their help getting through the weekend and getting us the info that we needed. Our associate producers in the chat love everybody, and we did get over the 6,000, so I'm going to be giving somebody a mug. I'll figure out who it is. I'll tell you, it'll be somebody who was here both Saturday and Sunday is who I'm going to pick. So someone's going to get one of those fantastic Inside the SCCA Yeti mugs, and that'll be coming there. And I also want to thank Zach Johnson, the guy pressing all the buttons to make you and I look good, and that's a lot of work to make us look good.
Remember, face for radio.
Exactly. Thank you, Zach, for all of your hard work. Brendan Kazmarek, he is the boss. He's the one who makes it all happen. We appreciate his work as well. Greg, I'm done. Do you want to say the last words? Do you want me to send us home?
Well, Brian, why don't you send us home? I'm all talked out.
All right, that's it from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. I'm Brian Bielanski. He's Gregg Ginsberg. We'll be back in a couple of weeks from VIR. Can't wait for it. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit the bell so you get all of the fun stuff and know about the next one. That's it from Road Atlanta. See you next time.